Good evening, and welcome to the Quiet Nightmare. This is a space where silence speaks, and shadows tell stories. Every story you hear is completely uninterrupted, no ads, no distractions. If you enjoy this experience, you're always welcome to stay. Before we begin, tell me where you're listening from, and what time it is. Now, get comfortable. The quiet isn't as empty as it seems. This happened a very long time ago in a place called Prudential Hollow, when I was only about 4 years old. I was so young then that there are many things about life at that age that I do not remember clearly, but this night stayed in my memory in a way that never left. Some memories from childhood fade and become soft around the edges, almost like old photographs that have been handled too much. But this one never really did. Even though I was little, the fear of that night settled into me so deeply that I can still picture parts of it very clearly. That day, my mother and I had gone to my grandpa's house. We had spent most of the day there just visiting, talking, and passing the time the way family often did back then. In places like Prudential Hollow, people did not rush through life the way so many do now. Visits were not short and hurried. If you went to see somebody, you stayed a while. You sat and talked. You shared food or coffee if there was any to share. You let the day move as it wanted. That was the kind of place it was. As evening came on, it got late enough that the question of going home came up. Home was only about a mile away, maybe a little more, but when you are out in a rural place and darkness starts settling over the land, even a mile can feel much longer than it sounds. It was decided that instead of walking home in the dark, my mother and I would simply stay the night and head back the next day. That probably seemed like the most natural choice in the world at the time. Family did that kind of thing. Nobody thought much of it. At least not at first. To understand the story properly, you need to understand my grandpa's house, because the house itself is a big part of the memory. Like just about every house in Prudential Hollow, it was old. Very old. It had started out as an old mining house, one of those simple places built for practical reasons long before anyone thought about charm or comfort. Over the years it had been added onto bit by bit, probably whenever somebody had enough time, money, or need to add another little space. The result was a house that had grown in a rough and useful way rather than in any fancy planned way. It was not large, but it had character, and like many old country houses, it seemed to hold on to every year of its life. The house had 3 rooms and 2 porches. The first 2 rooms sat side by side and were the same length. Both of them had doors that opened out to the front porch. The room on the right side was the living room, and that was where Grandpa kept his bed. The room on the left had been fixed up as a bedroom, though the front door in that room had been closed off, so the only way in or out of it was through the door that connected it to the living room. Both of those front rooms had fireplaces. The third room sat at the back of the house and opened off the living room. That back room served as the kitchen and dining room, and from there another small porch opened onto the back. It was the kind of house where every room felt lived in, where every door and wall had its own history. Houses like that often make sounds all by themselves. They settle, creak, breathe with changes in the weather, and carry echoes in ways newer houses do not. But there was something else about this house too, something people felt even if they did not always say it plainly. Grandpa slept in the living room. That was unusual in its own way, because the bedroom was clearly meant to be the place where people slept. But he would not sleep there. He said he could not. According to him, something in that room bothered him. He did not always say much more than that, at least not in front of me when I was little. He just knew he did not want to sleep in there. So his bed stayed in the living room, and that was that. Now, my mother, to put it kindly, had a very big mouth. She was the kind of person who did not like the idea of being scared off by anything, and if somebody suggested a room was no good to sleep in, that only made her more likely to challenge it. She talked big. She bragged. She had no patience for what she probably thought was foolishness. So when the subject came up that Grandpa would not sleep in the bedroom because something bothered him there, my mother made the proud claim that she could sleep in that room just fine and nothing was going to stop her. That is one of those moments that seems small when it happens. Just a person talking. Just a little brag. But looking back, it feels like the moment a line was crossed. Bedtime came, and everybody settled in. Grandpa and my grandmother, who I called Ma, were in their bed in the living room. My mother and I went into the bedroom. I do not remember exactly what the room looked like in every detail, but I remember enough of the feeling of it. Old house walls. The closed-up door to the porch. The connected door back into the living room. The bed with the metal bedstead. The darkness gathering in the corners. The kind of night silence that old houses have, where every little noise seems to come from farther away and closer at the same time. At first, everything seemed fine. For about 15 or 20 minutes, nothing happened. We had gone to bed like people do on any ordinary night. Maybe my mother felt a little proud of herself for proving that she could sleep there after all. Maybe Grandpa and Ma were already drifting off in the next room. Maybe I was nearly asleep too. I do not know exactly. I only know that the peace did not last long. Then everything changed all at once. The bed started shaking. Not a little trembling or a small shift you might explain away as someone moving too hard. It started shaking hard enough to be impossible to ignore. Then the metal bedstead began banging against the wall. It made a terrible noise, loud and sharp in the darkness, like something was hitting it on purpose. If that had been all, it would have been frightening enough, especially to a small child. But it did not stop there. There was a moaning or groaning sound too. It is hard to explain a sound like that years later, because words make it sound smaller than it was. It was not just a house creaking. It was not just wind. It was a sound that belonged to the fear of that room. It seemed to rise along with the shaking bed and the banging bedstead until the whole room felt alive in the worst possible way. Then the bed started jumping. Up and down. Off the floor. That was the part that made it all go from scary to unbelievable. Beds are not supposed to jump up and down off the floor by themselves. They are not supposed to shake, slam against the wall, groan with strange sounds around them, and then rise and pound back down as if something furious had taken hold of them. But that is what happened. I was there. I was in that bed with my mother while it happened. By that point, my mother was screaming like a banshee. And I was right there along for the ride. I was only 4 years old, and I can tell you there is a special kind of terror in being a little child trapped in a room where the adults are afraid too. If you are a child and only you are frightened, sometimes you still believe the grown-ups will make sense of things. You believe they will fix it. But when your mother is screaming, and the bed is jumping and the room itself feels like it has turned against you, then the whole world changes at once. There is nowhere inside you to put that kind of fear. It just floods through everything. Grandpa came running. I still picture him as he came in, dressed in his long johns, moving fast because he knew instantly that something was very wrong. He did not stand in the doorway trying to figure it out. He acted. He hollered for my mother to throw me to him, and then jump and run. That sounds dramatic, but that is how urgent it was. He did not say climb off slowly. He did not say calm down. He told her to pitch me to him. And she did. Grandpa caught me. Then my mother jumped, and all of us ran for the living room and slammed the bedroom door behind us. I can still imagine the wild fear of those seconds. The rush of movement. The screaming. The grabbing and running. The desperate need to get out of that room and away from whatever was happening in there. There was no thought then of dignity or logic or explanation. There was only escape. After a while, things calmed down. I do not know how long it took. When you are little and terrified, time stretches strangely. It might have been minutes. It might have felt like much longer. But eventually, the noise and shaking ended, or at least it settled enough that no one was trying to flee anymore. My mother and I did not go back in there, of course. Instead, we made a pallet on the floor next to Grandpa's bed in the living room, and that is where we spent the rest of the night. We never stayed there overnight again. Not once. That one experience was enough. I cannot blame my mother for bragging at first. A lot of people do that when they think someone is being silly or superstitious. But I do think that after that night, she was cured of the need to prove anything in that room. Fear like that changes people. It certainly changed the way we looked at that house. My father later said he would not have spent the night in that house for $100, and back then $100 meant a lot more than it does now. He needed money badly, like many people did, but even so, he said he would not have stayed there. That should tell you something about the reputation the place had, even among family. There were some places you tolerated in daylight, and there were some places you did not trust after dark. And this was not the only strange thing connected to that house. It was only the only one I was directly involved in. Some things happened there that Grandpa would talk about, and some things he would not. That is often how it goes in families with strange stories. Certain events get told and retold around the edges of conversation, while others stay buried in the people who experience them because they are too frightening, too personal, or too hard to explain without sounding crazy. Grandpa was like that. He would say some things, but not everything. I have thought many times about asking my older brother what he remembers, because I know there were stories attached to that place that I either heard only in pieces or did not hear at all. If he remembers them clearly, there may be more to tell one day. There may be a whole second part to this story that belongs more to him than to me. But even without those other events, the memory of that night is enough to carry the whole weight of the place. There was also one other detail I remember hearing about that always stayed with me. There was a certain patch of ground there where nothing would grow. No matter what anyone did, no matter how much they tried, no matter what was planted or how they worked the soil, that spot stayed bare. Now, some people will say land can be like that. Maybe the ground was poor there. Maybe there was rock or something in the soil. Maybe there was a practical reason. And that may well be true. But when you already have a house with a room no one wants to sleep in, with stories people only partly tell, with a bed that once shook and jumped under you in the night, then even a patch of earth where nothing grows begins to feel like part of the same larger mystery. When I think back now to Prudential Hollow, I do not only think of fear. I think of how old that place was. Old mining houses have a way of carrying hardship in them. Those homes were not built for comfort first. They were built because people needed somewhere to live while they worked hard and often dangerous lives. Over the years, those houses got added onto and repaired and changed as families grew and needs shifted, but deep down they still carried the original roughness of their beginnings. I think places like that absorb things. Years of labor, sickness, grief, worry, loneliness, births, deaths, family arguments, and quiet suffering all settle into the wood and walls. Maybe what happened in that bedroom belonged to something from before us. Maybe it belonged to no one we ever knew by name. Or maybe some places just become charged with the weight of too much life lived too hard in one spot. I also think about my grandpa. He did not sleep in that room for a reason. He knew something bothered him there. He may not have told the whole story, but he knew enough to stay out of it. Sometimes older people know things because they have already learned not to ignore what a place tells them. They may not have the modern words for energy, or haunting or paranormal activity, but they know when a room is wrong. Grandpa knew. He moved his bed into the living room and let the bedroom remain the bedroom in name only. And then my mother, with all the confidence and loudness she could muster, challenged whatever was there. Looking back, I almost wonder if the room reacted to her pride. I know that sounds dramatic, but it is hard not to think about. She did not just quietly sleep in there. She made a point of saying nothing could stop her. And then that very night, something did. I do not mean that in a moral or blaming way. I do not think my mother caused it. But I do think there are moments in life when the unseen seems almost to answer back when challenged. Whether that answer comes from a spirit, an old force tied to a place, or some kind of thing we do not have proper language for, I do not know. But something answered her that night. For me, as a child, the experience left a permanent mark. I was only 4, but the fear of being in that bed while it shook and jumped stayed in me. I do not remember every ordinary detail of the day before it happened. I do not remember what I ate, or what we talked about, or how the evening looked before dark. But I remember the terror. I remember the sounds. I remember my mother screaming. I remember Grandpa in his long johns shouting for her to throw me to him. I remember being caught and running. That is how strong the memory is. And when a memory like that forms in childhood, it does not always stay in words. Sometimes it settles in your body. It becomes part of what frightens you without needing explanation. It becomes one of the reasons you feel uneasy in old houses, in dark rooms, in certain silences. It becomes part of the shape of your fear even when you are much older. That may be why this story has never left me. It is not only a ghost story from long ago. It is one of the first times I learned that adults are not always in control of a room. It is one of the first times I learned that a house can turn from shelter into threat in a matter of seconds. It is one of the first times I learned that something can happen right in front of you that does not fit any normal explanation and still be completely real. Even now, when I picture the layout of the house, I can almost see the path of that night. The bedroom where we lay. The living room where Grandpa and Ma were. The connecting door between the rooms. The rush of escape from one to the other. The pallet on the floor beside Grandpa's bed. The safe side of the house, if there was one. That layout remains in my memory almost like a map of fear. The front porch doors. The fireplaces. The back kitchen room. The two porches. The old mining house built onto over time. It all matters because that house was not just the setting. It was part of the event. If the same thing had happened in some modern little apartment, the story would feel different. But in that old house, with all its age and additions and history, the event feels somehow rooted in the place itself. I also think about how many stories places like Prudential Hollow must hold. Mining communities were full of hard lives. Men worked dangerous jobs. Families made do with little. Loss was common. Death was not rare. Pain was not rare. Houses stood through all of it. If a place could absorb memory, then a place like that would have more than enough to hold. Maybe the room that bothered Grandpa held some piece of that. Maybe someone had died there, or gone mad there, or suffered there, or maybe not. Maybe there was no single event at all, only years of something building. Or maybe the explanation is something simpler and stranger at the same time. Some places are just wrong in a way the living can feel without fully understanding. That room felt wrong. Grandpa knew it. My mother learned it. And I, at 4 years old, lived it. There are times when I wonder what exactly was making the moaning or groaning that night. Was it part of the same force that shook the bed? Was it the sound of the bed itself? Was it the house? Or was it something attached to the room, something trying to make itself known in every way it could? That sound still unsettles me when I think of it, perhaps even more than the movement. Because a sound has a kind of voice in it, even when it is not words. And the room had a voice that night. A bed banging the wall might almost be dismissed in another context. A shaking frame might almost be dismissed. But not the way it all came together. The noise. The shaking. The bedstead pounding. The jumping off the floor. The moaning. The screaming. All of it together made the room feel possessed by motion and intent. That is what frightened me most then, and what still frightens me now when I remember it. Intent. It did not feel random. It felt as though something in that room wanted us out. And it got what it wanted. We left. We never stayed there overnight again. That says everything. Because people can laugh off a lot of strange things in the daytime. They can explain them away over coffee or in sunlight. But people do not stop sleeping in a family house forever unless something truly shakes them. And that night shook all of us. If I ever do get the rest of the stories from my older brother, I imagine they will only deepen the feeling I already have about that place. There are always more stories in old families than get told at once. Some sit quietly in one person's memory until another person asks the right question years later. If he remembers, I would want to hear them. Not because I need more fear, but because I think places like that deserve to be remembered honestly. Not romanticized. Not cleaned up. Just remembered as they were. Until then, this one night is enough. It was a small house in Prudential Hollow. An old mining place with 3 rooms and 2 porches. A bedroom my grandpa refused to sleep in. A mother who bragged that nothing could stop her from sleeping there. A little 4-year-old child beside her. And then a night when the bed shook, slammed, moaned, and jumped until all of us ran. That is the truth of what I remember. And even now, after all these years, when I think of old houses, bare patches of ground where nothing grows, and rooms that somehow feel wrong before anyone explains why, my mind goes back there. Back to that house. Back to that room. Back to the sound of the bedstead banging the wall in the dark while my mother screamed and my grandpa came running in his long johns to save us. It had been a long day at the office, one of those days that seems to drain every bit of energy from you before it is even over. By the time I was finally leaving, I was not thinking about work anymore. I was thinking about home. I was thinking about getting out of my office clothes, peeling off my suit and heels, and putting on something comfortable like old sweats and tennis shoes. I wanted the kind of evening where nothing important was expected of me. The end of the week was close enough that the coming weekend already felt like a promise. I was hoping for a little rest, maybe a little peace, and a chance to breathe after days of going from one responsibility to the next. I got into my truck and turned on the radio right away. Music usually helped me settle down on the drive home. It helped smooth out the sharp edges of the day. I pulled into traffic and made my way onto I-480 southbound, expecting the usual after-work crowd but nothing too terrible. At first I was just driving and trying to let my mind relax, but not long after merging onto the interstate, traffic started slowing down more and more until it nearly came to a crawl. That kind of traffic can make even a tired person feel tense all over again. I started switching stations on the radio, hoping to catch a traffic report that would explain what was going on. Sure enough, a news update came on and explained that there had been a terrible accident on the northbound side of I-480. It was so bad that it was causing heavy traffic in both directions. The way they described it, it sounded serious. Not just a little fender bender or something that would clear up in a few minutes. It sounded like the kind of accident that pulls whole stretches of roadway into silence and chaos all at once. I remember thinking immediately that I did not want to sit there and deal with that mess if I did not have to. I had already had a hard day. The last thing I wanted was to creep along in backed-up traffic, staring at brake lights and thinking about nothing except how long it would take me to get home. So I made up my mind that I would get off at the first chance I had and take side streets instead. It would probably be slower in some ways, but at least I would be moving. I switched back to my music and kept inching forward until I got near the next exit, around Creighton Medical College. As I approached the exit ramp, I could see the wreckage from the accident. Even from a distance, it was awful. A red car had hit a tree so hard that it looked folded in on itself like an accordion. I remember that image very clearly. It did not look like a car anymore. It looked crushed and twisted beyond anything that should happen to a human body inside it. There were emergency crews all around. Their lights flashed in every direction, and people were moving with that tense urgency that tells you things are very bad. I could see them trying to help the person who had been pulled from the car. It looked like they were doing CPR right there at the scene. Seeing something like that changes the whole feeling of your drive. Suddenly whatever small complaints you had about traffic no longer matter. I remember saying a quiet prayer, just to myself, asking for God's will, for mercy, for whatever could still be done for the poor soul involved in that crash. Then I got off the exit ramp and took the side streets as I had planned. On my way home, I decided to stop at a convenience-type food mart to pick up some milk and bread. It seemed like a good idea. If I grabbed those few things now, I would not have to go out again later in the evening. The thought of staying home once I got there was very appealing. I pulled into the parking lot, went inside, and started making my way through the store, looking for what I needed without putting much thought into anything else. Then, as I rounded one of the corners in the store, I almost ran right into my cousin Arnie coming from the other side. The second I saw him, I lit up with surprise and happiness. It had been months since I had seen him, and even though families always mean to keep in touch better than they actually do, life has a way of making time pass quickly. So seeing him there unexpectedly felt like a gift in the middle of an ordinary, tiring evening. I was genuinely excited. I called out his name right away. "Arnie! I'm so glad to see you!" He looked at me, but his face was strange. He stared blankly at me for a few moments before he responded. Then he greeted me with a hug and asked how I was doing. I told him I was fine and asked how he was. That was when I really noticed something was wrong with him. He looked terribly exhausted. I knew he had recently taken on a second job because times were hard and he was trying to make ends meet. A lot of people were struggling, and Arnie was doing what he had to do for his family. But this was more than ordinary tiredness. There was something about his whole face and body that seemed drained, almost empty. He said, "I am okay. I am so tired, so tired. I want to go home." There was something about the way he said it that immediately concerned me. It was not just someone talking about being tired after a long day. It felt heavier than that. It felt like he was worn down in some deeper way. I asked him if he needed my help. I meant it seriously. If he was sick or too tired to drive, I was ready to do whatever I could. He told me no. He said he had a fare to pick up at Creighton. He was driving a taxi now as his second job, and he said it was important that he finish the job and pick up the fare. The whole time we talked, he kept looking so tired and so strangely blank that I grew more and more uneasy. I told him I would call his dispatcher myself and explain that he was ill. I said I could drive him home, let him get some rest, and they could send someone else to get the taxi. To me that seemed like the obvious solution. He should not have been working if he felt that bad. But he kept saying no. He said he had to go get his fare. Then he repeated, more than once, that he just wanted to go home. He said it again and again, at least 3 or 4 times. He wanted to do his job and then go home. Arnie had 3 wonderful children, and he loved them more than life itself. I assumed he was talking that way because he missed them, because he was overworked and desperate to finish the shift and get back to his family. But even as I thought that, I could not shake the feeling that he looked truly unwell. I told him we needed to keep in touch better. I told him I missed seeing him. He turned and started walking toward the checkout stand. He moved slowly, and just before he got too far, he looked back over his shoulder at me. In that strange slow voice, almost halting, he said, "Love ya." That stayed with me. The way he said it was not casual. It was not tossed out carelessly the way people sometimes say it in passing. It felt deliberate, almost like he was making sure to say it. I watched him walk away and felt even more worried than before. He looked sick to me, exhausted beyond normal tiredness. I hurried to get the few things I needed, thinking I would catch up with him before he left, and maybe persuade him one more time to let me take him home. I felt strongly that he should not be driving anywhere, much less picking up a taxi fare at that hour while feeling like that. But when I got to the checkout stand, he was gone. There was only one register, so I expected him to be easy to find. Arnie was not exactly the kind of person you miss in a crowd. He stood out. He was around 6'3", maybe 250 pounds, with shoulder-length blonde hair and very striking blue eyes. If he had passed through that front area of the store, someone would have noticed him. So I asked the clerk which way he had gone. She looked at me as if she had no idea what I meant. She asked me to describe him. I did. And she said she had not seen anyone fitting that description at all. That threw me for a moment, though I tried to brush it aside. I thought maybe she had just seen so many customers that day that she had not paid close attention. That seemed more likely than any other explanation. So I took a quick look out into the parking lot, thinking maybe I could spot him heading toward his cab. But he was nowhere in sight. I could not see him in the store, I could not see him outside, and by that point there was no obvious way to catch up with him. So I made my purchases and went on home, telling myself I would call him later and check on him. As I continued driving, the radio mentioned the accident again. It was still causing delays. Traffic on the interstate was still backed up because the wreck had not yet been cleared. I remember hearing that and thinking again about the red car and the emergency crews and how terrible it had looked. But I did not connect it to anything else then. Not yet. I got home, changed into comfortable clothes, and sat down to finally relax. My husband suggested that we go out for dinner to one of those family-style restaurants because neither of us felt like cooking. That sounded fine to me. I was still thinking about Arnie some, but I also thought maybe I was just being overly worried. He had looked awful, yes, but maybe he was simply overworked. So we got back into the truck to go eat. The radio once again mentioned that the accident was still being cleaned up, so we avoided the interstate and took side streets. By the time we got to the restaurant and sat down to order, I began to feel terrible. It came on suddenly. First a headache, sharp and unpleasant. Then, only a few minutes later, a wave of nausea hit me. It was so fast and so strong that I immediately lost any interest in eating. I remember thinking maybe I was suddenly coming down with something. Maybe I had caught some bug without realizing it. Whatever it was, it made me feel awful almost immediately. Our dinner came, and I asked for a box because I knew I was not going to be able to eat anything. Then, while we were sitting there, my cell phone rang. It was my aunt, Arnie's mother. The second I heard her voice, something in me shifted. There are phone calls that carry their meaning before any words are spoken. Her voice had that sound to it. She told me that Arnie had just passed away. He had been in a horrible car accident while driving his taxi. Then she explained something that made the whole world seem to stop in place around me. It was the same accident that had been on the radio all evening. The same accident I had seen from the exit ramp. The same red car wrapped around the tree. The same wreck that had backed up traffic for hours. She told me it had happened around 4:15 that afternoon. They had a terrible time getting him out of the wreck. And he had died at Creighton Medical Center at 6:30 p.m. I just sat there stunned. Numb. My mind would not accept the facts because they collided too violently with what I knew I had experienced. I had seen him. I had talked with him. I had hugged him. I had looked into his face and worried over how tired he seemed. I had tried to get him to let me take him home. I had watched him walk away in the store and tell me he loved me. And I had done all that at around 5:30. But according to the timeline, he had been in that crash at 4:15 and had died by 6:30. I sat there trying to make the times fit, and they would not. The restaurant around me felt unreal. My husband was there, the food was there, the normal sounds of people eating and talking were there, but all of it seemed far away. My aunt was still speaking, still explaining, still grieving, and I could barely process it. I was absolutely numb. There is no better word for it. Not crying yet. Not screaming. Just stunned into a kind of blank disbelief. How could I have seen him in the food mart at 5:30? How could I have held him and spoken to him, and heard him say he wanted to go home? Why had he looked so exhausted, so empty, so unlike himself? Why had the clerk not seen him? Why had he been gone so completely by the time I got to the register? All of those questions hit me at once. And underneath them all was fear. Real fear. Not only because Arnie had died, though that grief was already beginning to open inside me, but because I knew what I had experienced in the store did not fit into ordinary reality anymore. I had not imagined him. I know that with certainty. I had spoken to him. I had worried over him. I had offered to help him. I had even thought about calling his dispatcher. It was not a passing blur or some quick mistaken glance across a parking lot. It was a real conversation. It lasted several minutes. We talked. He hugged me. He told me he loved me. And yet, by the time I saw him, the accident had already happened. That was 2 days ago. Even now, as I grieve for Arnie and for the loss my family is carrying, I am still confused. I am still shaken by it. I am still frightened in a way that is hard to explain. Because the grief alone would be enough. Losing someone you love in a horrible accident is already more than enough pain to carry. But this added layer, this impossible meeting with him after the wreck had already happened, has left me feeling as though the world shifted under my feet, and I do not fully know where to stand now. I keep replaying everything in my mind. I replayed the drive from work. I replay seeing that red car crushed against the tree. I replay the silent prayer I said for the person inside it, never knowing it was him. I replay turning off the interstate to avoid the traffic. I replay walking into the food mart and seeing Arnie turn the corner. I replay his face. That is one of the hardest parts. His face looked so tired, but now I wonder whether it was more than tiredness. There was something vacant and distant in his expression that disturbed me even then. He looked like himself, but also not quite. He was there, but there was a strange heaviness around him. At the time I thought he was simply exhausted from working 2 jobs and trying to care for his family. Now I wonder if what I was seeing was something else entirely. He said he wanted to go home. He said it over and over. At the time, I assumed he meant he wanted to finish his shift and go back to his children. Now those words feel different. Now they feel almost unbearable. He wanted to go home. And perhaps, somehow, he was already trying to. That thought has been with me constantly since I got the call. I think too about the fact that he said he had a fare to pick up at Creighton. That was where he said he was headed. And it was also the area of the accident. He spoke about it like he was still in the world of his work, still trying to finish the task. If what I met in that store was truly his spirit, or whatever word belongs there, then maybe he did not fully understand yet what had happened. Maybe he was still caught in the idea of the shift, the fare, the drive, the need to get home afterward. Or maybe he knew perfectly well and came only to say goodbye in the only way he could. I do not know. That uncertainty has become part of the shock. I also cannot stop thinking about the clerk. I described him to her, and she said she had not seen anyone like that. At the time I brushed it off. Now it chills me, because I know I saw him. But if she did not, then what does that mean? Was he only there for me to see? Was our meeting meant only for me? Was I given those few minutes with him because he needed to say something before he was truly gone? Or was the clerk simply distracted, busy, and not paying attention? I reach for both possibilities because one is more terrifying and one more ordinary, and my mind keeps moving helplessly between them. Then there is the thing I cannot escape, the thing that frightens me the most. If I saw him after the accident, then I have to accept that there are things in this world I do not understand. Before this, I could have gone on living without ever having to face that directly. I could have heard other people's stories and remained politely uncertain. But now I have my own. And it is too personal, too immediate, too impossible to dismiss. I met him in a store. We talked. He hugged me. And later that evening I learned he had already been dying or perhaps already dead when I saw him. What am I supposed to do with that? That is the question I keep returning to. Some people might say grief makes us imagine things, but I did not know then that he had been in an accident. I had no reason to invent him in that moment. Some might say I saw someone who looked like him, but I know Arnie. I know his height, his hair, his face, his way of moving. It was him. Some might say I somehow got the time mixed up, but I know when I was in that store. I know when I left work, when I got off the interstate, when I stopped for milk and bread. I know when I saw him. So I am left with only the truth as I lived it. I saw Arnie after the crash. He was exhausted. He wanted to go home. He told me he loved me. Then he was gone. That is what happened. And now, in the middle of grieving him, I also carry this terrible wonder and confusion. Part of me feels privileged in some strange way, because maybe he came to me for a reason. Maybe he needed someone to see him, to hear him, to offer him care one last time. I do not know. But another part of me is shaken to the core by the fact that such a thing can happen at all. Everything looks a little different to me now. Not only death, but ordinary places too. A food mart. A checkout stand. A side street off the interstate. A radio report. A brief chance meeting that would have seemed unimportant on any other day. All of it now feels connected to something beyond what I ever expected to experience. I keep hearing his voice. I am so tired, so tired. I want to go home. Those words break me now in a way they did not when he first said them. Then I heard them as the words of an overworked man worn down by life. Now I hear them as the words of someone already on the edge of leaving this world. And that is why I am still numb. Why I am still confused. Why I am still frightened. Because this did not happen years ago. It happened 2 days ago. I am still standing inside it. I am still grieving. I am still trying to understand whether I was given a final visit or whether there is some other explanation my mind has not yet found. But no matter how many times I go over it, the facts do not change. I saw my cousin after the wreck that killed him. I talked to him. And somehow, in the middle of all that ordinary evening life, the dead stopped in a food mart and said goodbye. It happened in the middle of October in 2007. During that part of autumn when the air begins to change in a way you can feel in your chest before you even think about it. I have always loved walking down Alhambra Boulevard at that time of year. Part of it was because I wanted the exercise, of course. Walking was good for me, and it gave me a reason to be outside after a long day. But that was not the only reason. The truth is, I loved autumn in a way that made even an ordinary evening walk feel special. There is something about that season that feels different from all the others. Summer ends with its heat and dust and noise, and then suddenly the nights grow cool enough to wake the trees into change. The leaves begin to turn with every shade of red, gold, orange, and yellow you can imagine, as if the world is quietly setting itself on fire before winter arrives. That evening, the light had already begun to fade. It was not fully dark yet, but it was no longer daylight either. It was that in-between hour when twilight settles into the edges of everything and makes ordinary places look softer, older, and more uncertain. The schoolyard looked almost empty. The chill in the air seemed to have driven most people indoors, and the energy of the day had already faded away. The playground was quiet. There were only a few scattered cars here and there, and the only sounds were the soft whispering of the trees and the low rustling movement of leaves. It was one of those evenings that feels peaceful at first, but so still that it also makes you aware of every small sound and every slight movement. I was walking along, lost in my own thoughts, enjoying the coolness and the colors and the calm, when something caught my eye. At first, it was just a shape. It stood near an old oak tree on the west corner of the playground. My first thought was that it was a person standing there, completely still, facing in my direction. That alone was not especially surprising. In that part of town, it was not unusual to see someone standing by themselves, especially someone who might be homeless. Downtown had plenty of people drifting through it, and over time you learn not to be too startled by seeing someone alone near a schoolyard or street corner. So I kept walking. At that distance, I could not make out every detail clearly. I am a little nearsighted, and twilight does not help with that. Still, as I moved closer, I expected the shape to become more defined, more obviously human, more real in an ordinary way. That is what happens when you approach something in dim light. It begins vague, then sharpens. But this figure did not sharpen in the way it should have. Even as I came closer, it still looked like a person. More specifically, it looked like a woman. The body shape suggested that very strongly. The shoulders seemed slightly bowed. The hips looked broad and full. There was something about the silhouette that felt solid enough to recognize and yet strangely unfinished at the same time. It was almost as if my eyes kept trying to fill in details that were not quite there. That made me look harder, not because I was frightened yet, but because something about the sight would not settle naturally in my mind. I kept walking toward the tree. The figure did not move. It stood there completely still, looking as if it were staring right at me. There is something unnerving about seeing a human-shaped form that remains that still. Most people shift their weight, turn their head a little, adjust their stance, do something small and ordinary without realizing it. But this figure seemed fixed in place in a way that was not natural. I remember that as I got closer, I began to feel a strange little tension inside me. It was not full fear yet. It was more like curiosity sharpening into unease. I got within just a few steps. I was already preparing to say hello, because at that point it still looked enough like a person that silence would have been awkward. I opened my mouth, or at least I was about to, and then it happened. The figure disintegrated. That is the only word that fits. It did not walk away. It did not dart behind the tree. It did not fade in the way a patch of shadow fades when a cloud moves or a light shifts. It simply broke apart into nothing. One moment the figure was there by the tree, shaped like a woman, standing with bowed shoulders and wide hips. The next moment it was gone, not by movement but by disappearance. It was as if something that had only barely held together dissolved in the space between one breath and the next. There was no dramatic flash, no sound, no swirl of wind, no sign that a real person had crouched or slipped away. It was just there, and then it was not there. I stopped right there. When I reached the tree, I looked carefully around the ground, around the trunk, around the surrounding area, trying to find any object, branch, signpost, or angle of shadow that could explain what I had just seen. I am the kind of person who prefers explanation. I do not like jumping to strange conclusions when an ordinary one might do. So I checked the obvious things first. Was there a strange patch of light from a passing car? No. Was there a shape formed by overlapping shadows from the fence, the branches, or the playground equipment? No. Was there some object leaning there that, in twilight, could look like a woman and then somehow vanish once I changed my angle? No. There was nothing. No trash bag, no coat hanging on a branch, no person crouching behind the tree, no shadow shape that made sense of what I had seen. That was when the feeling truly changed. Up until that moment, I could still tell myself that I was probably misreading the scene. But once I stood right next to the oak tree and found nothing at all that could have caused such an illusion, I felt the whole thing settle into me in a different way. It became eerie. Not in a theatrical, ghost story sort of way at first, but in a quiet and deeply uncomfortable way. I had seen something that looked like a woman standing there, and then I had seen it disappear. Whatever explanation I wanted, I could not find it standing there at the tree. I finished my walk and went home, but the encounter stayed with me the whole way back. I kept replaying it in my mind. The shape by the tree. The stillness. The way it looked more like a woman the closer I got. The moment of expecting to say hello. Then the sudden nothingness. Usually when something odd happens on a walk, it begins to lose its force once you get farther away from it. You tell yourself it was probably this or that. The mind smooths it over. This did not smooth over. It stayed sharp. It stayed wrong. Once I got home, I decided to investigate. I want to be clear about that. I would not have gone digging into the history of the place if I thought there was an easy explanation. If I had come home thinking it was probably just some trick of evening light, I would have let it go. But I did not. Something about the experience felt too solid to dismiss. So I started looking into the history of the schoolyard and the area around it. What I found made the whole encounter even more unsettling. Where Sutter Middle School now stands, the bodies of 4,685 people were exhumed. That number alone stopped me. 4,685. Not a handful of graves. Not a small forgotten burial site. Thousands of bodies. The dead had been moved in the 1950s to East Lawn Cemetery across town. On paper, that sounds neat enough. A relocation. Progress. Development. One place changed into another, the old made way for the new. But the more I read, the less neat it felt. Because once you know that thousands of dead had been buried there, another question rises immediately. Did they really get everyone? That question got under my skin at once. Over 100 years before my encounter, back when John Sutter, the founder of Sacramento, was still alive, he had donated that land to be used as a permanent burial ground. It came to be called the New Helvetia Cemetery. That means the schoolyard, the playground, the old oak tree, and the pavement I had just casually walked past had once been sacred ground in the most direct possible way. People had buried their loved ones there. They had expected them to remain there. It had been meant as a final resting place. And over time, many of those graves had been marked only with wooden crosses. That part troubled me almost more than anything else. Wooden crosses. Simple. Temporary by nature. vulnerable to rain, wind, neglect, and time. A stone marker can survive generations if it is cared for or even if it is only left alone. But wood rots. Wood breaks down. Names fade. Crosses sink into the earth and eventually disappear. So I began wondering what happened to all those people whose graves had been marked only that way. Do we know all their names? Were all of them written down somewhere carefully enough that later generations could match bones to names and names to places? Or were many of them lost long before the exhumation ever happened? The more I thought about that, the more my imagination and my reasoning met in a very uncomfortable place. Because if the records were incomplete, if the wooden crosses had decayed, if some of the dead had become anonymous with time, then what exactly happened when the cemetery was cleared? Even if the workers did their best, how could anyone be completely sure that every last body had been found, identified, and moved? Land shifts. Graves sink. Markers vanish. Time covers over the dead in ways the living cannot always undo neatly. And if they did not get everyone? Then what? That was the question that sat in me after I learned the history. I found myself thinking about the land not as a schoolyard anymore, but as what it had once been. I imagined rows of graves under what had become open play space. I imagined mothers, fathers, children, strangers, workers, families, all buried there in a place meant to hold them forever. I thought about the early years of Sacramento, the roughness and uncertainty of life then, the number of people who would have died young, died in hardship, died far from the homes they once knew, and been laid down there under simple wooden markers that may not have lasted even a lifetime. Then I thought again about the figure I had seen by the oak tree. A woman. Still. Watching. Then gone. Was that figure tied to any of those forgotten dead? I cannot say for certain. I know better than to claim certainty where I do not have it. But I also know that after learning the history of the site, the encounter felt less random. It felt connected. Not explained fully, but connected in a way that made emotional and historical sense even if it did not satisfy logic completely. I kept thinking about the phrase, permanent graveyard. That is what the land had once been meant to be. Permanent. A final resting place. A place given for the dead to remain undisturbed. And yet, eventually, progress came. The cemetery became a problem for development. The dead were dug up, loaded away, and moved across town, while a schoolyard was laid over ground that had once been set apart for mourning and burial. Maybe the planners and officials of the time believed they had handled it properly. Maybe they told themselves it was respectful enough because the bodies were transferred elsewhere. But something about that still feels deeply unsentimental to me. A place that had once been given to the dead was turned into something completely different because the living decided they needed the land more. I understand progress in the practical sense. Cities grow. Land changes use. Roads, schools, and neighborhoods replace earlier landscapes. That is how human places evolve. But knowing that intellectually is different from standing in the middle of that transformed ground at twilight after seeing a figure disappear beside a tree. In that moment, history does not feel abstract. It feels personal. It feels like the past pushing up through the surface of the present. I began to think that perhaps just building the playground over the old cemetery had been enough to wake something. That may sound melodramatic, but it was honestly what I felt. If I had been laid to rest somewhere with the expectation of staying there, and then years later people dug me up, missed some of my neighbors, paved over the land, and sent children out to run and shout above what remained, I think I would be upset too. Maybe that is too human a way of imagining the dead. Maybe spirits, if they exist, do not think in such emotional terms. But maybe they do. Or maybe what lingers is not conscious anger so much as disturbance. A place meant for one purpose was turned to another, and some trace of that disruption remains. Some memory clings. Some presence refuses to be erased just because the living no longer wish to think of what lies beneath them. That thought stayed with me more and more the longer I sat with the history. I also found myself wondering about the specific woman I had seen. Why a woman? Why that shape, those broad hips, those bowed shoulders? Was she old? Young? Tired? Grieving? Watching? Was she simply there because I happened to walk by at the right moment and angle? Or had she been there many evenings before, unnoticed, standing in the same place where some part of her life or death had once touched the ground? The figure had not seemed threatening in a direct way. She had not rushed toward me or lifted an arm or done anything violent. But there was still something eerie in the fact that she appeared to be staring at me. It was not the aggression of the encounter that unsettled me most. It was the presence. Presence can be more disturbing than action sometimes. If a thing acts, you at least know how to name your fear. If it simply stands and watches, you are left with something harder to place. You begin filling the silence with questions. And there was silence all around that evening. That is another part one cannot stop thinking about. The schoolyard seemed almost deserted. The cold had driven most people away. There were only a few cars, a few distant signs of life, and the whisper of the trees. Everything else was still. That kind of setting makes an encounter feel more intimate and more exposed. There were no crowds, no bright voices, no movement to break the spell of what I saw. It was just me, the twilight, the old oak, and the figure. Then the disappearance. I returned to that over and over. Not walking away. Not fading into a doorway. Not crouching out of sight. Disintegrating. That word continues to feel right because it carries the strangeness of what happened. It was as if the shape could hold itself only so long, and when I got too close it lost that shape entirely. The human outline fell apart into nothing. There is something deeply wrong feeling in watching the human form itself fail like that. We are so used to solid bodies obeying the rules of space that when something shaped like a person simply ceases to be a person in front of you, it unsettles your whole sense of reality for a moment. After reading the history, I also began thinking more broadly about memory and place. How much does land remember? How much do human beings leave behind in the places where they suffered, died, or expected to stay forever? We often treat land as though it belongs completely to the living, as if once enough time passes, older meanings are erased. But maybe they are not. Maybe beneath our schools and roads and houses, layers of emotion, ritual, grief, and life remain. Maybe some people are simply more likely to feel them. Or maybe everyone feels them sometimes, but most choose not to think too hard about it. I do not know where I stand fully on those questions, but that encounter pushed me much closer to taking them seriously. Before that evening, the schoolyard was just a schoolyard to me. An ordinary urban place with trees, open space, and children there by day. After that evening, it became something else too. It became layered. It became a place where history was not merely past but present in some uneasy form. And once a place changes in that way for you, it never quite goes back. I also could not stop thinking about the number again. 4,685. That is so many people. So many lives. So many names, and probably many names lost. So many families once stood over that ground in grief. So many dead were entrusted to that earth. When I thought of that, the image of a single woman by a tree almost felt inevitable. Why should it be surprising if something remained? Why should a place that held thousands of bodies and then had a playground poured over it be spiritually empty? Perhaps the real surprise is that more people do not see things there, though maybe they do and simply do not talk about it. There is also a sadness in that thought. Forgotten cemeteries disturb me in a particular way. A cemetery is not just ground. It is a promise. It is the living saying to the dead, "We will put you here, mark you, remember you, and leave you in peace." When that promise is broken, something in us recoils, even if the reasons for breaking it are practical and modern and supposedly necessary. The dead may not be able to protest in the way the living do. They cannot write letters or vote or stand in protest lines. But perhaps sometimes they remain anyway, in the only way they can. That is part of what I felt looking into the history. Not just curiosity. Not just creepiness. But a sense of wrongness, as if a contract had been quietly violated long ago, and the place still had not settled from it. I imagined the wooden crosses most of all. Simple crosses in the earth. Maybe some with names roughly painted or carved on them. Maybe some with no name at all. Rain soaking them year after year. sun bleaching them, wind wearing them down. Then the names fading, the wood splintering, the markers leaning, breaking, sinking, and finally disappearing into the dirt. Over time, a cemetery can be transformed by neglect even before bulldozers or plans arrive. The dead become anonymous first in memory, then in record, then in the ground itself. And once that happens, how careful can later generations really be when they come to move them? Not careful enough, I suspect. And if not careful enough, then perhaps some of those dead still lie there beneath the laughter of recess, beneath swinging children, beneath asphalt, beneath footsteps like mine on an October evening. I know how that sounds. I know it can seem too poetic, too dramatic, too willing to connect history with haunting. But I also know what I saw. And I know that the sight came before the research, not after. That matters to me. I did not go looking for a ghost in a famous haunted place. I went for a walk because I love autumn and wanted some exercise. I was enjoying the twilight and the leaves when I saw a woman-shaped figure by an oak tree and watched it disappear. Only later did I learn that the land itself had a history heavy enough to support the unease I had already felt. That order of events is important because it keeps me honest. I am not imposing a ghost story onto a place I already knew was eerie. The eeriness came first. The history followed. Sometimes I wonder whether the figure wanted to be seen. That is another question I cannot answer, but it comes to me often. If it had been only an optical illusion, then of course there was no intention behind it. But if it was a spirit, a remnant, a presence, or whatever word best fits, then why appear at all? Why there? Why that evening? Why in that shape? Was it chance? Or was some part of the dead reaching upward, not angrily perhaps, but insistently, as if to say we are still here beneath all this? If so, then perhaps seeing her was less about me personally and more about place. I just happened to be the one walking by when the place decided to reveal itself a little. That thought frightens me a little and moves me too, because it means the world is not only made of what is visible and current. It means the past remains closer than we think. It means progress does not erase what came before. It only covers it. And sometimes, if the light is right and the evening quiet enough, perhaps the covering slips for a second. I have walked many places in autumn since then. I still love the season. I still love the cool air, and the changing leaves and the hush that settles over neighborhoods when the cold starts to come in. But after that evening, I became more aware of how many hidden histories lie beneath ordinary spaces. Schools, parks, roads, shopping centers, playgrounds, so many stand on land that belonged to someone, held something, buried someone, witnessed something. Most of the time we move across those surfaces without a thought. But every now and then, a moment interrupts that easy forgetfulness. That evening interrupted mine. It took a quiet walk and turned it into something I still think about years later. It gave me not only a strange sight but also a moral discomfort I did not have before. Because once you know a playground sits on top of an old cemetery, you cannot look at swings and children and asphalt in the same innocent way. You begin imagining what was pushed beneath, and whether the dead approved of any of it. Maybe that sounds melodramatic. But maybe the dead deserve a little melodrama from the living, especially when we build over them and move on. I have sometimes tried to imagine what New Helvetia Cemetery looked like in its early days. The founder of Sacramento giving the land. The first graves dug. Families standing in prayer. Wooden crosses placed in fresh dirt. The slow growth of the cemetery over years as more were buried there. The sadness and dignity of it. Then, much later, the decision to remove it, to exhume thousands, transport them elsewhere, and turn the land toward newer purposes. Human history is full of such shifts. But not all shifts feel harmless, and some leave behind more than paperwork and maps. That is what I believe now. Something was left behind. Maybe many things. And one evening in October, I saw at least one of them. A woman-shaped figure by an old oak tree. Still as death itself. Watching. Then gone. When I tell this story, some people immediately ask whether I was frightened in the moment. The truth is, not at first. The first feeling was surprise and curiosity. It only turned into fear after the figure vanished, and after I found nothing to explain it. Then, once I learned what had once stood there, fear gave way to something more complicated. Unease, yes, but also sorrow. Anger on behalf of the forgotten. A sense of violation. A feeling that the place itself had been wrong. That may be why the figure stays with me so strongly. She does not feel like a random ghost sighting to me. She feels like a witness. Or perhaps a remainder. One of the anonymous dead who had no enduring stone, no surviving cross, no careful record, and no say when the cemetery became something else. Maybe I am wrong. Maybe it was only a trick of light too perfect to explain. But standing by that tree with nothing around it to account for what I had seen, I did not feel as though I had merely misunderstood a shadow. And after learning the history of the ground, that feeling only deepened. So I am left with the story as it happened. An autumn evening walk on Alhambra Boulevard. Twilight settling over an almost empty schoolyard. Leaves whispering in the chill. A woman-shaped figure by an old oak on the west corner of the playground. My approach. Her stillness. My attempt to make sense of what I was seeing. Then the disappearance. Then the research. Then the dead rising in history. 4,685 bodies. A permanent graveyard called New Helvetia. Wooden crosses long gone. Names perhaps lost. And a playground built where they were meant to rest forever. That is what happened. And even now, when I think about progress and cities and the way we build over the past without looking down very long, I think of that schoolyard and that figure. I think of the forgotten dead beneath children's games and fallen leaves. I think of the possibility that the earth does not forget as quickly as we do. And I think that if I were one of the forgotten, I might stand there too, by an old oak tree at twilight, waiting for at least one person to notice that I was never really gone. Growing up, I moved around a lot because my dad was in the Navy. We never stayed in one place very long. 3 years was about the longest we ever remained anywhere before packing up again and starting over somewhere new. Because of that, a lot of my childhood feels tied to houses, streets, schools, and neighborhoods that came and went quickly. Some places left only faint memories behind, but others stayed with me in a very strong way. One of those places was Monterey, California. We moved there when I was 3 years old. Even though I was very young, Monterey became one of those places that seemed to press itself deeply into my family's memory. So many strange things happened there that, even now, the name of that place carries a certain feeling with it. There were experiences in that house and in that period of our lives that my family still talks about. Some of them I remember for myself as clearly as if they happened yesterday. Others I do not remember directly, but I know them just as well because every member of my immediate family has told the story the exact same way for years. When different people repeat the same details over and over across time, the story stops feeling like some old family tale and starts feeling like a fixed piece of family history. This is one of those stories. It is strange because it is about me, but it is not something I remember myself. Instead, it has been told to me by my mother, my father, my older sister, and my older brother so many times, and always almost word for word, that I can picture it as if I were there watching it from outside myself. My sister is 10.5 years older than me, and my brother is 9.5 years older, so both of them were old enough at the time to understand exactly what they were seeing. That matters because this story was not witnessed only by my parents, who might have explained it away as stress or imagination. My siblings were there too, and they all agree completely on what happened. At the time, I was about 4 years old. Apparently, it had been one of those difficult little kid days when I was being impossible. I was running around the house, not listening, disobeying my parents, and throwing fits the way little children sometimes do when they are overly tired, overstimulated, or just determined to be difficult for no good reason. I think every family has days like that, especially with a child that age. You do not always know exactly what sets them off. Sometimes they are tired. Sometimes they are cranky. Sometimes they just decide the whole world is against them, and act accordingly. From what everyone has always said, I was being a complete brat that day. Eventually, my mother had enough and decided to put me in the corner. That was her way of making me settle down. I imagine, from everything I know about my mother, that she was already tired of repeating herself by then. I had probably ignored too many warnings already, and she was trying to bring some order back into the room. So into the corner I went. At first, I reacted the way a lot of little kids do. I whined. I cried. I probably carried on in a way meant to make everyone around me miserable. Then, after a little while, I finally obeyed. I stood there with my face toward the corner the way I had been told. And then, according to everyone who witnessed it, the strangest thing happened. As soon as I settled down, I fell asleep. Standing up. With my nose toward the corner. I just went out cold. That alone would have been funny enough to become a family story, honestly. A little kid being such a brat that she gets sent to the corner, and then falls asleep standing there would be the kind of thing families laugh about for years. Everyone apparently thought the same thing at first. I had probably been acting up because I was exhausted. Kids do that all the time. They get overtired and impossible, and then the minute they stop moving, sleep overtakes them. So nobody thought much beyond that in the beginning. But then only a few minutes later, I woke up. And that is when the story changed from funny to deeply strange. According to my family, the moment I woke up, I turned around and calmly announced that I needed a bath. That caught everyone off guard immediately. There was a reason for that. At that point in my life, I hated bathing. Not just in the ordinary little kid way where a child complains a bit before bath time. I apparently hated it enough that for me to suddenly ask for a bath was completely out of character. It was the last thing anyone expected to hear from me, especially while I was still supposed to be in timeout. So my mother, assuming I was just trying to get out of punishment, told me to turn back around. She said something like, "Joel, turn around, you're in timeout." But instead of reacting like a child caught trying to escape punishment, I repeated that I needed a bath. Not only that, but I said I needed to get ready for work. That part made no sense at all. I was 4 years old. I could not even have understood work the way an adult means it, at least not in the full practical sense. I was just a little girl standing in a corner in timeout. So when I said I needed to take a bath and get ready for work, the whole room shifted. What had been an odd little moment suddenly became something that no one in my family could explain. My mother, still trying to treat it like normal childish nonsense, told me again to stop messing around, to turn back toward the corner, and not make things worse for myself. That was when I did something even stranger. I asked her why she kept calling me Joel. And I told her that was not my name. Now, that alone is unsettling enough. A little child rejecting her own name and speaking as if she is someone else is not the kind of thing families just brush aside, especially when it comes out of nowhere. But according to everyone, I did not say it in a playful or silly way. I did not sound like a child pretending to be another person for a game. I sounded serious, matter of fact, certain, and I repeated that I needed to get ready for work. By then my mother was no longer simply irritated. She was confused, and I think a little frightened. So she asked me where I worked, and I answered. I said, "I make costumes for little people." Those were the words. The minute I said that, my mother felt a chill run down her spine. That detail has always stayed the same in every retelling. She never forgot that feeling. Out of everything that happened, that answer struck her in a very deep way because it was so specific and so completely beyond anything a 4-year-old me should have said. I make costumes for little people. Not dolls. Not toys. Not children. Little people. There is something about that phrase that feels old-fashioned and adult. Even now, hearing it repeated, it does not sound like something a small child would invent on the spot while half asleep after standing in a corner. It sounds like an answer from someone with a job, a routine, and a life far outside what a 4-year-old could have known. According to my family, I continued arguing with my mother for several more minutes. It was not a tantrum. It was not the shrill, emotional reaction of a child in trouble. It was something calmer, stranger, and more focused. I kept insisting I needed to bathe and get ready. I kept insisting that Joel was not my name. I kept behaving as if my mother were the one being unreasonable, not me. Finally, though, my mother got me turned back toward the corner. And as soon as I faced the corner again, I fell asleep. Again. Just like that. As if someone had switched me off. Then, a few minutes later, I woke up once more. This time I was myself again, at least according to everyone who was there. I was allowed to leave timeout, and the family immediately started asking me why I had done that, and what I had meant by the things I had said. I had no idea what they were talking about. None at all. I did not remember saying any of it. That is one of the strangest parts for me now, hearing the story as an adult. If I had been playing or pretending or making up some kind of childish character, you would think I would at least have remembered it afterward, or carried some trace of it. But I did not. I apparently looked at them blankly when they questioned me. I did not understand why they were asking. To me, whatever had happened during those few strange minutes had not happened at all. And then there is the detail that unsettles people the most whenever this story is told. At 4 years old, I apparently did not speak very clearly in everyday life. I was still at that stage where my speech was not always sharp or easy to understand. I was young enough that some words were probably still a struggle. But everyone who was there says that while this happened, I spoke very clearly. Not only clearly, but in the voice of an older woman. That part has never changed in how my family tells it. Not a deeper child's voice. Not a silly made-up voice. An older female voice. Clear. Calm. Certain. That is the story as it has been given back to me by my whole family for years. Because I do not remember it personally, I have spent much of my life thinking about what it could have been. When I was younger, hearing the story used to creep me out, but also fascinate me. It made me feel as though there was some hidden layer to my own childhood that I could not access directly, but that had somehow been seen clearly by everyone else in the room. As I got older, I started trying to think about it in different ways. Was it some kind of sleepwalking event? Was it an unusual childhood trance? Was I repeating words I had heard somewhere without anyone realizing I had absorbed them? Or was it something paranormal, the way some people would immediately assume? The reason it has stayed with me so strongly is because of how consistent everyone has been about it. Families are usually terrible at keeping stories identical over long periods of time. Details change. People exaggerate. Somebody remembers one thing, somebody else remembers another, and over time a story grows new parts. But with this one, every member of my immediate family has told it almost word for years. The same sequence. The same phrases. The same reaction from my mother. The same strange answer about making costumes for little people. The same sleeping, waking, speaking, and then not remembering. That consistency is what has always made it difficult to dismiss. I have also wondered about the setting of our life at the time. We had moved often because of the Navy, and children who move frequently often absorb more than adults realize. They hear fragments of conversation, encounter different places, different accents, different people, and different emotional energies around them. I have sometimes asked myself whether I could somehow have picked up an adult phrase from somewhere and used it without understanding it. But even that feels incomplete as an explanation, because it does not account for the voice my family described or the total break in memory afterward. Monterey itself was full of strange experiences for my family. That is another reason this story refuses to sit neatly inside a simple explanation. It was not the only odd thing tied to that period of our lives. According to my family, and according to my own memories of other things from that place, there was already something unusual in the air during those years. I do not mean that in some dramatic haunted house way necessarily, but in the sense that too many strange moments clustered around that time to ignore completely. This was one of them, and perhaps not even the strangest of all. The image that always comes to me when I think about this story is almost comical at first. A tiny child in timeout. Asleep standing up. Then waking and speaking like someone else entirely. That contrast is part of why it has such power as a story. It begins in an ordinary family way, with a tired mother disciplining a bratty little girl. It feels familiar, domestic, even funny. Then within minutes it opens into something unexplainable. The familiar room becomes strange. The child becomes a stranger. The mother is no longer only dealing with bad behavior but with something she cannot understand at all. I have asked myself many times what my mother must have felt in those moments. At first, probably irritation. Then confusion. Then that chill when I said I made costumes for little people. Then genuine fear. Because what do you do when your small child, who normally does not speak especially clearly, suddenly wakes from a standing sleep and insists in a woman's voice that she is someone else and has to go to work? There is no parenting manual for that. And perhaps what makes it more unsettling is that there was no dramatic ending. No lights flickering. No object flying across the room. No scream. No visible figure. It was just me, saying impossible things with certainty, then falling asleep again, then waking as myself and knowing nothing about it. Sometimes I wonder who that woman was supposed to be. If there truly was some kind of spirit or personality moving through me in that moment, who was she? Where did she work? What did she mean by making costumes for little people? Was she talking about children? Actors? Dancers? Entertainers? Or something else entirely? The phrase is so unusual that it feels like a clue, but a clue to what, I do not know. And if it was not paranormal, if it was some strange child mind event, it is still just as fascinating in another way. Because then the question becomes, where did my 4-year-old brain pull that from? Why that identity? Why that voice? Why that sense of urgency about bathing and work? It is one of those stories that opens questions but closes none of them. Another thing I think about is the timing of it. I had just fallen asleep in the corner, after being tired enough to conk out standing up. That means I was in some sort of half-waking, half-sleep state when it began. A lot of unusual experiences seem to happen in states like that, when the mind is not fully in one world or another. Maybe that means something spiritual to some people. Maybe it means something neurological to others. But either way, it feels important. It was as if whatever happened came through the doorway of sleep. Then again, maybe the sleep itself was part of it. Why did I fall asleep so suddenly both times? Why did I wake up into that other state and then return to sleep the moment I was turned back toward the corner? The rhythm of it feels unnatural somehow, almost too clean. Wake, speak, insist, sleep, wake again as myself. It has the shape of an interruption more than a normal episode of child behavior. As I got older, I also became aware of how people respond differently to stories like this depending on what they already believe. Some people hear it and immediately say it sounds like possession. Others say it sounds like a child's overactive imagination mixed with fatigue. Others think it may have been some form of dissociation or sleep state. Some want to make it spiritual, others want to make it psychological, and others still just say children are weird and leave it at that. I understand all of those reactions. But the story does not feel that easy to place. Maybe because it belongs to that strange edge where childhood, memory, family witnessing, and the unexplainable all overlap. I think what makes it hardest to dismiss is that I do not own this story through memory, but through testimony. If it were only my own memory, I might question it more. I might say perhaps I embroidered it over time. Perhaps I shaped it into something stranger than it really was. But this story was given to me by others, again and again, with the same details and same unease. In a way, that makes it feel even more powerful. It is as if my family has been holding a piece of my life that I myself cannot fully access. That can be unsettling in its own way. It makes you wonder what else about early childhood might have happened just beyond your own memory but still left its mark. It also makes me think about how adults must have looked at me afterward. Did they watch me differently for a while? Did my mother keep wondering if it would happen again? Did my siblings feel afraid of me, or only fascinated? Did everyone simply tuck it away as one more strange family story because no one knew what else to do with it? I suspect it was probably a mix of all of those things. Families often survive strangeness by turning it into a story. Once something can be told and retold, it becomes a little easier to carry. It becomes part of the family language. Something shocking is softened by repetition, but never completely. That is what happened here, I think. The story was repeated so many times that it became familiar, but it never stopped being strange. And the fact that it happened in Monterey matters to me too. That place seems wrapped in unusual energy in my family history. So many things happen there that even now, when I hear the name, I do not think only of California or of moving because of the Navy. I think of weirdness, of stories, of the beginning of a long relationship with things that do not fit neatly into everyday explanations. Maybe this event was one of the first signs of that. Or maybe it was only one strange isolated moment in a childhood already filled with change and movement. I do not know. What I do know is that the image has stayed with me all my life. A little girl punished for acting out, sleeping in the corner, then turning around and speaking in the voice of a tired older woman who wanted a bath and had to get ready for work making costumes for little people. If I ever heard anyone else tell that story about their child, I would probably be deeply unsettled. Because it does not sound like normal play. It does not sound like nonsense. It sounds like someone else briefly stepped into the room wearing a child's body. That may or may not be what happened, but I understand why the story affected my family so deeply. And even now, when I think of it, the part that catches me most is not actually the strange job or the wrong name. It is the sadness and the urgency. I need a bath. I need to get ready for work. Those are the words of a person already carrying routine, duty, and tiredness. There is something weary in them. Something adult. Something very far away from 4-year-old life. A 4-year-old in timeout is supposed to be angry, pouty, stubborn, loud. But the person my family says spoke through me sounded tired and responsible in a way that feels almost heartbreaking. Maybe that is why the story lingers. Because beneath the eeriness, there is a human feeling to it. Whoever that woman was, if there was a woman at all, she sounded tired. She sounded as though she had somewhere she had to be. And for a few minutes, in the middle of a family punishment scene, she was there instead of me. Then she was gone, and I came back with no memory of her at all. That is my family's story. And whether the explanation is paranormal, psychological, or something in between, it remains one of the strangest pieces of my childhood, one I did not live in memory but still somehow carry as if I did. This happened when I was a little girl, maybe around 6 or 7 years old, and even though it did not happen directly to me, it was one of those stories I heard so many times from my mother that it became part of my own memory too. Some stories in a family are told once and then forgotten. Others are told again and again, not because people want attention, but because they still do not fully understand what happened. This was one of those stories. I remember hearing my mother and my aunt talk about it more than once, and every time they told it, the details stayed the same. That is one reason it always stayed with me. It never sounded like a made-up tale, or one of those stories that changes every time it is repeated. It always came back the same way, and because of that, it settled deeply into my mind. At the time, we were living in Chicago, Illinois, on Whipple Street. My parents were trying to save money and hoped to buy a house someday, but while they worked toward that, we were living in a basement apartment. I was still little then, and to me, it was just home. Children do not always question the places they live in the way adults do. If you sleep there, eat there, play there, and wake up there every day, then it becomes normal, even if later on you look back and realize there were many strange things about it. I did not understand it at the time, but that apartment had a heavy feeling to it. There was always something unusual there, something in the air that made people uneasy. Many things happened in that apartment, and even now I still wish I knew what had gone on there before we moved in, or what had happened in that basement long before my family ever lived there. The apartment itself had a layout that I still remember pretty clearly because my mother described it so many times when telling the story. When you walked in through the front door, you first stepped into a small room that was almost like a foyer. It was not a large space, just a room that led into the rest of the apartment. If you turned to the right from there, you entered another room that served as both the living room and the dining room. From that area, if you kept walking farther into the apartment, my parents' bedroom was on the left side. To the right was a small hallway. At the end of that hallway, the bathroom was on the right side, and the kitchen was on the left. Then, at the end of the kitchen, there was the bedroom that my brother and I shared. At that time, there were only the two of us children. It was a simple apartment, but because it was in the basement, it always seemed a little darker than other homes, a little cooler, and a little more closed in. My mother used to say that some places have a way of making you feel watched even when you are alone, and that apartment was like that. There was one area in particular that always seemed strange. Between the kitchen and my parents' room, there was a small hallway that felt almost like a walk-in closet space, but it also connected the rooms and led toward the kitchen and our bedroom. It was the kind of little space people do not think much about in daylight, but at night it could feel completely different. Old apartments and basement apartments often have shadows that seem deeper than they should be, corners that look darker than the rest of the room, and places where the air feels cooler for no clear reason. Even before my mother ever told me this story, I think everyone in the house felt that there was something off about that part of the apartment. My mother said that one night we were all asleep when it happened. It was supposed to be an ordinary night like any other. Everyone had gone to bed, and the apartment was quiet. My father was next to her in bed. My brother and I were asleep in our room. The apartment should have been still and safe, just another family home in the middle of the night. But sometime while she was sleeping, my mother woke up with a terrible feeling. She always said it was not just that she woke up suddenly. It was that she woke up with a deep sense that someone was watching her. She had not seen anything yet, and she had not heard any clear noise, but she felt it before anything else. That was what frightened her right away. Sometimes people say you can feel when a room is wrong, or when someone is there before you actually know why. That is how she described it. She said that when she woke up, her eyes were still closed at first, but she could feel that something had changed in the room. The air had gotten cold. She slept on the inside of the bed, next to the wall. My father slept on the outside. So she was not in a place where someone could easily move around her without her knowing. At least, that is how it should have been. She said that she felt herself getting colder, and tried to cover up more under the blankets. Then, all of a sudden, something pulled the covers off her. At first, she assumed it must have been my father by accident. That would be the most natural explanation. People move in their sleep. Maybe he had turned and pulled the blanket with him. So she covered herself again. Then it happened again. The blanket was pulled away from her once more. By this point she was already uneasy, but she still wanted to believe there had to be a normal reason. Maybe my father was moving without realizing it. Maybe she was only half awake and confused. So once again she tried to cover herself up. But this time, as she tried, she felt something touch her. She did not describe it as a rough or violent touch at first. She said it felt almost like someone was caressing her, touching her in a slow and deliberate way. That was what made her realize it was not my father simply pulling the blanket in his sleep. She turned to look at him. He was turned the other way, facing away from her. That was the moment fear really took hold of her. If he had been reaching toward her or moving around, maybe she could have explained it, but he was turned away from her. He was sleeping. She could see that much clearly. And yet something was touching her. She tried to reach for him to wake him up. She wanted to shake him, call his name, do anything to get his attention. But then she realized she could not move. She was frozen. That was how she described it every single time. Frozen. Not just too scared to move, but physically unable to move. She could not lift her arm. She could not fully turn her body. She could not even cry out the way she wanted to. She said she could not see anyone standing there, and that was almost worse than if she had seen a person. Because if you can see something, at least you know where it is. But she said she could not see anyone at all, yet she could feel breathing on her face. She could feel something close to her, right there near her, and she could feel hands on her, grabbing at her, touching her, holding on to her. It was invisible, but completely real to her. She said it felt like it went on for around 5 minutes, though in that kind of fear 5 minutes can feel much longer. She fought as hard as she could inside herself to break free. She kept trying to move, trying to force her body to respond, trying to get out of whatever held her in place. Finally, after what felt like forever to her, she was able to move again. The first thing she did was wake my father up. She shook him and told him what had happened. My father was awake then, but he did not know what to do. He had not seen anything. He had only just woken up and found my mother terrified. So he did the only thing he could think of. He stayed awake with her. He remained beside her until she finally settled down enough to go back to sleep. Even then, the fear did not leave her completely. She made that clear whenever she told the story. The worst part was not only the touch or the paralysis. It was the sense that something had been in the room with her, close enough to breathe in her face, close enough to move the blankets and touch her body, and yet it was invisible. That kind of fear stays with a person. It is not the same as hearing a noise in the night or thinking you saw something in the corner of your eye. This was direct. It was physical. It was intimate in the worst possible way. My mother had always been a strong woman, and she was not the type to invent stories for attention. So when she described how frightened she had been, everyone believed her. The next day, still shaken, my mother decided to call my aunt and tell her what had happened. My aunt and my mother were very close, and when something frightening or unusual happened, it was natural for them to share it with each other. My mother wanted to hear another voice, wanted to say it out loud, maybe even wanted someone to tell her there was some explanation for it. Maybe she hoped my aunt would calm her down or tell her it had just been a nightmare. She called and began telling her about the strange thing that had happened during the night. But something very strange happened on the other end of the phone. My aunt went quiet. Not just listening quietly, but the kind of silence that makes you stop speaking too. My mother noticed it immediately and asked if she was all right. Then my aunt said something that shocked her completely. She said, "The exact same thing happened to me." My mother was stunned. She asked her when, and my aunt said, "Last night." Then they started talking more carefully about it. They compared the details. They compared the time. And when they did, they realized that it had happened to both of them at around the same time in the night. That made the whole thing much harder to dismiss. If only my mother had experienced it, someone might try to explain it as a nightmare, sleep paralysis, stress, or fear. But this was not just my mother. My aunt had gone through the same thing on the same night, at roughly the same time. And there was one more detail that made it even stranger. They were not in the same place. My mother was in Chicago. My aunt was in Costa Rica, in Central America. They were not twins. They were not sleeping in the same house. They were not even in the same country. And yet, according to both of them, the same thing happened in the same night at almost the same time. That part always made the story much harder to brush aside. Because it was not simply an individual fear or bad dream anymore. It became something shared, something that seemed to cross distance in a way no ordinary explanation could easily cover. What are the chances that two women in different countries would both wake in the night, feel watched, feel cold, have their covers pulled away, feel touched or grabbed by something unseen, become unable to move, and then later realize it happened at the same time? That is why the story stayed alive in our family for so long. It was not only frightening. It was also incredibly hard to explain. I have thought about this story many times over the years, especially as I got older and started hearing other stories from other people about similar things. Some call it sleep paralysis. Some say it is a spiritual attack. Some say it is an evil presence that presses itself on people at night. Others try to explain it as a medical or psychological event, something the brain does when it wakes before the body can move. I understand all of those explanations. I really do. But what has always made this particular story different in my mind is that my aunt had the same experience the same night in another country. That detail has always made me stop and think harder. If it had only happened to my mother, maybe it would be easier to box up and label with some simple explanation. But because it happened to both of them, the story has a very different weight. It raises other questions. Was there some spiritual connection between them? Did something move from one to the other? Did they somehow sense the same thing at the same time? Or did something in the family itself, something we did not understand, open them both to the same experience? I do not know. I only know that the story was always told the same way, and the fear in it always sounded real. My mother never laughed while telling it. My aunt never treated it lightly either. It was one of those stories that made people lower their voice a little when they got to the main part. The room always seemed quieter when it was told. Maybe because everyone listening could feel, even without being there, how helpless and wrong it must have felt. And as strange as that one night was, it was not the only thing that happened in that apartment. That is something I always remember too. There were many other things, and one day I may tell those stories too. The apartment itself seemed to hold some kind of bad energy, or history that none of us knew much about. It was in a basement, and maybe that made everything feel heavier somehow. Basement apartments already have a different atmosphere than regular apartments. They tend to be darker, more enclosed, and more cut off from the world above. Light enters differently. Sound travels differently. The walls feel closer. And if something in that apartment had happened before we lived there, I have often wondered if the place itself somehow held on to it. My mother used to say she wished she could know what had happened there before our family moved in. She always felt there was something wrong with that place. Not just because of that one event, but because of several others. Sometimes a house or apartment carries a feeling that does not belong to decoration or layout or neighborhood. It feels as if something happened there once and never fully left. That was how she felt about that basement apartment. I also think often about how little I understood all of this as a child. At 6 or 7 years old, you hear the adults talking, you sense the fear in their voices, you know something bad happened, but you do not yet have the words to process it. You only absorb it. It becomes part of how you feel in the dark, part of how you understand that some places are not like others. Some rooms feel normal. Some hallways feel harmless. And some places make the grown people nervous too, which is how a child first learns that fear is not only for children. In that apartment, the fear belonged to the adults as well. That matters. When a child imagines something, adults can calm it. They can explain it away, laugh gently, or say everything is fine. But when adults themselves are frightened, it changes the whole world for a child. It tells you that whatever happened is not just childish imagination. It has entered the real world of grown-up fear too. My mother carried that fear from that night, and so did my aunt. The fact that they both spoke about it so seriously told me, even when I was young, that it had been something very real to them. I have also thought about the way my father reacted. When my mother finally broke free and woke him, he did not know what to do. I think that part is very human and important. People often imagine that if something supernatural happens, someone will have the right answer, the right prayer, the right action, the right words. But most of the time, they do not. Most people are just people. They wake up confused and frightened because someone they love is terrified, and they do what they can. My father stayed with her. He kept her company until she could sleep again. That may sound simple, but sometimes that is all anyone can offer when facing the unknown. And perhaps that is what makes the story feel more believable, as you said. It does not sound dramatic in a fake way. It sounds like something that frightened two real women badly enough that they still talked about it years later. No great speech. No flying objects. No monster standing at the foot of the bed. Just the terrible feeling of being watched, the covers being pulled away, the touch of unseen hands, the frozen body, the breath on the face, and then the discovery that it happened to someone else you love at the same time, far away. That is the kind of story that stays with people. I have wondered if my mother and aunt ever fully understood what happened. I do not think they did. I think they accepted that it happened and that it was beyond ordinary explanation, but I do not think they ever felt they truly solved it. Some things are like that. They do not come to us with answers. They come as events that leave marks and questions behind. Why did it happen that night? Why to both of them? Why in different places? Why at the same time? Why that apartment? Why that family? I do not know. Maybe there are explanations that exist somewhere in science, or sleep studies, or spiritual traditions. Maybe there are people who would hear this and immediately categorize it one way or another. But for those who lived it, it was not a category. It was fear. It was confusion. It was the sense that the world had briefly become stranger and more dangerous than they ever expected. And that is why it stayed in our family memory. It became one of those stories that gets told not because people enjoy being frightened, but because they still need to make sense of it somehow. Telling it keeps it from disappearing into silence. Telling it says, this happened, and even if we do not understand it, it mattered. For me, growing up hearing it, it became part of how I understand that some experiences cannot be easily laughed away. It also became part of how I think about family connections. If my mother and my aunt really went through the same thing at the same time while being so far apart, then maybe there are bonds between people that go deeper than distance. Maybe whatever touched one of them could reach the other too. Or maybe their connection itself allowed them to experience the same thing. That is only a thought, of course, but it is one I have had many times. And in the end, maybe that is what makes this story feel so unsettling and so believable at once. It is not only a story about a strange night attack. It is also a story about connection. Two women. Two countries. One night. One fear. The same invisible hands. The same breath. The same helplessness. That is what gives it its power. Even now, when I think about that basement apartment on Whipple Street, I think not only of its rooms and hallways but of the atmosphere it must have had after that night. My mother would have walked through it differently. The bedroom would not have felt the same. The small hallway between my parents' room and the kitchen would not have felt the same. Night itself would not have felt the same. Once something like that happens, a place changes. Or maybe the place was already wrong and only showed itself clearly that night. Either way, I do not think my mother ever forgot it. And neither did my aunt. And because of them, either did I. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. I grew up in a house that most people would probably call beautiful. Even now, if someone were to drive up and see it for the first time, they would likely notice the size of it before anything else. It was built in the 1870s by a tobacco baron who once owned a few hundred acres of land around it. Over the years, most of that land was sold off and developed into housing, so what used to be a huge private estate has been reduced to about 10 acres now. Still, even with only 10 acres left, the place feels large and old and full of history. The house itself has 5 bedrooms, and each bedroom has its own bathroom and a good-sized closet. There is a living room, a dining room, an office, a kitchen, a study, a bonus room, a basement, and an attic. On the property there is also an old barn that has been fixed up and turned into a nice garage, along with a few smaller sheds we use for tools and storage. All of those buildings are as old as the house itself, and all of them seem to carry the same feeling. From the outside, it is the kind of place people admire. It looks established, proud, and full of old-fashioned charm. But if you live in a place long enough, especially one as old as that, you start learning things about it that visitors never see. You learn how the floors sound at night, which doors stick in certain weather, where the light falls strangely in late afternoon, and how silence in an old house is never really silence. There is always some sound, always some shift in the wood, always some unexplained draft where there should not be one. And in our house, there was more than that. There were things that happened so often that we stopped treating them like surprises, even if we never really understood them. The house was always a little odd. That is the gentlest way I can put it. There were noises that no one could explain, cold drafts in rooms that had no windows, strange movements, shadows, and all sorts of things that did not make sense. At first, maybe some of it could be explained away. Old houses settle. Old pipes make sounds. Old walls seem to breathe when the weather changes. But some things went beyond that. Some things happened too clearly, too often, and too strangely to just laugh off forever. And once those things start piling up in the same place, your relationship with that place changes. You stop seeing it as just a house and begin seeing it as something else, something that has its own moods and its own secrets. One of the first things that really stayed with me happened when my brothers and I were out in the woods on our property. We had built a fort back there, the kind of thing kids make when they want a place that feels like their own. It was not anything fancy, just a hidden spot in the trees where we could hang out, play, and pretend we were somewhere far away from adults and rules. One day we were walking toward it like we had done many times before, and all of a sudden I had one clear thought slam into my mind: run. It was not a normal thought, not like me deciding I was tired or scared. It felt like a command. A very sharp, sudden command. Before I could even understand it, all three of us started running back toward the house as fast as we could. None of us stopped to ask why. None of us looked around. We just ran. When we finally got closer to home and slowed down enough to talk, we realized we had all had the exact same thought at the exact same time. We all felt it. All of us. That shook me more than I could really admit then. If it had only been me, maybe I could have told myself I was imagining things or had scared myself somehow. But all three of us reacting the same way made it much harder to dismiss. It took me weeks before I had the courage to go back into that area of the woods. Eventually, we decided to build another fort somewhere else instead. But even after that, when I was outside alone, I would sometimes hear what sounded like footsteps behind me, just close enough to make me turn around, and every time there would be nothing there. A few months after that, something else happened inside the house that I have never forgotten. I watched a dictionary slide across a shelf by itself and settle perfectly into the exact place where it usually sat. It did not fall. It did not tilt. It did not wobble and then shift. It moved. It slid like someone had reached out with a careful hand and pushed it neatly back into place. I watched it happen. It was one of those moments where you do not scream or run right away because your mind stops first. You just stand there looking at something impossible and trying to force it back into normal rules. Maybe the shelf was uneven. Maybe I had bumped it earlier without noticing. Maybe the book had been hanging partly off the edge and only now shifted back. But none of those explanations truly fit what I saw. It moved too smoothly and too deliberately. Then there was the woman. I woke up one night and saw a lady standing near me. She wore a green dress or maybe a robe. Even now I am not completely sure which word fits better, because it was soft and flowing and seemed more like old-fashioned clothing than anything modern. She looked at me and smiled. There was nothing cruel or threatening in that smile. In fact, it felt kind. She leaned down, kissed me on the head, and then disappeared. That sounds impossible when written out like that, but it happened, and what makes it even stranger is that I have seen her more than once over the years. It was not a single one-time dream. From time to time, I would wake and see her again. She would always look back at me with that same gentle smile. My sister said she had seen the same lady too, which made me feel less crazy. If I had been the only one, maybe I would have tried to bury the memory and call it a dream. But I was not the only one. My sister saw her too. Sometimes the strange things were smaller, almost easy to dismiss if you caught them quickly enough. Once, in the bathroom, I saw a strange white mist form and then disappear almost as soon as I noticed it. It was not steam. It was not smoke. It was there and then it was gone. Another time I felt something that seemed like hands around my throat. I have heard what sounded like a woman laughing when no one was around. I have heard voices when I was completely alone. The list of strange events could go on and on, honestly. There were so many little things over the years that at a certain point I stopped reacting to all of them with the same fear I might have felt at first. As strange as that sounds, I never really felt threatened by most of it. It was unsettling, yes, but a lot of it became something I simply lived with. It was part of the house, part of life there, and I learned to push it aside and keep going. That changed after my sister turned 14. That was when we started seeing what I can only describe as it. The easiest comparison I have ever found comes from that Arnold Schwarzenegger movie with the Predator. In the movie, when the Predator cloaked itself, it looked like the outline of a human-like figure, but translucent, like something almost invisible bending the air around it. That is the closest thing I can compare it to. What we saw was like a humanoid shape that was not fully solid. You could make out its outline, but not its face clearly, not its details, not in the way you would look at a normal person. It was there, but it was not really there in the ordinary sense. It had shape, movement, and presence, but it was translucent. You could see it best by the way it distorted what was behind it. By that point in our lives, my sister was suffering badly from depression. She had begun cutting her wrists, and because of that, the family did not want to leave her alone too much, especially at night. We shared a room for that reason. None of us wanted her isolated, and I think sharing the room also brought us closer than many siblings ever become. We were already sisters, but after all of that, we also became best friends. That closeness mattered later, because many of the strangest experiences with the translucent figure happened while we were together. The first time we both saw it clearly, we were home alone. I remember hearing my sister scream from the bathroom. It was not the kind of scream you make because of a bug or because you slip or startle yourself. It was a real scream, the kind that tells you something is wrong before you even think about it. I had a key to the bathroom because of the concerns about her mental health. I grabbed it and unlocked the door as quickly as I could, already afraid that she had hurt herself. But when I opened the door and looked in, I saw it. It was just there, looking back at me. That is what I remember most strongly. The outline of that impossible translucent figure standing there as if it had been waiting. It did not rush me. It did not attack. It simply stood there and looked back at me, and then it vanished. It was one of those moments where you cannot even fully react because your mind is trying to catch up to what your eyes are seeing. My sister was terrified. She insisted that I stay in the doorway while she dried off and got dressed, and of course I did. I would not have left her for anything in that moment. After that, it came back from time to time. For about a year, my sister developed a habit. Whenever she took a shower, she would lock the bedroom door, and I would stand or lean against the wall next to the bathroom door, which we left open. It became a routine built out of fear and necessity. We were afraid of her being alone because of the depression and self-harm, but we were also afraid of whatever that thing was. So I stayed nearby. We made little systems like that to survive what we could not explain. One night I watched the translucent figure walk right in front of my bed. There was no misunderstanding it. I saw the shape move clearly across the room. It scared the hell out of me. Even after everything else in that house, even after years of strange things, seeing that figure move through a room where I was trying to sleep shook me in a deeper way. It felt more direct, more deliberate, more aware. Then, somehow, it seemed to get itself a friend. One night I woke up and saw a black figure leaning over me, looking down at me. Unlike the translucent one, this one felt heavier somehow, darker, more solid in its shadow-like presence. I did not stay in bed long. I got up and went straight to my sister's bed and slept next to her that night. I was too frightened to do anything else. Whatever courage I might have had in daylight or in retelling the story later, that night I felt like a child again, desperate not to be alone. Then life took a darker turn in ways that had nothing to do with ghosts, and everything to do with loss. When I was 15, my brother was killed in a car accident. They said he was not speeding. They said he had simply fallen asleep at the wheel and gone off the road. The date was October 30th, 2003. At the time, I accepted what they told us because what else was there to do? He was gone, and the explanation was what everyone settled on. But after everything that happened later, I began to doubt that version of events more and more. Once you live for years in a house where strange things happen, and once you begin seeing figures that seem to arrive before tragedy, you start looking back differently at the worst moments of your life. 3 years later, when I was 17, it happened again. The date was October 28, 2006. I was in a car with a friend who was driving. We were at a stoplight, and when the light turned green, he suddenly hit the gas hard. Later, he could not explain why he had done it. He just did. He went around a corner too fast, lost control, and the car went into a skid. We crossed over the yellow line and were hit by oncoming traffic. What followed changed my life completely. I spent 23 days in the hospital. The doctors had to revive me twice. I lost my spleen. My pelvis was shattered. I spent 3 months in a wheelchair. That accident should have killed me. Maybe by all normal measures, it almost did. After that, something changed in the house. Everything went quiet. The noises stopped. The strange occurrences stopped. The atmosphere changed. It was as if whatever had been active all those years suddenly retreated. The only thing that remained was the ghost lady in the green dress. I still saw her from time to time, but the rest of it seemed to disappear. The house became almost normal, if such a thing can really be said about a place like that. For a while, I thought maybe whatever it was had finally left us alone. I thought perhaps the worst was over. Everything stayed quiet until February 4th of this year. That day I saw the translucent figure again. It stepped in front of me and stopped. I think it was facing me. I cannot say that with total certainty because there were never details to its face the way there are with a normal person, but the sense was that it had turned toward me. It felt like it was taunting me somehow. It appeared, stopped, and then disappeared. The old dread rushed back and immediately. I had not seen it in so long that its return felt like a warning even before anything else happened. A few minutes later, the phone rang. It was the police. My father had been driving down the road not far from our house. My mother and my sister were in the car with him. He was going through a stoplight, and the light was green. A drunk driver slammed into the passenger side of his car so hard that the Ford F-150 the drunk driver was in cut my father's car in half. My mother and father were killed instantly. My sister almost died too. She survived, but she has brain damage. She did not lose her memory, but her coordination and motor skills were damaged. I do not think there are words strong enough for what that did to me. Losing a brother in one crash was already more than enough. Nearly dying in another crash 3 years later was more than enough. But then to see that figure again and almost immediately get a call telling me that my parents had just been killed and my sister maimed in another horrible accident, it broke whatever sense of normal life I still had left. I do not know how else to say it. At that point, coincidence stopped feeling like a satisfying word. Maybe it still is coincidence. Maybe every tragedy in my life that followed those appearances really did happen for entirely ordinary reasons. A sleepy driver. A drunk driver. Bad luck. Terrible timing. Those are the kinds of explanations the world gives. But when you have lived with years of strange presences, watched figures appear and disappear, felt hands on your throat, heard laughter in empty rooms, seen a kind woman in green kiss your head goodnight, and then watched death circle your family again and again after the appearance of that thing, it becomes very hard to trust ordinary explanations completely. I still do not know what the translucent figure was. I do not know whether it was tied to the house, to the land, to our family, or to something much darker. I do not know whether it caused anything, warned of anything, fed on tragedy, or was simply present around it. I do not even know if it was one thing or many things appearing in similar form. All I know is that after my sister turned 14, we both saw it. We were not imagining it separately. We were not primed by stories because either of us had a name for it until we found one in a movie. We called it the cloaked predator because that was the only thing we had ever seen that came close to what it looked like. But giving it a comparison did not make it less real. It only made it easier to speak about. What confuses me most is that not everything in the house felt evil. The lady in green never frightened me in that way. She felt gentle, almost protective. She kissed my head. My sister saw her too. The white mist in the bathroom, the laughter, the voices, even the little strange things with objects or sounds in the house did not all feel threatening. Some of them felt like the ordinary strange life of an old haunted place. It was the translucent figure and later the black figure that changed everything. Those were different. Those felt wrong. Cold. Interested. Aware in an unpleasant way. And then there was the timing. My brother died on October 30th, 2003. My near-fatal accident was on October 28th, 2006. My parents were killed on February 4th after the figure returned. When you live through enough pain, your mind begins linking things whether you want it to or not. I have often wondered if my brother really just fell asleep at the wheel. I have wondered if my friend really just hit the gas for no reason. I have wondered how many people in my family were touched by something long before any of us knew how to talk about it. I also wonder why everything went quiet after my own accident. It felt almost as if a storm had passed through, done what it came to do, and then settled. For years after that, only the lady in green remained, appearing now and then the way she always had. The house became still. And then the translucent figure returned one more time before the police called. That sequence troubles me in ways I cannot fully explain. Sometimes I think about the land itself. The house was built in the 1870s. The barn, the sheds, all the outbuildings were just as old. A tobacco baron owned the place once, and in those years who knows what happened on that property. Wealth, labor, illness, death, births, family fights, secrets. Old land absorbs generations. Maybe whatever was there had been there long before my family ever moved in. Maybe old houses do not simply become haunted by one event. Maybe they gather things over time. Maybe some things attach to bloodlines. Maybe some things are older than houses themselves and only need the right place and the right people to show themselves. I know how crazy all of that sounds to some people. I used to think maybe I should stop talking about it altogether. But silence does not make the memories go away. It does not bring my family back. It does not erase the image of that translucent figure stopping in front of me before the phone rang. It does not erase the memory of my sister screaming in the bathroom, or the black shape leaning over me in the night. It does not erase the old woman in green smiling kindly in the dark. In some ways, that may be the hardest part. Not all of it was dark. Not all of it was easy to hate or reject. Some of it felt almost like another world brushing against ours in many different forms. Kind, cruel, warning, watching, touching, laughing, smiling, hurting. I still think about the fort in the woods too. All three of us hearing the command to run at the same time. That was one of the earliest things that made me wonder if the land around the house was just as strange as the house itself. We built a new fort somewhere else after that, but I never liked going back into that area. Even years later, I could still hear footsteps behind me sometimes. Maybe it was only animals or leaves and nerves. Or maybe not. In a life like mine, maybe is not a word that gives much peace. The dictionary sliding into place is another one of those moments that seems small compared to death and car accidents, but it matters to me because it was so precise. Objects do not usually move neatly by themselves into the exact spot where they belong. That feels almost like someone tidying up, or someone trying to be noticed in a way that does not require violence. It reminds me again that whatever was in that house was not all one thing. Some of it seemed almost domestic in its strangeness. Some of it felt familiar. Some of it felt ancient. And some of it felt like a predator waiting. I do not know if I will ever understand it. I do not know if anyone could truly explain the whole of it, even if they came and studied the house, the land, the family history, the dates, the deaths, the sightings, the moods, the accidents, and every other detail. Maybe all they would do is create labels that sound cleaner than the truth feels. Sometimes living through something is messier than any explanation. What I do know is that the house shaped me. It shaped the way I understand fear, loss, and the possibility that the world is not limited to what we can easily prove. It shaped the bond between me and my sister. It shaped the way I look at tragedy and timing. It shaped the way I question official explanations when my own lived experience keeps whispering that something else may have been there too. I still live in that house. That shocks people when I say it. They ask how I can stay there after everything. The answer is not simple. Part of it is practical. Part of it is history. Part of it is that when you grow up in a place, no matter how strange or painful it becomes, it gets woven into you. Leaving does not always free you from it. Sometimes the place lives inside you whether you stay or go. And sometimes, strangely enough, the house is not what you fear most anymore. The losses are. The phone calls are. The hospital beds are. The empty chairs are. The lady in green still appears now and then. She still smiles. She still feels gentle. I do not know who she was in life, if she was ever truly alive in that house, or if she is something else entirely. But I have never felt threatened by her. In a life so full of fear and grief, she almost feels like mercy. The translucent figure is another matter. If I never saw it again, I would be grateful. Because every time it appeared, something terrible followed. Maybe that is just the pattern my mind has made of it. Maybe it is the truth. I honestly do not know. But when you lose enough people, when you almost die yourself, when your sister is left brain damaged and your parents are killed instantly, you stop needing neat certainty. You only know what happened and what it did to you. So this is what I know. I grew up in an old house built in the 1870s on land that has seen more lives than I can imagine. There were noises, drafts, shifting objects, voices, mists, hands, laughter, and a woman in green who kissed my head. There was a translucent figure my sister and I both saw many times. There was a black figure that leaned over me in the night. My brother died in a crash. I nearly died in a crash 3 years later. The house went quiet. Then the translucent figure returned one day, stood in front of me, and disappeared. Minutes later the police called to say my parents had been killed and my sister nearly died. That is my life. That is my story. And even now, after everything, I am still trying to understand whether I lived in a haunted house, under a curse, or in the path of something far darker than either of those words can hold. When I was a young child, one of my favorite things in the world was catching fireflies. Even now, when I think back on summer evenings from those years, that is one of the first things that comes to mind. There was something magical about them. The way they glowed on and off in the dark felt almost too beautiful to be real. They seemed like tiny living lanterns floating through the air, and every time I saw them I wanted to catch as many as I could just to hold that little bit of light close for a while. Childhood has a way of turning simple things into wonders, and for me, fireflies were one of those wonders. Our backyard was small, so there was only so much room to run around. Sometimes that was fine, especially if it was just our immediate family outside. But on the nights when relatives came over and the house became crowded and full of noise, the backyard could start to feel too tight for so many children with so much energy. On those evenings, we would sometimes go down the street and across to a small park. It was not a particularly inviting park, at least not in the way some parks are. It did not feel especially warm or cheerful, and I remember it as a place with a kind of rough edge to it. But for us kids, none of that mattered much if there were fireflies there. If there were glowing bugs floating over the grass, then the park was good enough for us. Usually, one or more of the adults would walk us down there and sit together while talking among themselves. The grown-ups would settle into conversation the way adults do, and we children would explode outward in every direction, running around screaming, laughing, showing each other what we had caught, and trying to outdo each other with the number of fireflies we had managed to trap in our hands or jars. Those were the kinds of evenings that feel endless when you are a child, even if they probably only lasted a couple of hours. My sister and her group of friends approached fireflies in a way that seemed both fascinating and horrifying to me even then. They would pull off the glowing ends and wear them as jewelry, sticking them onto themselves like tiny decorations. I never liked that. I was always softer with them. I wanted to catch them, yes, but I did not want to hurt them. I had this big sun tea jar that I used as a kind of temporary apartment for them. I would poke air holes in the lid and carefully put in whatever I thought might make the inside seem more comfortable. A little grass, maybe some leaves, whatever I believed would make them feel less trapped until I got home. Then once I had admired them enough, I would let them go. That was my system. I wanted to count them and look at them and carry their glow with me for a little while, but I always meant to set them free in the end. On the particular day I am talking about, the family had been over and there had been the usual overflow of people, noise, food, and movement that came with those gatherings. We kids had gone out and caught fireflies the way we often did. Eventually, when it got late and started to cool off outside, We moved away from the yard and the park and found our way to another place we liked spending time in, the tool shed. We had turned that shed into a kind of playhouse in our minds. Children can do that with almost any space. Give them walls, a little privacy, and room to imagine, and suddenly it becomes a fort, a clubhouse, a house of their own, or some kingdom built from junk and scraps. We spent time in there until the air turned chilly enough that even we got tired of pretending outdoors. Then, like we often did when the weather pushed us in, we all headed down to the basement. The basement was a world of its own. If you are ever trying to understand the strange magic of childhood, you should think about basements. To adults, they are usually practical places. Laundry, storage, tools, old boxes, maybe a workbench or furnace. To children, they can become almost anything. Our basement was like that. It was a huge territory for us, full of corners, possibilities, and just enough danger to make everything more exciting. We played all the usual games there. We would put on roller skates and go racing the length of the room just to grab onto one of the support beams and see how fast we could spin around it. We played board games. We set up little houses for ourselves in the space under the stairs. We ran around and made up stories and arguments and rules that probably made no sense to anyone else. And then there was the dark room. That was one of the most forbidden places in the entire house. My father was always in there working on photographs. He had prints and negatives and all sorts of things in different stages of development. He was experimenting, creating, and working with chemicals and images, and because of that, we were absolutely not allowed in there. The rule was firm. We were not to go into the darkroom under any circumstances. The fact that it was forbidden, of course, only made it more tempting. There is something about a closed-off room in a basement that children find irresistible, especially when adults make it very clear that it is out of bounds. So naturally, sooner or later, one of us would always want to sneak in. On that day, it was right about the time the neighbor boy and I managed to get into the darkroom that everything else happened. We had broken in, all excited in that guilty, breathless way children feel when they know they are doing something they should not. We were not in there long before we heard my mother's voice coming down the stairs, loud enough to freeze everybody in place. She was yelling that whoever had let the fireflies loose inside the house had made a very bad decision. The moment we heard that, all of us children looked at each other in confusion. The first thing I thought was the jar. My fireflies. I had left them outside in the shed. We all knew that. We had forgotten them there when we came in. So I knew immediately it was not me, at least not directly. The jar was still outside. There was no way I had brought those fireflies into the house and let them loose. And as for my sister's fireflies, those had been worn right on her. They were not in a jar waiting to escape either. Still, when an adult is yelling about a problem, children know they are all going to be suspects whether they are guilty or not. We all started rushing toward the stairs, partly because we wanted to prove it was not us, and partly because, if I am honest, the whole thing sounded weird enough that we wanted to see what was going on. As we moved upstairs, we could hear the adults talking. They were describing the fireflies moving around down the hall, blinking and bouncing in the air. The way they talked about it was strange because none of them sounded amused. They sounded puzzled and irritated, maybe even a little uneasy. Fireflies inside a house are not the worst problem in the world, but they are still a nuisance, especially if nobody knows how they got there. I remember hearing my uncle say that because of the blinking, it was hard to tell exactly how many there were, but he thought maybe there were around 5 of them in the house. That is an important detail. Not dozens. Not 1 or 2. Maybe 5. He said that every time he tried to move toward them to catch them, the light would go out, and he would lose track of where they had gone. That sounds ordinary enough at first, because fireflies do blink on and off. But the way the adults described it made it sound strangely frustrating. They could see them, move toward them, and then suddenly the light would vanish and there would be nothing to grab. Then the glow would appear somewhere else. My grandmother's description was the one that stayed with me most over the years. She always said those fireflies looked agitated. Not just random little bugs flying around the house, but agitated. Restless. Disturbed. She said it was as if they were expecting a bug zapper to leap out of nowhere and destroy them. That was the image she always came back to. They did not look calm or natural. They looked panicked. That was odd enough by itself, because people do not usually talk about insects in terms of emotional expression unless something about them really stands out. But my grandmother insisted that the way they moved, the way they blinked and darted, had a frightened quality to it. It was as if they had been dropped somewhere dangerous, and did not know how to escape. We children, meanwhile, went outside to the shed to prove that we had not brought any fireflies into the house. When we got there, the sun tea jar was exactly where I had left it. The lid was still screwed on tight. That meant the fireflies I had caught should still have been inside. There was no sign that anyone had opened it. There was no sign that the jar had tipped over or been disturbed. It was just sitting there like it had been forgotten, which of course it had. My sister's fireflies, on the other hand, were gone. Or rather, they had already been gone in the sense that she had worn them earlier. She had not taken any living ones inside either. None of us had. That much we all knew for sure. No child had deliberately released a jar in the house. No one had sneaked a handful of fireflies indoors for fun. At least, that is what everyone insisted, and from the way the story was always told later, it seems clear that the adults eventually believed us. Even so, all of us kids were made to help search the house for the escaped fireflies. That is what adults do. Whether or not they think you caused the problem, if you are nearby and old enough to chase after glowing bugs, then you are going to help fix it. So we searched. We looked along the hallway, in corners, near ceilings, behind furniture, anywhere a frightened firefly might end up. None of them were ever found. That was perhaps the strangest part of all. You would think if there really were around 5 fireflies loose in the house, at least one of them would eventually be discovered dead on a windowsill, caught in a curtain, glowing weakly in some corner, or buzzing against a lamp. But nothing. They simply seemed to vanish. The adults saw them. They moved through the hall. They blinked and darted and disappeared when approached. Then later there was nothing to show for any of it. After that, I was no longer allowed to keep fireflies in a jar. That was the practical family response. Whether or not anyone could explain what had happened, the lesson the adults took from it was that somehow keeping them had led to a weird mess in the house, and that was enough. No more jars. No more tiny firefly apartments. No more bringing that kind of trouble close to the house. As a child, I was disappointed by that, because I loved catching them and counting them and pretending I was giving them a little temporary home. But I also remember feeling uneasy about the whole thing. It had not unfolded like a simple accident. That is why the story stayed with me. At first glance, it sounds almost light-hearted. Children catch fireflies, leave a jar outside, go into the basement to play. Adults yell because glowing bugs are somehow loose in the house. But once you slow down and look at the details, the whole thing becomes much stranger. The jar outside was still sealed tight. None of us had taken live ones inside. My sister's glowing jewelry was no explanation for full blinking insects flying down the hallway. The adults saw them. The adults described them in unusual ways. And then they were gone without a trace. I have thought about it many times since then, especially because of what else was happening that evening. We had been playing in the basement, and more specifically, the neighbor boy and I had just broken into my father's darkroom, the one place in the house we absolutely were not supposed to be. That timing has always bothered me. Was it just a coincidence that my mother started yelling about the fireflies the same moment we were in there doing something forbidden? Maybe it was. Maybe the two things had nothing at all to do with one another. But the timing was strange enough that it has stayed in my mind for years. The darkroom itself seemed important somehow, even if I cannot fully explain why. It was already a place set apart, kept closed, full of half-formed images, chemical smells, trays, papers, hidden things developing in darkness. To children, that kind of room carries a natural mystery. It feels like a place where things appear out of nowhere, where shadows and light do unusual work. Maybe breaking into it at that moment simply made the whole event feel more eerie than it really was. Or maybe that room and what my father did there had some odd connection in our childish minds to glowing things appearing and disappearing in the house. Then again, maybe the fireflies had nothing to do with us at all. That is another possibility I have returned to many times. Maybe whatever the adults saw was not really connected to our jar. Maybe the timing only made everyone assume it was. If the adults saw 5 blinking lights moving down the hall, naturally they would think the children had let loose a handful of fireflies. That was the most obvious explanation. But what if those lights were not ordinary escaped bugs at all? What if they only looked like fireflies because they blinked? That sounds much stranger, I know, but sometimes the obvious explanation falls apart once you look at the details long enough. My grandmother's description again comes back to me there. She said they looked agitated. She said it was as if they were expecting a bug zapper to jump out and attack them. That always sounded to me like she was seeing more than simple insect movement. It sounded like she was trying to describe something that behaved with a kind of fear or awareness that struck her as odd. Most people do not study fireflies that closely when they are loose in a house. They just try to catch them. But for her to remark on the mood of them, on the way they seem to carry panic, suggests that the sight must have been very unusual. I also think about the adult's frustration in trying to catch them. A firefly glows, then goes dark, yes. That part is normal. But they should still be somewhere in the room when the light goes out. The fact that my uncle kept losing them completely every time he approached makes it all seem more elusive than ordinary insects usually are. It is almost as if the blinking itself was the only thing they could hold on to, and when that vanished, the creatures themselves no longer seemed to have any location at all. Then there is the fact that they were never found later. That is hard for me to move past. In a closed house, if several fireflies are really loose, evidence remains. Even if you fail to catch them that night, they do not just disappear from existence. At some point there should be bodies, wings, a dim glow somewhere, or one last sighting the next morning. But according to the story as it was always told, they were simply gone. Some people would say that is still not so strange. Maybe they did escape somehow. Maybe somebody really had taken them in and did not want to admit it. Maybe a child opened my jar and closed it again. Maybe the adults exaggerated how many there were. I have considered all of that. But I still come back to the same thing. The jar lid was on tight. None of us had any reason to lie in exactly the same way for years afterward, and the adults all seemed genuinely baffled by what they saw. And perhaps what makes the whole memory feel even stranger is where we had been just before it happened. We were in the basement. The basement is always important in family stories. It is the place where children play when they think they are out of the adult's sight, where old things are kept, where forbidden rooms often exist, and where the line between imagination and unease can grow thin. We roller skated through it, spun around support beams, made homes under the stairs, broke rules in the darkroom, and turned it into a whole world of our own. Then suddenly the upstairs world broke in with yelling about impossible fireflies in the house. It almost feels now as if two separate kinds of childhood mystery collided in that moment, our hidden basement games and whatever was glowing in the hallway above. When I think back on summer evenings from that period, I often remember the pleasure of the fireflies first. Running outside, catching them in my hands, putting them gently into the big glass jar, watching them blink in the darkness like little breathing stars. But this story always interrupts that happy memory. It reminds me that even in childhood wonder, something strange can slip in and change the feeling of everything. After that night, I was not allowed to keep them anymore, and perhaps that was the end of my little firefly apartments for good. Maybe that is part of why the story stayed so alive in me. It marked the end of something small and innocent. Afterward, fireflies were no longer only pretty, magical things to catch and count. They became tied to mystery, to adults speaking in uneasy voices, to lights that could not be found, and to the possibility that what we thought we understood was not actually what had happened. I have also wondered whether that evening says something about how children and adults often meet in the middle of unexplained events without realizing it. The children were downstairs doing what they were not supposed to do, wrapped up in games, hiding places, roller skates, and curiosity. The adults were upstairs dealing with something they could not explain and trying to fit it into the simplest story available. The kids must have let the fireflies loose. Everyone was trying to make sense of things from where they stood. Maybe that is always what families do in strange moments. They look for the nearest practical explanation and keep going because the alternative is too odd. But odd or not, I still think about it. I think about the sealed jar in the shed. I think about my sister's firefly jewelry already gone. I think about the basement darkroom. I think about my uncle trying to catch blinking lights that vanished when they went dark. I think about my grandmother saying they looked frightened. And I think about the fact that no trace of them was ever found. Was it coincidence that the whole thing happened right when the neighbor boy and I broke into my father's darkroom? Maybe. Was it really just escaped fireflies that somehow left no evidence at all? Maybe. Or was it something stranger, something that only took the shape of fireflies because that was what we were already thinking about that evening? I do not know. I have never known. That is why the story lasts. It stays suspended between ordinary and impossible. On one side, you can still argue for accident, confusion, children forgetting things, adults assuming the wrong cause. On the other side, you have blinking lights in a hallway, a sealed jar outside, frightened movement, vanished traces, and a family that never quite solved it. And maybe that is the best place for some stories to remain. Not solved. Not explained away. Just remembered the way they happened, with all their odd timing and all their unanswered questions. I was a child who loved catching fireflies. I wanted to count them, house them for a little while in a big glass jar, and then let them go. One night, while we were playing in the shed and then the basement, glowing things appeared in the house that no one could account for. The adults saw them. The children were blamed. The evidence did not fit. And after that, the fireflies were never allowed in jars again. It sounds simple when you say it quickly, but it never felt simple. Not then. And not now. About 12 years ago, when I was 14 years old, I lived in a townhouse on the north side of Colorado Springs with my grandmother and my older brother. At that age, I was old enough to feel independent, but still young enough to be careless in the way teenagers often are. I thought I understood the world well enough to move through it without much fear, and I believed that if something strange ever happened, I would probably be able to explain it. I was not the kind of person who went around expecting ghosts or dark figures in the woods. At 14, life is usually about friends, small freedoms, getting away with things, and stretching time as far as it can go before an adult notices you are late. That was very much the stage of life I was in. Our townhouse sat right on the edge of Palmer Park. If you know that area, then you know Palmer Park is not the kind of park some people imagine when they hear the word park. It was not just a few swings, a little grass, and some paved paths. It was huge. To me, it felt more like woods than anything else. There were trails, trees, rocks, open spaces, and enough ground to make you feel like you had stepped out of the city and into some place older and rougher. People went there to hike, mountain bike, wander around, and just get away from streets and buildings for a while. Because it was so close to where I lived, it became a natural place for me and my friends to spend time. After school, instead of going straight home, I would often head there with friends and hang out for a while before finally making my way back. There was a pavilion not too far from the entrance of the park, and that was one of the places we liked most. It was close enough to feel easy and familiar, but still tucked into the park enough that it gave us that feeling of being away from everything. Teenagers love places like that. They become temporary worlds of their own. You sit there talking, joking, complaining, laughing, and wasting time in the way only teenagers can. Minutes turn into hours without anyone noticing. The sky changes while you are still sitting there. The day slips into evening without asking permission. That is exactly how it was for us. One day, I was there with two friends of mine. We were doing what we always did, just hanging around the pavilion, talking about nothing that would matter years later but everything that felt important in the moment. Maybe it was school, maybe it was people we knew, maybe it was just stupid jokes and pointless conversation. That is the thing about memories like this. The ordinary details blur because they were never meant to last. But what came after them remains crystal clear. At some point, I suddenly realized it had gotten dark. That was the first little jolt of concern. When you are young and distracted, daylight can disappear without warning. One minute it feels like there is still plenty of time, and the next minute the air is different, the shadows are longer, and you realize you have pushed things farther than you meant to. I knew I needed to get home. I had stayed out too long already, and while the trip back was not especially far, it was far enough that I did not want to waste more time once I noticed how late it was. So I said goodbye to my two friends and started walking home alone. They stayed behind at the pavilion, still hanging back while I headed out. I did not think much of walking back by myself. I had done it before. The path home was short, familiar, and close enough to the edge of the park that I did not feel like I was deep in the woods or anything dramatic like that. It was just a park, then the complex, then home. Easy enough. At least that is how I thought of it. The night had that particular feeling some evenings have in places with trees and open spaces. It was not completely dark yet in the deepest sense, but it was dark enough that shapes became uncertain. Trees no longer looked like daytime trees. They looked taller, more secretive, and more crowded together. The spaces between them seemed deeper. Every shadow felt a little more alive. When you are walking alone in that kind of light, your senses start sharpening whether you mean for them to or not. You notice movement more quickly. You listen harder. You become aware of how alone you really are. About halfway home, I noticed something among the trees. At first it looked like the figure of a man standing there. That was my first clear impression. It was not some vague feeling that someone might be nearby. It looked like an actual person standing among the trees. For a moment, because of where I lived and the timing of it, I thought it might be my brother coming to find me and let me know just how much trouble I was in for staying out so late. That was the kind of thing an older brother might do. He could have come into the park looking for me, irritated that I was not home yet. So my first reaction was not supernatural fear or even much real alarm. It was more like the sinking feeling of, great, I am in trouble. But as I got closer, I realized it was not my brother. That understanding came gradually over a few steps, and the closer I got, the stranger the figure became. It stood there in a way that did not feel normal. Not relaxed. Not moving around the way a person waiting for someone might move. It was just there. Standing. Watching. Even then, I still tried to treat it like a real person. I actually said hello as I passed by. That detail matters to me because it shows how hard I was trying to keep the situation inside ordinary rules. If there is a man standing among trees near where you are walking, the normal thing is to speak. To acknowledge him. To let him know you see him. That is what I did. I said hello, expecting at least some kind of reply, even if it was only a nod or a grunt. It made no sound at all. Nothing. No hello back. No cough. No step. No human noise. That was when the fear began to change shape. Because I could tell very clearly that whatever it was watching me. I did not simply feel watched in the vague way people sometimes do in the dark. I saw it. I knew its attention was on me. And I remember that as I passed, I saw the body shift slightly. That movement is one of the things that has stayed with me strongest all these years. It did not stay frozen like a statue. It moved, but not in a way that made it feel more human. Somehow the movement made it worse. Because it confirmed that it was not just a trick of light, or some odd shape formed by branches and shadow. It was something with a body, or at least the shape of one, and it had turned or adjusted itself as I went by. That was when I got scared. The fear hit all at once, and once it did, I did not try to act calm anymore. I ran. I ran hard all the way home. There was no pretending then. No trying to appear brave. No telling myself I was overreacting. The second that fear took hold, instinct took over and all I wanted was distance between me and that thing standing in the trees. I ran the whole way back. I do not remember thinking clearly during that run. I remember movement, breath, pounding fear, and the overwhelming need to get inside my home where doors and walls could separate me from whatever I had just passed. When I got home, I rushed inside and shut the sliding glass door as fast as I could. I locked it immediately. Then I stood there catching my breath and looking back out toward the park. I needed to see if anything was coming after me. I needed to know whether I had escaped something real or whether I had just frightened myself over nothing. My heart was racing, and I remember feeling both stupid and terrified at the same time, the way people often do after a moment of panic. One part of me was still trying to be rational. Another part was absolutely convinced I had just seen something deeply wrong. I know what some people would say. They would say it was just some guy. Or maybe a tree. Or maybe a shadow. Or maybe my eyes playing tricks on me because it was getting dark and I was alone in the park. I have gone over all those explanations myself more than once, especially in the years since. But no matter how many times I think about it, I keep coming back to the same thing. I know what I saw. I saw the figure of a man standing there watching me. I was close enough that it should have become clearer as I approached, not less explainable. And yet the closer I got, the less normal it seemed. What has always stuck with me most is that I could not see its face. I was only a few feet away when I passed it. That is what makes the whole thing so hard to explain. If it had been farther away, I could tell myself the dark and the trees blurred the details. But I was close. Close enough that I should have seen a face, features, eyes, anything. Instead, what I remember is that the body looked more like the shadow of a body than a real person. That is the best way I can describe it even now. It had the outline and presence of a person, but not the full reality of one. It was like a shape cut out of darkness, not flesh and clothes and skin the way a real man would have been. I stayed there at the sliding door, looking toward the park and trying to get my breathing back under control. Then, about 5 minutes later, I saw my two friends. They were walking through the parking lot near the townhouse complex, coming out from the same general direction I had come from. Seeing them helped ground me a little because it meant I was no longer alone with what I had just experienced. I opened the door and asked them right away if they had seen anyone in the park as they were walking out. Both of them said no. Of course they did. That answer made the whole thing even stranger. If it had been just some normal man standing among the trees, then how had they not seen him too? They had come through right after me. The timing was too close. If what I saw had walked deeper into the park, they should have crossed paths with it, or at least noticed it. If it had come out of the park and headed toward the complex, I should have seen it from where I was standing at the door watching outside. But I did not. There was no sign of it. It was as though the thing had existed only for the few minutes I walked past it, and then was gone. That is why the memory has stayed with me all these years. Not only because it was frightening in the moment, but because it has never sat comfortably inside any explanation I can come up with. If it were a man, where did he go? If it were a shadow, why did it move? If it were a tree or a trick of light, why did it seem to watch me and shift as I passed? If it went deeper into the park, why did my friends not see it? If it came toward the complex, why did I not see it from my door? Those questions are what keep the memory alive, because none of them have satisfying answers. I can still picture that stretch of the walk very clearly. Palmer Park always had that rough, natural feeling that made even ordinary twilight look deeper than it should. There are places where darkness just feels different, and that area near the trees was one of them. During the day it was just part of the path home, just another edge of the park. But in the evening, when light got low, the place changed character. It became the sort of place where a shape between trees could become much more than a shape. I know that sounds like I am romanticizing it now, but that is honestly how it felt. Twilight in a wooded place is already halfway between certainty and imagination. That is why what happened there settled so powerfully into me. I have thought many times about what would have happened if I had not said hello. Would it have remained still? Would I have walked by and convinced myself it was just somebody standing there? Would fear have come later instead of right then? Or did my speaking somehow force me to realize it was not ordinary because ordinary people answer back? That silence after I said hello was one of the first real signs that something was wrong. Human beings almost always respond somehow when another person acknowledges them at close range, even if it is only to ignore them in an obvious human way. But there was no response. Just that sense of being watched. Then the shift of the body. Then the rush of fear. I also think a lot about the fact that I was 14. That is an age where you are old enough to know the difference between imagination and reality most of the time, but still young enough that adults may dismiss your experience as nerves, fear, or exaggeration. If I had been much younger, maybe I would have told myself a story about monsters in the trees. If I had been much older, maybe I would have forced a more rational explanation onto it more quickly. But at 14, I was somewhere in between. I knew enough to understand how strange it was, but not enough to explain it away with total confidence. That may be one reason the memory stayed so raw. There is also something about being alone in a place where you are used to being with friends that changes the feeling of things. That pavilion was a social place for us. It was where we sat, talked, laughed, and wasted time. It felt harmless because we filled it with ourselves. But the walk home alone stripped all of that away. Suddenly the park was no longer a place of conversation and hanging out. It was trees, darkening air, distance, and one figure standing where no figure should have mattered so much. I have never forgotten the body's shape. That sounds strange perhaps, but it is true. I remember how it looked masculine in size and outline, but somehow still incomplete. Not solid in the full sense. More like the darkness had chosen the shape of a man and stood up in front of me. When I say it looked like a shadow of a body, that is not just because it was dark out. It is because that is genuinely how it felt to my eyes. A body-shaped absence rather than a body-shaped person. That may be why I still cannot decide whether it was a ghost or something else entirely. Ghosts are at least a familiar category. People say ghost and imagine the spirit of a dead person still tied to a place. But what I saw did not look the way most people imagine ghosts. It did not glow. It did not drift. It did not appear as some pale transparent figure. It looked more like a darkness shaped into a man. That leaves me unsure even now what word belongs to it. Maybe it was not a ghost. Maybe it was something else. Or maybe the dead do not always appear the way stories tell us they should. That is one of the unsettling things about experiences like this. They do not usually fit perfectly into the categories people already have prepared. They remain messy, half-explained, and resistant to being turned into neat conclusions. I have wondered too if the park itself mattered. Palmer Park is huge, and places like that always carry more history than the average teenager walking through them ever thinks about. Trails, rocks, old trees, animal paths, forgotten corners, places where people have walked for years, perhaps even places where people have died, fought, hidden, or simply vanished into the landscape for a while. At 14, I did not know or care much about any of that. To me, it was just the park near home. But sometimes I wonder now if there was something about that exact place, that exact cluster of trees, that held on to something. Maybe I passed through someone else's space without meaning to. Maybe I walked by a place where something old lingered. Maybe I simply caught sight of something I was not supposed to see. Those thoughts come more easily now than they did then. Back then I was mostly just scared. What gives the experience its lasting force, though, is that it did not continue into some long haunting. It was one moment, one sighting, one run home, one set of unanswered questions. Sometimes a single encounter is more disturbing than repeated ones because it never gives you time to get used to it. It never becomes part of ordinary life. It stays frozen as one sharp event, complete in itself, impossible to resolve because it never offered a second chance for understanding. I never forgot that night. And I do not think I ever will. Not because it ruined my life or because I became obsessed with it, but because there are certain moments that split your sense of reality just enough that you always remember where the split happened. Before that night, I could walk through the park and think only about home, friends, getting in trouble for being late, or what I was going to eat when I got there. After that night, I knew that sometimes you can be walking somewhere familiar, and suddenly meet something that does not belong to the ordinary world you thought you understood. Even now, after all these years, I still cannot come up with an explanation that satisfies me. The time was too close between when I left and when my friends left. The figure was too near for me to call it a mistake of distance. The lack of a face was too strange. The body movement was too deliberate. The disappearance was too complete. And the fact that my friends saw no one at all makes the whole thing remain suspended in that unsettling space between memory and mystery. I think that is why the story still lives in me the way it does. Not because I know exactly what it was, but because I do not. A normal man can be explained. A shadow can be explained. A trick of light can be explained. But a human-shaped shadow body standing among trees, watching you silently from only a few feet away, shifting as you pass, then vanishing so completely that two friends walking out minutes later see nothing at all, that is harder to put away. And so I never really have. I have lived in places that felt haunted for most of my life. I am 31 now, and when I look back, I can honestly say that strange homes and strange apartments have followed me almost everywhere. Some people might hear that and think I am exaggerating, or that maybe I just scare easily, but that is not really true. I am not someone who jumps at every little noise or turns every shadow into a ghost story. In fact, I have spent years trying to explain away many of the things I have seen, heard, and felt. Sometimes I could. Sometimes I could not. There have been moments when I have seen things that I could not explain 100%, and there have been many more times when I have felt something or simply known something that I had no reason to know. This story is about one of the strangest places I ever lived, an old apartment building called Pinewell Commons. I moved there in the middle of 1997. At the time, I was 21 years old and very poor, so my standards were not exactly high. The building was old, a 3-story brick place built back in the 1920s. It had that heavy, worn look that old apartment buildings get after decades of people moving in and out, living whole lives behind walls that slowly start to absorb more than paint and furniture. The apartments themselves were tiny. Mine was less than 300 square feet. It was hardly bigger than a decent-sized room, but it was cheap enough for me to afford, and at that stage of life, that was what mattered most. I was not looking for beauty or comfort. I was looking for a place I could pay for. The building had an elevator in the middle of it, and I remember very clearly that the very first day I saw it, I did not like it. I did not know why. Nothing dramatic had happened. It was just there, old and quiet, like the rest of the building. But something about it bothered me instantly. It gave me the willies, plain and simple. There was no good reason for it at the time. I just did not like standing near it or walking past it. My apartment was on the second floor, on the back side of the building, so I did not have to use the elevator much anyway. In the first year or so, I barely spent any time in the apartment because of work and a lot of family problems going on in my life. I was out a lot, distracted a lot, tired a lot, and mostly just using the apartment as a place to sleep. So if anything strange was happening then, I did not notice it. It was not until around the 3rd year that I really began noticing things. The first thing I noticed was a man. He was always dressed the same way when I saw him. He wore an old sea coat and smoked a pipe. The coat looked like something from another time, not something a modern tenant would normally wear around the building. But when I first started seeing him, I did not think much about that. He would walk down the main staircase at odd hours, and because apartment buildings are full of all kinds of people, I just assumed he was a tenant I had not met yet. I would catch sight of him from a distance, and then go on about my business. That changed one day when I was carrying laundry up from the basement. I was coming up the stairs or through the hallway with an armful of clothes, already irritated because laundry is never fun when you live in an old building, and there he was. He was standing on the landing of my floor, just standing there staring at me. The pipe was in his mouth. He looked as real as any living person. I remember opening my mouth to say excuse me, because I thought he was blocking the way and I wanted him to move. Then he disappeared. Just like that. There 1 second, gone the next. I remember stopping and doing a double take because what else are you supposed to do? When something that looks like a perfectly ordinary old man vanishes in front of you, your brain does not process it neatly. It stops and stumbles and tries to jam the experience back into normal life somehow. I looked again, and of course there was no one there. I shrugged it off the best I could and sort of stored it away in my mind. I did not want to think too hard about it, and I was already used to weird feelings and odd moments in my life. So I told myself I had seen what I had seen, and that was that. After that, I would still see him once in a while, always at strange times, always around the building, always looking like he belonged to another era. Nothing else major happened for a while after that. Then, almost a year later, I saw someone else. This time it was a woman. She was walking slowly down the hallway, and from the first second I saw her, I knew there was something different about her. The strangest part was not her face at first. It was her clothes. She was dressed in clothing that looked like it came from the late 19th or very early 20th century. She wore a dress with a bustle, and she held a feather fan. It was not a costume party kind of look. It was too natural for that. It was as if she belonged in those clothes. She turned her head toward me, and I remember very clearly seeing bright green eyes looking at me over the top of the fan. She gave me a small nod, almost as if politely acknowledging my presence, and then she disappeared too. I handled that one the same way I handled the old man. I noticed it, filed it away, and kept moving. I did not let myself panic. I did not run out of the building. I did not start telling everyone I knew that my apartment building was haunted. I simply accepted that I had seen something strange and kept going. Over time, because she appeared so elegant and theatrical compared to the old man, I started calling her the Painted Lady in my mind. The old man and the Painted Lady became a part of the strange life of the building, odd presences that appeared now and then, never threatening, just there. Around this same time, I started seeing someone. He became my boyfriend, though looking back now, I should probably say he was trouble in more ways than one. He was involved in what I can only call the arts, though that does not quite explain it. He also had some mental health problems and was not always stable. He was dabbling in things that I think now were best left alone. I still cannot say with certainty what he did, what he brought in, or what he opened up, but I know something changed after he came into my life. It felt like he either carried something with him or stirred something up that had been quiet before. At first, it started with footsteps. I would hear a figure walking back and forth in front of my front door. The apartment was tiny, so when something moved outside the door, you heard it clearly. I would sit there listening to the pacing, and when I looked out through the peephole, there would be nobody there. Not a person walking away, not someone standing quietly, nothing. Just an empty hallway. That went on for a few weeks. I would hear the steps, go look, and see no one. Then it changed. After a while, the footsteps were still there, but now I could also see shadows underneath the door while they happened. That was worse somehow. Before I could still tell myself maybe I was hearing echoes, or maybe someone had already walked away by the time I looked. But when you hear footsteps and see shadows moving under the door, you know something is there. The problem was that every time I checked, the hallway was still empty. Then one day it got much worse. I heard the footsteps again, and this time they stopped directly in front of the door. I could see the shadow of feet beneath it. I remember standing up and starting toward the door, thinking I would finally catch whoever had been doing this. But the closer I got, the more a terrible feeling rose inside me. It was not ordinary fear. It was not just nerves. It was a gut-wrenching sense of terror so intense that it felt like a warning from somewhere deep inside me. I knew, and I mean knew with complete certainty, that if I got close to that door, something very bad was going to happen. I cannot explain how I knew it. I just did. So I stopped. I sat back down on my sofa and stayed there, frozen, for 4 hours. That sounds ridiculous to me even now, but that is exactly what happened. I sat there in my own apartment waiting, too afraid to go near the door, too afraid to look again, too afraid to even fully trust what I was feeling. Eventually, after all that time, I happened to glance over and saw that the shadows were gone. The hallway was quiet again. Shortly after that, I broke up with that boyfriend. Whatever he had brought into my life, I did not want it anymore. After he was gone, I would still hear footsteps every once in a while, but I never felt that same deep, horrible terror again. That specific feeling left with him, and I have always believed that was not a coincidence. For nearly another year after that, nothing major happened. I still saw the old man. I still saw the painted lady every once in a while. But life calmed down again, at least for a while. Then I met someone new. This new boyfriend was completely different. Things with him were good. Healthy even. We got along well, and for the first time in a while my life felt more stable. But around then, the apartment began producing new disturbances. The first new problem was the elevator. That elevator had always bothered me. I never liked it from the very first day I saw it, even when nothing had happened yet. Then a hurricane came through and flooded it. After that, it stopped working. That should have made me feel better, I suppose, because at least I did not have to worry about riding it. Instead, I started dreading even walking past it. There was something about the dead, silent elevator doors that felt worse than the working elevator ever had. Late at night, you could hear the car shifting somewhere in the shaft. At least, that is what I hoped it was. But it did not sound normal. It sounded angry. I know that sounds absurd, but that is the only word that fits. It sounded angry. And it was not just me who thought so. My boyfriend felt it too. Several friends who came over told me the same thing without me even prompting them. There was a tension around that elevator after it flooded, like something inside it or around it had become hostile. Even passing those doors felt wrong. It was one of those things where you can tell yourself all day long that it is an old mechanical structure shifting in an old building, but then you walk by it at midnight and the fear still creeps up your spine. The next strange thing was what I came to call the shower ghost. People laugh when I call it that, but I do not know what else to call it. I loved taking long showers after work. They relaxed me and helped me unwind. The apartment was small, the days were often stressful, and the shower was one of the only places where I felt I could reset myself. Around the 5th year I lived there, weird things started happening in the bathroom. After I had been in the shower a few minutes, the shower curtain would attack me. That is truly what it felt like. At first I assumed it had to be steam buildup or air pressure, so I tried all the normal fixes. I put bottles along the edge. I left the bathroom door open. I experimented with colder water, hotter water, anything I could think of. It still happened. The curtain would suddenly blow inward, hard, as if something wanted me out. I kept trying to explain it away until one day something happened that changed how I looked at it. I fell asleep in the shower. I was exhausted, and I drifted off standing there. While asleep, I had this vivid dream that a man was trying to wake me up because he was afraid I was going to drown. He kept hitting me, over and over, urgently trying to get my attention. Then I woke up all at once when the shower curtain blew inward so hard that it knocked down all 6 bottles I had lined up to hold it in place. That was the moment I stopped thinking of it as random. After that, I got the strong impression that something wanted me out of the shower because it was afraid I was going to drown. That sounds crazy, I know, but it truly felt less like an attack and more like a warning. The curtain kept doing it right up until the day we moved out of that apartment. The strange part is, it never did it to my boyfriend, and he used to take very hot showers that produced far more steam than mine ever did. It only happened to me. A lot of smaller things happened too. There were names being called when no one was there. There were touches. Small objects moved around. The cat would suddenly act terrified and stare at empty spaces for no reason anyone could see. Some of these things fit neatly into the world of ghosts in my mind, and others did not. Some were just unsettling, strange moments that I still cannot label properly. One of the worst was something I called the baby scream. One afternoon, I was asleep on my stomach. My face was turned toward the headboard, and I was out cold. Suddenly a scream woke me up. It was so sharp and immediate that it snapped me straight out of sleep. When I opened my eyes, directly in front of me, where the headboard should have been, I saw the face of a baby. Its mouth was open in a scream, and its eyes were squeezed shut. I recoiled from it in pure shock, and it faded away instantly. That has never happened again, not there and not anywhere else. I still do not know what it was or why I saw it. Then, in the last year or so before we left, another strange thing began. We started seeing what I can only describe as solid white forms. They were the opposite of shadows, really. Instead of darkness, they appeared as bright white outlines shaped like human males. You would never see them head-on. They only ever moved across doorways or along the edges of your vision. You would catch them out of the corner of your eye or beside you, just enough to know a figure had passed, and then it would be gone. The apartment was tiny, and somehow it still had 6 doorways in that one-room layout, including the closet, so there were plenty of places for those white forms to appear. Many people saw them. My boyfriend saw them. Several friends saw them. My youngest sister saw them. I saw them many times. They never felt threatening. They were more startling than anything else, like someone walking through your peripheral vision when nobody should be there. Eventually, after 8 long years, we moved out. We did not go far, only about 2 miles down the road. But still, leaving that apartment felt like leaving a chapter of my life that had become so full of strange details that I almost could not separate them from the walls anymore. The new landlords renovated the building and rented it out again. I have never gone back to ask if anything still happens there. I have wondered many times, but I never did it. Maybe I did not want to know. Maybe I was too busy trying to deal with the new place. Because, of course, the story did not end there. I moved out of Pinewell Commons, but that did not mean the strange things in my life stopped. It only meant I had a new place to worry about. And if I am being honest, that may be the strangest part of all. Some people live one life-changing ghost story and then it is done. For me, it has never worked that way. Strange places and strange happenings have followed me too consistently for me to ignore them completely. Still, that old building remains one of the most unforgettable. An old man in a seacoat smoking a pipe. A painted lady with green eyes and a feather fan. Footsteps and shadows under a door. An overwhelming warning not to go near it. An angry elevator. A shower curtain that seemed determined to save me from drowning. A screaming baby face where my headboard should have been. White human outlines moving through doorways. And all of it taking place inside a tiny, worn-down apartment in a brick building from the 1920s that I rented only because I was 21 and broke. That was Pinewell Commons. And I still wonder what still walks those halls. My husband and I moved into a brand new apartment in a busy city area. It was not an old house with a long history. It was not the kind of place people usually point to and say it must be haunted. It was modern, fresh, and clean. Everything looked new. The walls, the floors, the fixtures, the kitchen, the bathroom, all of it had that untouched feeling that comes when a place has only just started being lived in. That was one of the reasons why what started happening there confused me so much. If someone had told me this story before I lived it, I probably would have expected it to happen in a very old building with creaky floors, dark corners, and stories tied to it. But that was not the case at all. This was a new apartment in a high-rise building in a very urban place. At first, there seemed to be no reason at all to think anything strange was going on. For the first few months, everything felt normal. We were doing all the usual things people do when they move into a new place. We were unpacking, arranging furniture, learning where to keep things, figuring out our routines, and getting used to the sounds of the building. That is always a part of moving somewhere new. Every building has its own little sounds, its own way of feeling during the day and at night. Pipes make noise. Elevators hum. Neighbors move around. New places take time to become familiar. So in the beginning, if there were any strange things happening, I did not notice them. Or if I did notice something small, I probably just blamed it on getting used to the apartment. It was after about 4 months of living there that I really started noticing odd things. At first they were little things, the kind that do not immediately make you think of ghosts. Sometimes I would catch something out of the corner of my eye that looked almost person-shaped. It was never clear enough for me to say I had actually seen someone standing there. It was always just a quick shape, a movement, a suggestion of a figure that vanished the moment I turned to look directly at it. At first I tried to ignore it. I told myself that happens to everyone sometimes. Your eyes get tired. Light moves differently in a room than you expect. A shadow falls in a strange way and for half a second it seems like a person. That felt more reasonable than anything else. The thing that happened most often was with the water in the kitchen. The faucet would turn itself on and off. That was the first thing that started to bother me enough that I paid real attention. I would be doing something else in another part of the apartment, and I would hear the water. Then I would go in there and find that it had changed on its own. It did not happen once. It happened enough times that it got hard to ignore. On top of that, I started noticing lights turn on when I was certain I had turned them off. I would also find small household things not where I knew I had left them. At first, I tried to blame myself. Maybe I was distracted. Maybe I was tired. Maybe I had set something down absent-mindedly and forgotten. But when these things keep happening, you begin to feel as if the apartment itself is paying attention to you. Then the light in our bedroom started turning itself on and off while we were actually in the room. That was what pushed me more strongly toward the idea that maybe the place was haunted. I did not jump to that idea happily. I do not think most people do. In fact, I wanted it to be something else. My husband especially wanted it to be something else. He tried to explain everything away in practical terms. He said the faucet in the kitchen was one of those kinds of faucets that could easily be affected by odd pressure changes, and in a new high-rise building, those kinds of pressure changes really do happen. He was not wrong. That was possible. He also pointed out that the bedroom light that kept turning on and off was connected to a timer, and that maybe it was picking up some strange signal from a remote control in another apartment. Again, he had a point. Modern buildings and modern systems do weird things sometimes. It was possible that the wiring, the timer, or even somebody else's device in another unit was triggering it. I listened to all of that because I wanted him to be right. But there was one thing that kept making me wonder if there was more going on. A lot of the time, the lights or the water would start acting up right when we were talking about the possibility of a ghost. That was the part that unsettled me. It did not feel random. It almost felt like something intelligent was listening to us and responding. I know that sounds strange, but that is honestly how it felt. We would be talking about whether or not the apartment might be haunted, and suddenly the light would switch or the water would go off and on again, almost as if something was making a point and saying, "Yes, I am here." Eventually, I got frustrated with the whole thing. If something really was trying to get my attention, I felt like it was doing a bad job. All the things that were happening could still be explained away, at least partly. So one day I started talking directly to whatever it might be. I said out loud that all these little tricks were easy to explain. I said that if someone really was trying to communicate with me or get my attention, then they were going to have to work a little harder. After I said that, things changed. That was one of the biggest turning points for me, because after that, the disturbances were no longer limited to things that my husband could explain away so easily. Before, it had been the kitchen faucet and a timed light. After that, the lights turning on and off were lights on a switch, not a timer. The bathroom faucet also started turning on by itself. That one was different from the kitchen faucet, and it was much harder to explain because it was not the same kind of fixture. It took more effort to operate. Then the toilet seat started being left up, which never happened in our apartment because we had cats, and they liked to play in the toilet if they had the chance. We were both very careful to keep the seat down because of that. Yet suddenly we would find it up when neither of us had left it that way. What struck me most was that the original thing stopped once I challenged whatever it was. The kitchen faucet became less of an issue. The timed light stopped being the main event. Instead, new things appeared, things that were harder to dismiss with simple explanations. It was as if something had listened to me, taken my complaint seriously, and decided to show me it could do better. The cats reacted to all of this too, and that made a huge difference in how seriously I took it. Animals are often the thing that pushes an odd experience out of the category of maybe and into the category of something else. Our older cat was especially strange about it. I saw him get up on his hind legs and sort of dance across the room as if he was trying to reach for something just out of sight. It was not ordinary playing. It was focused, like he could see something moving above him or beside him that I could not see at all. The younger cat was very different. She was much more skittish, and when something happened, she would often suddenly freak out and run away from an empty-looking space. The older cat, meanwhile, would move toward the same space as if he were greeting a friend. That difference between the two cats fascinated me. One seemed afraid. The other seemed curious, almost pleased. It made me wonder what exactly they were noticing. There was one moment involving our youngest cat that really stayed with me. When we first adopted her, we kept her separated in the bathroom for a while to help her adjust. She was still a baby then, nervous and uncertain. One day, while she was in there, the bathroom light turned on by itself. She completely freaked out. She was terrified. In that moment I got angry, not scared. I yelled out loud at the ghost, telling it that it was scaring the baby and that I would not allow that. What surprised me afterward was that everything went quiet for about 4 weeks. Nothing happened. No strange faucet incidents. No lights acting up. No weird little signs. It was as if whatever was there had listened and backed off. But after about a month, little by little, things started happening again. That was one of the reasons I stopped thinking of whatever it was as random energy or faulty wiring. It seemed responsive. It seemed aware. It seemed capable of changing its behavior based on what I said. One day I was in the bedroom with both cats, and I heard what sounded exactly like our front door opening. It was such a clear and familiar sound that I did not question it at all. I really believed my husband had come home early from work. I called out to him, asking what he was doing home so soon. Both cats reacted exactly the way they always did when he got home. They both ran toward the front door to greet him. Then I heard footsteps coming down the hall. That was the moment where everything seemed perfectly normal for maybe 1 more second. I expected to see my husband walk by the bedroom doorway at any moment. But when the footsteps passed the bedroom door, no one was there. Nothing at all. The sound kept moving just as if a person were walking through the apartment, but there was no visible person. The younger cat instantly panicked. She ran straight to me, jumped into my arms, and clung to me so hard she was almost trying to climb inside my body. The older cat, on the other hand, followed the footsteps through the apartment into the kitchen. Then the sound just stopped. It did not go out the back. It did not circle around. It did not continue to another room. It simply stopped in the kitchen. That moment really shook me. It was one thing to hear noises or find lights on. It was another thing entirely to hear the front door, hear footsteps, watch both cats react as if someone had come in, and then realize that no living person was there. Sometimes, I honestly think the ghost had a sense of humor. That sounds ridiculous, but there were moments that felt almost playful, even when they frightened me. One night I was watching Ghost Hunters on DVD. Of all things, I was sitting there already in a tense mood because the episode itself was spooky. While I was watching, there was a loud crash in the kitchen and pans flew off the stove. Both cats were lying on me at the time, which immediately ruled out the most obvious explanation. They could not have knocked anything over. I jumped out of my skin because of the timing. It was exactly the kind of thing that would scare someone most while they were already watching a show about ghosts. Then, after I had just barely calmed down and started settling again, the bathroom water began turning itself on and off. That sequence was almost too perfect. It felt mischievous. It felt like being teased by something invisible. Probably the strangest single thing that ever happened there, though, was hearing a voice. I was packing for a trip one day. I had dragged my suitcase into the entryway, and the youngest cat was sitting on top of it, enjoying the ride or the height or whatever it was that made cats do that. I was moving around, focused on packing, not especially thinking about anything paranormal right then. Then I turned toward the living room and very clearly heard a voice say, "Hello? Hello?" It sounded like a male voice. But it had a strange flat quality to it, not exactly robotic, but not fully normal either. It was distinct enough that there was no doubt I had heard words. Every hair on my body stood up instantly. I mean every hair. It was one of those moments when your whole body reacts before your mind fully catches up. And the cat reacted too. Every hair on her body stood up as well. She launched herself into my arms and tried to crawl into my shirt. That reaction from her told me immediately that I had not imagined the voice. She heard it too. I answered back. I said hello. Then I asked if there was anything I could do to help them get to the other side. I asked if they were trying to tell me something. But there was no response at all. The voice did not speak again. It had announced itself, and then that was it. That moment changed something in me too, because hearing words is different from seeing movement, or hearing footsteps. A voice feels more personal. It feels like a true attempt at contact, even if it was only 2 words. Hello? Hello? It was simple, but because of the way it sounded and because the cat heard it too, I could not dismiss it. There were plenty of other small things as well, and honestly I could keep going for a long time. There were the little touches, as if someone brushed by me when no one else was close. There were the times my name seemed to be called. There were the missing objects that later turned up in places I had already checked. There were the cats staring at corners or moving as though they were following something around the room. All of that added up over time. None of it by itself would have convinced everyone. But together, and over the course of years, it created a constant feeling that there was someone else there with us. And strangely enough, I was not really afraid. That is another part that I think matters. I did not feel that this presence was malicious. It did not feel evil. It did not feel like something that wanted to hurt me. Even when it startled me badly, the overall impression I had was not of danger. In fact, after a while I started to believe that whatever or whoever was there wanted to communicate for some reason other than simply to let me know they existed. It felt like there was something more behind it. Something they wanted. Something they needed. I just could not figure out what it was. That is also why I do not think it was my mother. My mother's death is tied to a few other odd things that happened in my adult life, and I do believe in some way that there were moments connected to her. But this did not feel like her. I cannot explain that well, but when you lose someone and then have unusual experiences around that loss, sometimes you can feel the emotional shape of it. This apartment felt different. Whatever was there did not carry the emotional signature of my mother. It felt separate, like someone else entirely, someone older or simply unrelated to my own family. I have often wondered who the old man and the painted lady were. They seemed to belong to the building more than to me. They had the look of people from another time, and because the building was so old, that made a certain kind of sense. The old man with his sea coat and pipe seemed as though he could have walked there 80 years earlier and never stopped. The painted lady looked as though she belonged to an even earlier period, elegant and composed, gliding through the hallway with her fan and her bright green eyes. Either of them frightened me. They felt like the building's residents in a way, people who had their own reasons for still being there but who did not particularly care whether I understood them or not. The thing my first boyfriend may have brought in felt different. That was the only presence there that ever filled me with real terror. I still believe he had something to do with that. Maybe he opened a door he did not understand. Maybe he invited something. Maybe his own instability made him vulnerable to energies or spirits I do not understand. I do not know. I only know that the footsteps, the shadows under the door, and especially that awful certainty that I must not go near it all arrived during that time. And once he was gone, that particular horror left too. The elevator, on the other hand, felt like a place had become angry. Not a person. Not a ghost exactly. More like the flooded, damaged heart of the building itself had turned hostile. I know how strange that sounds, but that elevator felt as though it carried emotion. Its silence after the hurricane was worse than its movement before. The sound of it shifting in the shaft at night made every nerve in me rise. And the fact that my boyfriend and friends all independently said it felt angry too still sticks with me. Shared feelings like that matter. They make it harder to believe you are just projecting fear into a space. And then there was the shower ghost, which almost seemed protective in a rough and annoying way. If it truly was keeping me from falling asleep and drowning, then its methods were not subtle, but they were effective. I never drowned. I never slipped and hit my head. I always got out. Maybe that was coincidence. Maybe not. The baby face was different from everything else. It was shocking, deeply upsetting, and completely isolated. It happened once and never again. I still do not know what to make of it. A ghost? A dream image carried into waking? Some fragment of something trapped in the apartment? I do not know. It was there, screaming, and then gone. That is all I have. The white forms in the doorways were perhaps the easiest to live with because they were never frightening in a vicious way. They were startling, yes, but they almost became part of the apartment's atmosphere. A flash of white along the edge of a doorway, a male shape walking past the hall or closet or bathroom entrance, and then nothing. Because so many people saw them, they became one of the most confirmed oddities in that place. It was not just me. It was not just my boyfriend. It was visitors too. Once enough people see the same thing, doubt starts losing its strength. When we finally moved, part of me felt relief, but part of me also felt oddly attached to the apartment. That may sound crazy after everything I have described, but living with that kind of haunting for 8 years changes your relationship to a place. It becomes normal in its own warped way. You know its rhythms. You know which things are likely to happen and which things are not. You know what feels threatening and what feels harmless. Leaving that behind can feel almost like leaving behind difficult roommates you never invited but learned to live with. I have often wondered if the new tenants experienced anything after the renovations. Did the old man still walk the stairs? Did the painted lady still glide down the hallway? Did the dead elevator calm down once it was fixed? Did anyone else hear, "Hello? Hello?" from an empty room? Did their shower curtain attack them? Or did the renovations somehow quiet things down, cover them over, change the atmosphere enough that whatever had been there either withdrew or moved on? I will probably never know. But even without knowing, Pinewell Commons remains one of the most deeply strange places I have ever lived. Not because of one single dramatic event, but because of the sheer accumulation of so many different kinds of experiences. Some playful, some alarming, some comforting, some impossible to classify. It was not just haunted in one way. It felt populated by different presences, each with its own mood, its own habits, and its own way of making itself known. And if there is one thing I learned from living there, it is this: not everything unexplained feels the same. Not every ghostly thing is evil. Not every strange event means danger. Some presences seem curious. Some feel rooted to a place. Some respond when spoken to. Some retreat when told to stop. Some seem to protect. Some seem to warn. Some seem to only want to be noticed. I left Pinewell Commons after 8 years, but I have never really forgotten it. I do not think I ever will. Because even though I have had strange experiences in other places too, that apartment remains one of the clearest examples in my life of what it feels like to share space with something you cannot fully see, understand, or prove, but can never quite deny either. And yes, I still wonder what exactly they wanted to tell me. I still think they were trying for a reason other than simply making noise or causing trouble. Maybe they only wanted acknowledgement. Maybe they wanted help. Maybe they wanted memory. I do not know. But when the time comes, whatever that means, I hope I am paying attention too. My husband told me this story many times over the years, and every time he told it in the same serious way. He was never one of those people who liked making up wild stories just to scare someone. In fact, for a long time, he did not even like talking about it very much. He would mention parts of it, then get quiet, then act like he did not want to say much more. That is one of the reasons I believed him. When someone keeps returning to the same memory, but still does not seem comfortable telling it, There is usually a reason. I did not experience these things myself, but because he shared them with me little by little, I began to feel as if I could picture the place and the fear very clearly. After becoming interested in ghost stories and strange experiences, I kept thinking about what he told me, and I wanted to put it into words in a way that stayed true to what happened to him. This all began in a small house in northern Georgia, in the foothills of the Appalachian Mountains. The house was not some huge mansion from the 1800s with a long, famous history. That is what makes the story stranger to me. Usually when people hear about ghosts, they imagine crumbling mansions, lonely farmhouses, or places where 100 tragedies happened. But this house was not like that at all. It was a simple home, probably built sometime in the early 1980s. It belonged to my husband's father. Even though the house itself was not old, the land around it had a very old feeling. It stood on a paved road with a few other homes nearby, but beyond that there was a lot of wilderness. The Chattahoochee National Forest stretched around the area, and the woods seemed to go on and on. That kind of place has a certain mood to it, especially at night. During the day, the trees look peaceful and beautiful, but once darkness falls, the woods feel deep and full of secrets. My husband was a teenager when most of these things happened. Teenagers often do not know how to process strange events in the moment. Some try to laugh things off, some refuse to talk about it, and some get drawn further into whatever they think might be happening. My husband, from what I understand, was a little bit of all three at different times. He was curious, but he was also scared. He wanted answers, but he also knew enough to feel when something was wrong. When he first began telling me about that house and that property, it was not in one long speech. It came in pieces over time. One strange thing would lead to another. A conversation about fear or spirits or religion would remind him of something. Then he would tell me another part. The first part he ever shared with me was the one that has stayed with me the most. He said that one night, around 15 years ago, he was outside in the backyard. It was dark, though not so dark that he could not make out things around him. He was standing toward one end of the yard, and the woods were behind the house. The backyard opened toward the tree line, and once you looked past the grass and the last bit of open ground, there were the woods, thick and quiet. He said that while he was standing there, he saw a woman come out from the direction of the woods. At first glance, it did not make sense. It was not just that a woman was walking alone at night near the forest. It was what she looked like. He said she was dressed in Victorian-style clothing, the kind of clothing no one in that part of Georgia would be wearing for any normal reason. It was not like she looked a little old-fashioned. She looked like she belonged to another time completely. He described her as ghostly, not fully like a living person moving through the world. She crossed the yard in a calm, steady way. She did not run. She did not seem frightened or lost. She simply walked from the woods across the backyard toward the back door of the house. Then, just as strangely, she left the way she had come. That image stayed with him. He was sure it was an apparition. He did not say he thought it might have been a real woman in costume or someone playing a prank. He was sure it was not an ordinary person. Something about the way she looked, the way she moved, and the way she appeared and disappeared made him believe that completely. When he told me this, I remember feeling a deep chill because I tried to imagine being a teenage boy, standing in your own backyard at night, looking toward the woods, and seeing a woman from another century walk silently across the grass toward your house. That kind of sight changes a person. Even if you never see anything like it again, the memory would stay with you. He did not stop there. After telling me about the woman, he told me about other things that happened in the house itself. One of the strangest things involved a friend of his who came over to spend the night. This friend was not someone who showed up already talking about ghosts or wanting to play around with fear. He was just there to sleep over like any teenage friend. They were in a room, trying to go to sleep, when his friend suddenly felt something touch his feet. It was not the kind of accidental touch that could be explained by a blanket moving or by someone else shifting around in bed. It felt real enough to frighten him badly. My husband said it scared both of them. That alone would be enough to make a person nervous in the dark, But what made it even stranger was that both of them had strange experiences in that same room at other times. Whenever he brought up that room, he would get vague. He clearly did not like thinking about it too much. He would say there were things in that room, odd feelings, things you could not quite explain, but he did not always go into detail. That made the story even more unsettling for me. Sometimes the things people leave out tell you just as much as the things they say directly. I got the impression that whatever happened in that room was not one single dramatic event, but a number of little experiences that built on each other until the room itself felt wrong. A room can become like that when enough strange things happen in it. It stops being just a room and starts becoming a place people avoid or think about differently. Then there was the mirror. This is the part that always seemed to trouble him the most, and it is the part that gave me the strongest feeling that whatever happened in that house was not all harmless. He told me that there was a mirror in the house, and that he used to see strange things in it. He never described it lightly. He never laughed about it. When he talked about that mirror, his whole tone changed. He gave me the impression that what happened around it was evil in nature. Not just spooky. Not just odd. Evil. He even suggested that it might have been some kind of gateway. That is a strong word, and not one people use unless something about an object has really unsettled them. At the time, my husband was a teenager, and like many teenagers, he had gone through a phase where he was drawn to dark things he should have stayed away from. He admitted to dabbling in the occult and even Satanism, though I am not sure how deeply he got involved. He is not involved in anything like that anymore. We are both Christians, and he has long since turned away from those things. But the fact that he was exploring them then matters to me. I think when people open doors they do not understand, sometimes they invite things in that they are not prepared to deal with. Whether that sounds spiritual, psychological, or symbolic to someone else, I do not know. But I do know that he made it sound as if whatever was connected to that mirror was darker than the Victorian woman in the yard or the touch on his friend's feet. We kept that mirror for years after. That part always amazed me. Even though it frightened him, he did not want to throw it away. That may sound strange, but I have learned that people often become attached in complicated ways to objects that disturb them. Sometimes they are curious. Sometimes they feel they should not simply throw such things out. Sometimes they are afraid of what might happen if they do. We kept it stored away in an outbuilding for a long time. I cannot even remember now exactly what happened to it. I think maybe it got broken, or maybe it was thrown out during one of our moves. In some strange way, it almost seems like it simply disappeared from our lives without a clear ending. That feels fitting, honestly. An object that caused unease and strange visions should probably not have a neat ending. Another important part of this story is what happened later, after my father-in-law died. He suffered from ALS and passed away in that same house. That alone made the place feel heavy for me when my husband and I eventually moved into it. By then I already knew the stories. I knew about the woman in Victorian clothes. I knew about the room with the strange feeling. I knew about the mirror. So when we moved into the home after his father's death, I carried all of that with me in my mind. Every creak, every dark corner, every strange silence had those stories behind it. Oddly enough, I never personally experienced anything dramatic in that house. I wish I could say I saw something or felt something strong and clear, but I cannot. What I mostly felt was fear based on what I had heard. Sometimes fear itself can make a place feel haunted, even if nothing openly supernatural is happening. I would lie awake and think about the backyard, the woods, the mirror, and the room where his friend felt that touch. But there was one incident that gave me pause. My aunt came to visit us one day. She had no idea about any of these stories. We had not told her about the woman, the mirror, or anything else. She came there as an ordinary guest, walking onto the property fresh, with no reason to expect anything unusual. Afterward, she told my mother that she felt something evil on the property. That word again, evil. She did not say strange or heavy or sad. She said evil. My aunt is someone I consider reliable. She has always been spiritually aware in her own way, and she is the kind of person who smudges her home and pays attention to energy. Some people would dismiss that immediately, but I do not. She did not have prior knowledge to color her view. She sensed something on her own, and it matched too closely with what my husband had long implied about the place. That made me start thinking more deeply about the house and the land itself. The house was not old enough on its own to explain the stories in the way old houses sometimes do. But the land was different. The foothills of the Appalachians have a very old feeling to them, even if you know nothing specific about their history. Forest land, mountain edges, and old southern ground often seem layered with memory. It made me wonder if whatever was there was not tied to the house's age at all, but to the place where it stood. Maybe the house simply happened to be built in a place where something already lingered. Or maybe what my husband had been dabbling in as a teenager was enough to stir something up or draw something closer that had never needed the house to be old in the first place. The more I thought about it, the more I realized the Victorian woman in the yard and the darker things connected to the mirror might not have been the same presence at all. That is another thing I have learned from hearing so many stories. Not everything strange in a place comes from the same source. Some spirits or apparitions seem sad or stuck in time. Others feel curious. Others feel threatening. My husband always spoke about the woman as something ghostly and real, but not necessarily evil. The mirror, though, was another matter. The room his friend slept in also seemed different. It is possible that there were several things going on there at once, some tied to the land, some to the house, and some to what he may have invited in through his teenage experiments with dark things. What always interested me too was the back door. That woman did not just appear in the yard and vanish. He said she walked from the woods toward the back door and then left again. That detail gives me chills. Why the back door? Did she think she belonged there? Was she retracing some path from another time? Had there once been a different house or structure on that ground, and she was walking toward where a door used to be? Or was she simply drawn to that house for reasons no one living could understand? A spirit walking straight to a door is not like an aimless wandering ghost. It suggests purpose, even if we cannot know what the purpose was. I also think about how young my husband was when all this happened. Teenagers do not always know when they are in danger spiritually or emotionally. They challenge things, test boundaries, and play with ideas they do not really understand. If he was dabbling in occult practices while already living in a place with strange energy, that combination could not have been good. I do not judge him for it now. Teenagers often go through dark phases, especially when they are trying to define themselves or rebel or simply feel powerful in a confusing world. But I do think that those choices may have intensified whatever was already there. Even if nothing else had happened in the house before, that kind of experimentation can change the atmosphere of a place. When he told me these stories, I often found myself imagining what that house must have felt like at night. A small home near the forest. A paved road and a few neighbors nearby, but still enough wilderness around it that the dark would feel deep. The woods behind the house. The silence after everyone went to sleep. The backyard fading into trees. A teenage boy looking out and seeing a woman from another century crossing the grass. That image is so vivid that I feel like I can almost see it myself. Then inside, a room where something touches a guest's feet in the middle of the night. A mirror that shows things it should not. A property where a visitor senses evil without being told a thing. All of it together creates a very particular kind of fear, the kind that grows slowly and wraps itself around the place until you do not know how to walk through it casually anymore. I know some people will always prefer an ordinary explanation. They might say my husband imagined the woman. They might say his friend had a bad dream. They might say the mirror became frightening only because he was already playing around with occult ideas and worked himself up. They might say my incensed, evil, only because some places feel unpleasant and people project meaning onto that discomfort. I understand all of those explanations. In many cases, they may even be partly true. But what stays with me is that all these things happened around the same property, to different people, over time, and with a consistency of feeling that is hard to ignore. Even I, who did not personally witness any great manifestation, never felt fully at ease there. I also cannot ignore the fact that after my father-in-law died in that house, the place felt even heavier. Death has a way of changing houses. Even ordinary houses that have no haunting attached to them can feel different after someone dies inside. The rooms hold memory differently. The air seems changed. If there was already something there before, perhaps a death in the home only deepened the atmosphere. Maybe it gave whatever lingered there more to work with. Or maybe grief simply made the family more aware of the darkness that had always existed there. What troubles me most is the question of intent. Was the thing on that property merely there, like an old ghost attached to the land and its own past? Or was something actively watching, interacting, and trying to enter people's lives? The touch on the friend's feet suggests interaction. The mirror suggests invitation or access. The aunt's sense of evil suggests danger. Yet nothing dramatic like possession or violence ever followed, at least not in the stories I was told. That makes the story more subtle, but not less unsettling. Sometimes what is subtle is worse, because it leaves you with a constant sense of uncertainty instead of one clear event you can point to and then be done with. There is also something very unsettling about a newer house being the setting for all of this. Newer homes are supposed to feel safe in a certain practical way. They are not supposed to come with generations of layered sorrow built into the walls. But maybe we put too much trust in age as the explanation for haunting. Maybe places do not need an old structure to hold old things. Maybe the earth itself remembers. Maybe a spirit does not care when the current house was built if the land below it means something to it. And maybe, as I keep coming back to, human actions matter too. A young person inviting dark things into an already uneasy place may be enough to create a doorway of sorts, whether we understand how or not. I have thought many times about the mirror. There is something about mirrors in these kinds of stories that feels especially dangerous, even to people who do not fully believe in the supernatural. A mirror is already a strange object when you think about it long enough. It shows you yourself, but reversed. It gives the illusion of another space beyond the room. It holds light and shape in a way no ordinary surface does. If something dark wanted to use an object to unsettle a person, a mirror seems like the perfect thing. When my husband described it almost as a gateway, that word stayed with me. It felt like the right word for the fear he carried about it. He was not just afraid of odd reflections. He was afraid of what could come through or what might look back. The fact that we kept that mirror stored away for years tells me he felt conflicted about it. If it had just been an ordinary object, it could have been thrown out. If it had only been sentimental, we would have treated it differently. But it stayed out of sight, hidden in an outbuilding, almost like something no one wanted to face directly but no one knew how to deal with either. That feels very true to human nature. We do that with fear sometimes. We do not destroy it, but we push it somewhere out of the way and hope distance is enough. And yet, even with all these strange stories, I find myself thinking most about the woman walking out of the woods. There is something deeply haunting about her. She seems almost separate from the darker parts of the story. A woman in Victorian clothing in rural Georgia, at the edge of the forest, crossing a backyard toward a back door before turning and leaving again. She sounds like someone who belonged to another world and another time, but who still knew exactly where she was going. If she was a ghost, then she was not random. She had purpose. And purpose in an apparition is always more frightening to me than aimless haunting. I sometimes wonder if she had anything to do with whatever my aunt felt. Was she only one part of a larger spiritual presence on the property? Was she perhaps not evil at all, but simply one of the dead lingering where they had once lived or loved or walked? And if so, what was the evil thing my aunt sensed? The mirror? Something my husband had invited? Something else hidden deeper in the land or house? The more I think about it, the more I feel this was not one simple haunting but a place where several threads may have crossed. Living in that home after my father-in-law's death felt like stepping into a story halfway through. I did not see the beginning for myself. I only inherited the details from my husband and then had to make sense of them while living in the same rooms and on the same land. That gives the experience a strange quality. It is not my ghost story in the usual sense, yet it still touched my life. I was shaped by fear of things I had not seen but could feel around me in the silence of the place. Sometimes second-hand hauntings can be just as powerful as first-hand ones, especially when the people telling the story are people you know well enough to trust. If I had heard this story from a stranger, maybe I would have questioned it more. But I know my husband. I know when he is serious. I know when something still unsettles him after all these years. And I know the way his voice changes when he speaks about that mirror or that room or the woman in the yard. Those changes in his face and tone are part of why I believe him. In the end, I do not think every question needs a neat answer. Some places feel wrong. Some people experience things that shift how they see the world. Some objects seem to gather fear around them. Some land holds on to more than it should. Whether we call it haunting, spiritual attack, lingering energy, or something else entirely, there are stories like this in many families and many places, and not all of them can be laughed away as simple imagination. I still think about that house sometimes, especially the woods behind it. I imagine the dark tree line at night, the paved road out front, the quiet little home sitting between ordinary life and something older and harder to name. I picture my husband as a teenager, standing in the yard and seeing that woman cross toward the back door. I picture the room where his friend felt something touch his feet. I picture a mirror standing somewhere in a corner reflecting things no one wanted to see. And I picture my aunt stepping onto the property years later, knowing none of it, yet still turning to say she sensed something evil there. That, more than anything, is why the story has stayed with me. Not because it is dramatic, but because too many small parts of it feel true in the same way. And if there really was something on that property, something dark or old or invited or all of those things at once, then I am grateful we are no longer there. Some places are meant to be left behind, even if their stories are not. It was a bright summer day, the kind of day that feels warm and full from the moment you wake up. The sun was high, the sky was clear, and everything around the house had that lazy summer feeling that makes time seem slow and easy. Days like that were common in our home. My mother loved summer more than any other season, mostly because she loved to swim. If there was a chance to be in the water, she was the first one outside calling everyone else to come enjoy it too. That day was no different. My mother was outside, already full of energy, calling for me and my two older sisters to come out and swim. My father was busy the way he always was, working on one thing or another, fixing something, checking something, or just keeping his hands busy with whatever project he could find. That was normal for him. He never really sat still for long if there was something nearby that could be repaired, adjusted, or improved. And me, well, I loved swimming too, but not as much as I loved the computer sometimes. There were days when being online felt even better than being in the water. Maybe that sounds silly now, but back then it felt completely normal to me. I had been outside earlier, swimming and enjoying the sunshine, but after a while I decided I wanted a little break. I told myself I was just going to go inside for a few minutes, sit down at the computer in the den, check my mail, maybe talk to a few friends, and then head back out again. I really meant it too. I told myself I would only be on there for 15 minutes or so. That is what everyone says though, and somehow 15 minutes always turns into something much longer. You sit down, start typing, answer one message, then another, then somebody else comes online, and before you know it, an hour has passed, and you have no idea where it went. That was exactly what happened to me that day. The den was where our computer was, and once I sat down in there, I slipped right into that normal computer world feeling where everything outside starts fading away. The swimming pool, the sunshine, my mother calling from outside, all of it started feeling farther away the longer I sat there typing to friends. The room was quiet except for the little sounds computers made and the tapping of my fingers on the keyboard. It felt ordinary, calm, and familiar. There was nothing at all unusual about that moment. Then suddenly I felt a cold breeze. It was not just a slight change in temperature. It was a chilling breeze that passed right by me in a way that made me stop for a second. It was strange enough that I noticed it immediately. The windows were not open. The door was shut. There was no reason at all for cold air to move through that room. For a second I just sat there, still, thinking about it. I looked around a little without fully turning away from the computer, but I did not see anything. Then, because I did not know what else to do, I shrugged it off and kept typing. That should have been the end of it. But it was not. Not long after the cold breeze, I heard laughing. The second I heard it, I froze again. It was not a normal laugh, not a happy laugh, not the kind of laugh you would expect to hear in a house where people are enjoying a summer day. It was not the light little laugh of a child either. It was something darker. The only way I have ever been able to describe it is that it sounded evil. It had a sharp, ugly quality to it, like a demonic giggle. It was the kind of laugh that does not make you smile, or even wonder what is funny. It makes your stomach tighten because there is something wrong in it. The sound stopped after only a moment. I sat still and looked around the room, trying to find where it had come from. At first, I was more confused than frightened. When something strange happens suddenly, your mind always wants to push it towards some normal explanation before it accepts anything frightening. I looked around the den, trying to tell myself that maybe I had imagined it, or maybe the sound had come from outside and just carried strangely into the room. But it did not feel like that. It felt close. It felt inside the room. Then I laughed at myself. It was not because I found any of it funny. It was because I felt ridiculous. I actually thought, what am I doing? Now I am sitting here acting like I hear demons laughing at me. If somebody else had told me that story, I probably would have thought they were crazy too. So I tried to force myself back into normal thinking. I told myself I was just being dramatic. Maybe I was tired from swimming. Maybe the summer heat had gotten to me. Maybe my ears were playing tricks on me. So I put my hands back on the keyboard and tried to act like nothing had happened. That did not last long. A little while later, I heard something again. This time it was growling. Not a dog growl. Not the kind of low sound an angry pet makes when you get too close to its food or toys. This was something else entirely. It sounded harsh, evil, almost like a hiss mixed with a growl. It had the same dark feeling as the giggling had. And this time it was not only the growl. The giggling came too. Both sounds together. The ugly giggle and the dark growl. They would happen for a few seconds, stop, then start again. It was like something was there in the room making those sounds on purpose, almost enjoying the fear it was causing. That was when I really started getting scared. It was one thing to hear a strange laugh once and try to explain it away. It was another thing entirely to hear growling and giggling together, repeating, sounding unnatural and close. I got up quickly from the computer chair and started trying to follow where the sounds were coming from. Even while I was frightened, I still wanted to know. Part of me hoped I would find something simple. Maybe a toy making noise, maybe some strange electronic sound, maybe anything at all that would make this make sense. I moved around the room, listening carefully, and I realized the sounds were coming from one corner of the den. That corner. Even now, when I think back on it, I can feel how wrong that felt. Corners are already strange places when you are frightened, because they seem like places where shadows gather. When I realized the growls and the giggles were coming from that corner, the fear inside me changed. It became colder somehow. I stopped and stared at it. As soon as I figured out where the sounds were coming from, they stopped. Just like that. The room went quiet again. I stood there for a full minute, looking at the corner and feeling my heart pound. I remember thinking that I had been swimming half the day, that I was probably a little tired, maybe overheated, maybe not thinking clearly. I tried to tell myself I was not losing my mind. I wanted very badly to believe that. But deep down I also knew I had heard those sounds. They were not in my imagination. They were too clear, too ugly, too specific. Then I felt that cold chill again. That was enough for me. I walked straight back over to the computer, typed a quick goodbye to my friends, and got out of that room as fast as I could. I did not stay to investigate more. I did not sit down again. I just left. Once I was out of the den and back into the brighter, normal part of the house, I felt a little better, but not much. The whole thing had shaken me more than I wanted to admit. For the rest of that day, I kept thinking about it. I tried not to. I really did. I wanted to forget it, and act like it was nothing. But once you hear something like that, especially alone in a quiet room, it stays with you. I would replay it in my head. The chill. The laugh. The growl. The corner. The sudden silence. Everything about it felt wrong. A few days later I finally told my best friend, Sabina, about what had happened. I think I needed to say it out loud to somebody who knew me well. When strange things happen, keeping them to yourself sometimes makes them feel even bigger. So I told her the whole story. I explained how I had been on the computer, how I felt the cold breeze, how I heard the evil giggles, and then later the growling too. Sabina listened, but like a lot of people probably would, she said maybe I was just hearing things. That bothered me. Not because she was being mean, but because it was exactly what I had already been trying to tell myself. I did not want to be the person hearing things that were not there. I did not want to sound dramatic or crazy. So after talking to her, I started thinking maybe she was right. Maybe I was just tired. Maybe I had worked myself up over nothing. Maybe I had been swimming all day, sat down in a quiet room, and my mind just went strange for a little while. The more I thought about it, the more I tried to believe that. For a while, I managed to almost convince myself. I told myself it had only happened once. I told myself weird sounds can happen in houses for all kinds of reasons. I told myself if it were real, it would happen again. And then, a few days later it did. I was in the den again, on the computer again. I remember that I was aware of the room in a different way by then. I was not completely relaxed in there anymore. Even if I was trying not to think about what happened before, part of me was listening more carefully. Part of me was waiting, almost hoping nothing would happen so I could finally let the whole thing go. Then I heard the giggles again. The same ugly, evil little giggles. The second I heard them, I knew. I knew I had not imagined the first time. Whatever had happened that first day had been real. I did not stay to listen longer this time. I did not try to follow the sound or stare into the corner. The moment I heard it, I got out of there as fast as I could. There was no trying to be brave anymore. There was no arguing with myself about what I had heard. The sound itself was enough. I left the den immediately. And after that, strangely enough, I never heard the growls or the giggles again. That may be the strangest part of the whole experience. It did not turn into some long haunting. It did not become a nightly thing. It did not follow me into other rooms or other places. It happened, stopped, then returned once just long enough to prove to me that I had not imagined it, and then it was gone for good. For a long time, I did not know what to make of that. Part of me wondered whether maybe it only happened because I had ignored it the first time. Another part wondered if it came back only to prove it was real, then left. Another part of me still wanted some practical answer. Maybe there had been some sound in the house that really did resemble dark laughter. Maybe there had been an animal outside making some strange noise. Maybe the room carried sounds in a weird way. Maybe there was some explanation I just had not figured out. But no matter how many normal explanations I tried to find, the memory never quite fit into them. The den was closed up. The windows were shut. The door was shut. The chill passed through me with no clear source. The laughter sounded inside the room. The growls and giggles came from the corner. And the second time I heard them, there was no doubt at all in me that it was the same thing. When I look back on that summer day now, what stands out to me most is how normal it was at first. That is usually how the strangest moments begin. Not with thunder or obvious warning signs, but in the middle of completely ordinary life. My mother calling for us to swim. My father working on something like always. Me taking a break from the pool to check my messages and talk to friends. It could not have been more ordinary. That is what makes what happened afterward feel so jarring in memory. One moment I was just a teenager on the computer in the den, half annoyed at having spent longer online than I meant to, and the next moment I was hearing something that sounded inhuman, laughing and growling from a corner of the room. I have asked myself many times why it happened then. Why that day? Why only in the den? Why only twice? Was there something about me being alone in there that mattered? Was there something attached to that room? Did something just happen to pass through at the wrong moment and choose that space for whatever reason? Or was it all tied to something in the house that I never understood? I do not know. And because it never happened again after that second time, I never got the chance to learn more. Sometimes that almost makes it worse. If it had kept happening, maybe I could have tested things. Maybe I could have investigated more. Maybe I could have figured out if there was some pattern to it. But because it happened only those 2 times, it remains frozen in my memory exactly as it was. A mystery with no ending. A terror that came in, made itself known, and then disappeared before I could understand it. I have also thought about the way I reacted. The first time, I tried to rationalize it. The second time, I ran. That feels honest to me. The first time we experience something strange, especially if it is something frightening, we often go through a little process of denial. We tell ourselves it must be something normal. We laugh at ourselves. We feel embarrassed for even considering something darker. That is what I did with the giggles. I literally laughed at myself because the idea of demons laughing at me sounded ridiculous even in my own head. But then when it came back, there was no room for denial left. My body knew before my mind did. That is why I left so fast. I also think about what made those sounds so frightening. It was not just that they were strange. It was the feeling behind them. There are sounds that are merely surprising. There are sounds that startle you but do not stay in your body. And then there are sounds that seem to carry intention. The giggles and growls I heard felt like that. They did not feel random. They did not feel accidental. They felt directed. Not like something natural just happening nearby, but like something aware choosing to make itself known in a way that would frighten me. That is why I still remember them the way I do. It was not ordinary laughter. It was not ordinary growling. It was something dark in both sound and feeling. Even now, if I try to imagine that sound again, my stomach tightens a little. It had an evil quality to it that is hard to explain if you have not heard something like that yourself. Some people might say I am only using that word because I was frightened. Maybe that is true. But fear itself does not invent tone. I know what pleasant laughter sounds like. I know what a dog growl sounds like. This was neither. It sounded ugly in a way that made me think of something not human. And yet, for all the fear it gave me, it did not stay. That is something I have wondered about too. Why stop? Why come back only once? Why not continue if it wanted to scare me? Maybe it was not trying to stay. Maybe it only wanted to be noticed. Maybe it only wanted to make itself known. Maybe it was drawn by something and then moved on. I do not know. And because I do not know, the whole thing remains as unsettling now as it was then in some ways. There are times when I almost wish something else had happened afterward, not because I want more fear, but because some kind of continuation might have given meaning to it. Instead, it was just those 2 moments in the den, cut out of ordinary life and left there in memory like a warning with no explanation attached. I also think about how easily I could have convinced myself out of it if it had only happened once. That second time mattered so much. Without it, I think I probably would have gone on believing Sabina was right, that I was tired, overheated, or simply hearing things. I would have tucked it away as an embarrassing little moment, and never spoken of it again. But because it happened again, because the same evil giggling came back while I was in the same room, I could not do that. The second time gave the first time weight. It told me I was not imagining it. And still, I never heard it again after that. So in a strange way, the whole experience feels complete and unfinished at the same time. Complete, because it happened twice and then ended. Unfinished, because it gave me no answer. What was in that room? What was in that corner? Why did it sound the way it did? Why did the chill come first? And why did it leave me alone afterward? I do not know. But I do know this: when strange things happen, they do not always come in dramatic, movie-like ways. Sometimes they happen in the middle of bright summer afternoons while your mother is outside swimming, and your father is busy working, and you are just inside checking your mail. Sometimes the most frightening thing in your life begins with something as ordinary as taking a break from the pool and sitting down at the computer. That is what happened to me. A bright summer day. A quiet den. A cold breeze with no open window. A laugh that sounded wrong. Growls and giggles from a corner. Fear. Doubt. Then a second time, just enough to prove the first was real. And after that, silence forever. That is why I still remember it. That is why I know I was not just hearing things. And that is why, even now, when I hear somebody laugh in a way that has a sharp, ugly edge to it, I think for a second of that room, that corner, and the sound that made me leave the computer and run. In November of 2005, my daughter was only 2 months old when she caught a common cold. At first, it did not seem like anything too serious. She had been sick for about 2 days, and even though she was not feeling well, I kept telling myself that babies get colds and sometimes all you can really do is watch them closely, keep them comfortable, and wait for it to pass. Still, I was a nervous mother. She was so tiny, so helpless, and every little change in her breathing, her skin, or the sound of her cry made me worry. That night I remember feeling tired, but also uneasy. I did not want to take my eyes off her for too long. So instead of going to my own bed, I lay down beside her around 10 o'clock at night. Even before I fell asleep, I was debating with myself about whether I should take her to the hospital. The nearest hospital was about 30 miles away from where we lived, and where we lived, that kind of trip was not something you made lightly in the middle of the night unless you truly had to. It was a long drive, dark roads, open stretches, and you had to be sure in your own heart that it was worth it. I kept thinking maybe I was overreacting. She did not have a fever yet, at least not that I knew of, and even though she looked tired and uncomfortable, she still seemed okay enough that I convinced myself maybe it would be wasting a trip to go to the emergency room. I told myself maybe the cold would just run its course if I let her rest. So I stayed there with her and eventually drifted to sleep, though it was not the kind of deep sleep you get when your mind is fully at ease. It was the sleep of a worried mother, light and uneasy, always half ready to wake up if something changed. Sometime after midnight I woke up. The first thing I noticed was the heat coming off of her little body. When I touched her, she felt very hot. Not just warm from blankets or from sleep, but hot enough that I knew right away something was wrong. I did not have a thermometer with me at the time, so I could not take her exact temperature, but I did not need numbers to know it could be dangerous. She was only 2 months old, and at that age a high fever can become frightening very quickly. What scared me even more was that she seemed so weak. She could not even cry properly. She was trying, but there was no strength in it. That terrified me. A baby that young should not feel that hot, and she definitely should not be too weak to cry. I gave her some infant Tylenol before we left, hoping maybe it would help lower the fever and make the drive easier on her. But even as I did that, I knew I was not going to stay home and wait any longer. I could not. Whatever hesitation I had earlier was gone. It did not matter how far the hospital was or how tired I felt. I was her mother, and I was not going to risk sitting there while she got worse. I asked my sister to come with me, both because I did not want to make that drive alone in the middle of the night with a sick baby, and because I knew I would need another pair of hands if anything happened along the way. We left at around 12:30 in the morning. The roads were dark and mostly empty, the kind of darkness that feels even larger when you live in an open area. There are places where night still looks and feels like night, with very little traffic, very few lights, and long stretches of road where it is just you, your thoughts, and whatever your headlights happen to catch. I remember driving with my hands tight on the wheel, glancing again and again at my daughter, checking her breathing, checking her skin, trying to judge whether the Tylenol was helping at all. My sister was there with me, which helped, but I still felt that deep, tight fear that only a parent can feel when their child is sick and there is nothing to do but keep moving toward help. When we got to the hospital, the waiting was awful. Anyone who has ever sat in an emergency room with a sick child knows how long time can feel in a place like that. The minutes do not move normally. Everything feels stretched, especially when you are tired and afraid. We were there for hours. Even though it was the middle of the night, we still had to wait, and wait, and wait. At some point while we were sitting there, I started to feel relieved because the fever had gone down. I could tell the Tylenol had helped. She did not feel as dangerously hot as before, and that made me breathe a little easier. There was even a moment when I thought maybe we should just leave and go home. I was exhausted. My daughter seemed to be doing better. It was late, and all I wanted was to have her safe at home in my arms. But another part of me would not let me leave. I kept thinking, what if it is not just a fever? What if there is another infection? What if this is something more serious than I realize? I had already come all that way. I had already waited all that time. I knew I would not forgive myself if I left too soon and later found out something was really wrong. So we stayed. By the time the doctor finally saw her, it was nearly 4 in the morning. She was checked carefully, and in the end, everything turned out fine. That was the best possible news. There was no terrible hidden illness, no serious infection, nothing life-threatening. She was going to be okay. The relief I felt in that moment was hard to describe. It was like my whole body finally loosened after hours of being wound too tight. I was tired to the point of feeling almost numb, but I was grateful. We left the hospital around 4:40 a.m., worn out but relieved, ready to make the long drive home. At that hour, the road home felt even more empty than before. The sky was still dark, but it had that faint feeling of night beginning to thin out just a little before dawn. Not enough light to really change the world yet, but enough that you start to sense morning is somewhere off in the distance. We were about 20 minutes into the drive home when I noticed something alongside the road. At first it was only a shape. We were probably around 50 feet away when I first saw it, and because of the distance and darkness, I could not make it out clearly. My first thought was that maybe it was livestock. That was not unusual in the area. Animals could end up near the road. And in the dark the shapes of things are not always what they seem. For a second, I honestly thought it looked like 2 cows standing close together. But the closer we got, the more the headlights caught it. And then I saw clearly that it was not livestock at all. It was a woman. Not just any woman standing there by the road either. What made it immediately strange was how she was dressed. She looked like a young Navajo woman, maybe in her mid-20s. She was dressed beautifully, almost formally, like she was headed to something important, or had just come from somewhere special. She wore an ankle-length skirt, a velveteen blouse, and a turquoise necklace. Her black hair was shiny and neatly combed back into a traditional Navajo-style hair bun. Around her shoulders was a Pendleton shawl. She stood there with her thumb out, clearly signaling that she wanted a ride. That alone would have been enough to make me stare. It was such an odd sight because of where we were and what time it was. The area where we lived was on the Navajo reservation, and while the clothing itself was not unfamiliar in a cultural sense, the situation was all wrong. It was dark. It was cold. It was around 5 in the morning. We were in the middle of a long, empty stretch of highway, far from town, far from any obvious event or gathering. You do not expect to see a young woman dressed in her finest formal clothes standing alone in the middle of nowhere before sunrise, calmly hitchhiking. It made no sense. I slowed the car a little. My sister and I both looked at her more carefully as we passed. It was one of those moments where your mind keeps reaching for an ordinary explanation even as your gut is telling you something is off. Maybe she had been at some ceremony. Maybe there had been a family gathering. Maybe she needed help. But even while those thoughts moved through my head, another feeling was there too. It was unsettling. Creepy. Deeply strange. We did not stop. Neither of us wanted to pick her up. There was something about the whole scene that made us keep driving. It was not simple rudeness or fear of strangers. It was the strong feeling that something was very wrong about what we were seeing. So we passed her. As soon as we got by, we looked back. She was gone. Not walking away. Not stepping into the darkness. Not farther down the road. Gone. That was the exact moment the fear hit me fully. My heart started racing so hard and fast it felt like it was pounding in my throat. My sister was just as shaken. We had both seen her. We had both looked right at her. And then in the space of a moment, with nowhere obvious for her to go, and no sound or sign of movement, she was simply not there anymore. I sped up. At that point, all I wanted was to get home as quickly as possible. The road that had already felt lonely before now felt deeply unsettling. Every dark stretch ahead of us looked heavier somehow, and I could not stop replaying the image in my mind. The woman's clothing, her posture, the way she held out her thumb, the fact that she looked so real and so solid. If we had not both seen her, I might have questioned myself later. But my sister saw her too. That mattered. When we finally got home, I told my mother what we had seen. She listened, and then she told us something that made the whole thing even stranger. She said that before that road ever became a highway, there had once been a mother and daughter who lived in that area. According to what she knew, the daughter had become very ill and died young, somewhere around her mid-20s. She had been buried in the very same general area where we had seen the young woman hitchhiking. That story settled over us heavily. The moment my mother said it, both my sister and I felt the same thought take shape. We believed the woman we had seen was her ghost. We believed that because she had died young and unexpectedly, her spirit had never fully left the place where she had lived and where she was buried. Maybe she was still there along that road, still appearing from time to time, still caught between where she had been and where she should have gone. Before that night, I had never really believed in ghosts all that much. I was not the kind of person who spent my life chasing stories about haunted places or telling everybody I believed the dead walked among us. Like many people, I probably thought ghost stories were interesting, maybe creepy, maybe entertaining, but still something separate from real life. But after that night, I could not think that way anymore. Because I had seen something with my own eyes, on a real road, in a real moment, with my sister sitting right there with me. I had seen a woman who should not have been there, dressed in a way that made no sense for the setting, standing in the dark and then disappearing completely when we looked back. That changes you. After that, my sister and I gave that stretch of highway a name. We started calling it the Haunted Road. Some people might hear that and think it sounds silly, like the kind of nickname teenagers or young adults give to a place to make a story sound bigger. But for us, it was not a joke. It was our way of naming what had happened there. Once you see something like that, a place is never just a place again. It carries the memory of that moment every time you pass through it. I have thought about that night many times over the years. I have gone over every detail in my head. I have asked myself whether there could have been some ordinary explanation. Could it have been another traveler? Could she have stepped back quickly into darkness? Could our tiredness from being out all night have played a role? I asked myself all those questions. But the more I returned to the memory, the more the same details stayed fixed and strong. The first was how clearly we saw her. This was not a vague white shape in the distance, or something only half glimpsed in the corner of an eye. The headlights reached her. We saw her clothing. We saw her hair. We saw the shawl around her shoulders. We saw her thumb held out. We slowed down enough to get a real look at her. That matters. The second was how wrong the whole scene felt. It was not only that she was there. It was how she was there. The clothing, the time, the setting, the cold, the isolation of the road, all of it together created a picture that felt deeply out of place. People do not dress like that to stand alone in the dark on a long empty road with no destination in sight, unless there is some very unusual reason.
The third was how quickly she vanished. That is the part that still chills me when I think of it. If she had walked away or disappeared into brush or behind some structure, maybe we could have told ourselves she was just a real person and we lost sight of her. But there was nowhere obvious for her to go in that instant. And yet she was not there when we looked back. That is what pushed it from strange to frightening. The fourth was my mother's story. Without that story, maybe I would still have wondered forever and never leaned all the way toward believing what we saw was a ghost. But hearing that a young woman had once lived and died in that very area, and that she had been buried near where we saw the hitchhiker, gave the moment a context that felt too exact to ignore. I have often wondered what she wanted. Was she really asking for a ride? Was she only appearing as she had appeared in life, repeating some old gesture from another time? Was she trying to be seen? Was she simply there because the boundary between this world and whatever comes after had thinned for a moment, and we happened to be the ones driving by? I do not know. That is one of the hardest things about experiences like this. They do not come with explanations. They leave you with images, feelings, and questions. The questions often last longer than the fear, but the fear remains inside the memory too. I still remember how exhausted I was that morning. That part matters because people sometimes assume exhaustion makes you imagine things. And yes, I had been up most of the night. I had been worried sick about my daughter. I had spent hours in a hospital waiting room. I was physically tired. But I was also sharply aware in the way frightened or relieved people often are after a long stressful night. My mind was not drifting. I was driving carefully. My sister was there too, and she saw the same thing I did. That shared experience is one reason I never let myself explain it away as mere tiredness. It was not just me. And because it was not just me, I had to accept that something outside of my own mind had happened on that road. It also mattered to me that the figure did not seem threatening in the usual sense. She did not rush at the car. She did not appear grotesque or damaged. She did not scream or move in some dramatic way. She simply stood there, dressed beautifully, asking for a ride. That almost made it sadder than if it had been openly frightening. There was something deeply human about her. Something ordinary at first glance. That is what made the disappearance so shocking. It was like seeing someone real and then learning instantly they did not belong to the same world you did. The more I thought about the story my mother told us, the sadder it felt. A young woman, dying too soon, buried in the land near where she had lived. A road later laid over that same area. Cars passing day and night without knowing. And sometimes, maybe, her spirit still there. The Navajo reservation holds deep traditions and beliefs about life, death, spirits, and the land. Even if I did not grow up fully understanding every part of those beliefs, I grew up around enough of that culture to know that the dead and the living are not always thought of as fully separate in the way some other people imagine them. Certain places carry memory. Certain deaths leave something behind. Certain stories do not disappear simply because modern roads and cars cover the land. That night made me understand those ideas differently. They stopped being only cultural stories and became something personal. From that point on, I could never again say honestly that I did not believe in ghosts. I know now that they walk among us sometimes. Not always in the way people imagine. Not always in old buildings or graveyards. Sometimes on a road before dawn, dressed as if they are going somewhere important, standing exactly where history says they once lived and died. My sister and I did not keep calling it the haunted road because we wanted attention. We called it that because the name fit. It reminded us of what we had seen and what we had learned afterward. Every time one of us used that name, the memory came back with all its details. The cold air. The dark highway. The tired relief of bringing a healthy baby home from the hospital. The sudden sight of a woman where no woman should have been. The way our fear changed from uncertainty to certainty in one quick glance over our shoulders. Even now, when I think about that drive, I can still feel both the relief and the fear mixed together. I had just gone through hours of worry over my little daughter, and the doctor had finally told me she was fine. My mind should have been settling down after all that stress. Instead, it was pulled right back into another kind of fear, one that had nothing to do with illness and everything to do with the unseen. That contrast stays with me. One moment I was simply a tired mother driving home with her sister and baby after a long night. The next moment I was someone looking directly at something that should not have been there. And in some ways, that is how paranormal experiences seem to happen most often. Not when you are searching for them. Not when you are telling stories and trying to scare yourself. They happen in ordinary life. In the spaces between one real concern and the next. In moments when you are too busy being human to prepare yourself for the impossible. If you had asked me before that night whether I believed in ghosts, I probably would have shrugged. I might have said maybe, or I do not know, or that I was not sure. But after that, I did not need maybe anymore. I knew I had seen something. I knew what it looked like. I knew how it vanished. I knew the story tied to that place. And I knew I would never again look at lonely stretches of road in the same way. There is something very unsettling about highways anyway, especially in remote places. They cut across old land, old stories, old homes, old graves, and old paths people walked long before there was pavement. Most of the time we drive over that history without ever thinking about it. We assume the road is simply a road. But that night reminded me that land remembers. Even when it changes, even when a highway is built over it, something of what happened there may remain. I have often wondered if other people saw her too.
If other drivers, alone before dawn or late at night, ever caught a glimpse of a young Navajo woman in formal clothes standing by the roadside with her thumb out. If anyone stopped. If anyone spoke to her. If anyone else ever went home and told their family, only to hear the story of the mother and daughter who had once lived and died there. Maybe they did. Maybe my sister and I were not the only ones. Or maybe for some reason she chose that morning, that car, that moment. That is something I will never know. But I know this much with complete honesty. Before that night, I did not believe in ghosts in any strong way. After that night I did. Not because of a story someone told me, not because of something I wanted to believe, but because I saw something with my own eyes that stepped outside every ordinary explanation I could reach for. And once something like that happens, belief is no longer abstract. It becomes memory. It becomes part of your life. It becomes a road you and your sister can never drive the same way again. That is why we called it the Haunted Road, and that is why the name has stayed with me for so long. It was not only a spooky nickname. It was our way of marking the place where the world shifted for us just enough to show that the dead are not always as gone as we think. My father-in-law was taken to the emergency room here in Elkhart last November because he had what looked like flu symptoms that simply would not go away. At first, we all thought it was probably something ordinary, just a bad case of the flu or some kind of infection that had worn him down more than usual because of his age. He was in his 70s, and when older people get sick, even common illnesses can hit them harder than they do younger people. We thought maybe he just needed stronger medicine than anything we could buy over the counter. We did not go into that hospital expecting our whole life to change. Getting him there in the first place had not been easy. He had a strong dislike for doctors, and that is putting it mildly. He truly believed medical treatment should come from a medicine man, not from hospitals and doctors in white coats. In his mind, doctors mostly cared about money. He did not trust them. He did not think they cared about a person's true health, not physically and certainly not spiritually. So when we kept telling him he needed to be seen, he was angry with us. He argued. He resisted. He made it very clear that he did not want to go. We had to push and insist and almost force the matter because we were too worried to let him stay home any longer. Then the tests came back. After a whole battery of them, the doctors told us he had advanced lung cancer. That was the moment everything shifted. It was not flu. It was not some infection that would pass with time. It was cancer, and it was already far along. The doctor said he did not want to release him because he felt Dad may not live much longer. Hearing that, in the blunt way hospitals sometimes say things, was devastating. It was as if someone had taken the future we thought we had and cut it into a much smaller shape right in front of us. But even then, even after that, we brought him home. That may sound strange to some people, but to us it was simple. He had been living with us since our daughter was in kindergarten. He was not some distant relative staying with us temporarily. He was part of our home. He belonged with us. That house, wherever it happened to be, was his home. So when the hospital acted as though it was only a matter of waiting for him to die, we decided he would wait at home, with us, where he was loved. And then something else happened that the doctors had not expected. He outlived every timeline they gave us. He lived beyond what they estimated. He stayed with us longer than they thought he would. Slowly, over time, his health declined, but it did not happen on their neat schedule. It happened on its own time. We were able to get his medicine man to come to the house a few times during that last year, though not as often as Dad would have wanted. That mattered to him deeply. He believed in that kind of care. He believed healing was not only about the body, but about the spirit too, and it comforted him when the medicine man could come. With the help of hospice, we did everything we could. Hospice helped with the medical side, helped guide us, helped us understand what to expect, but in the end there was still so much that had to be done here at home, hour after hour, day after day. Eventually, Dad needed 24-hour care. There was no getting around that. He could no longer be left alone. His needs became constant. And because the economy was what it was, we simply could not afford to pay for full-time in-home nursing. A live-in facility was not even a real option. Even if we had been able to afford it, I do not think it would have been right for him. He belonged here. So I became his primary caregiver. That is the plain truth of it. In many ways, he became like my child. I changed him, fed him when we could find something he was able to keep down, encouraged him, listened to him complain, and loved him the same way I loved my own daughter and son. I carried him when he could no longer walk by himself. I told him no one else mattered when he was hurting over the fact that almost none of his other 15 children would come visit him. That was one of the deepest heartbreaks in the whole thing. He had all these children, and yet so much of the time it was us here with him, us carrying the weight, us giving him the love and care he deserved in those final months. I barely left the house anymore. Not unless someone else was there with him. That caused strain on the family, of course it did. There were school plays I could not attend. College entrance seminars I missed. Everyday things that mothers are supposed to be there for, and sometimes I could not go because my place was with him. There were moments when I felt torn in ways I cannot even fully describe. My children still needed me, my husband needed me, the house still needed to run, and yet Dad needed me too in this complete and helpless way. Still, deep down I believed this was where I was meant to be in that season of my life. I believed God had kept me there for a reason. I did not fully understand that reason at the time, but I felt it. Then came this month. We had to move. We were depending mostly on my husband's paycheck, and it just was not enough anymore to keep us where we were. It was one of those practical, painful life decisions where there is no good timing. When someone is dying in your home, there is never a good time to move. But life keeps pressing anyway. Bills still exist. Houses still have to be paid for. Families still have to survive. So we did what we had to do. On the 3rd of this month, we had one load of belongings left to bring over to the new house. By the time we were done with that load, we decided to stop for the night and sleep in the new place. We were exhausted, and though we still had more to do, it felt like enough for one day. So that was our plan, rest there, then continue the next morning. At 2:30 in the morning, my 4-year-old son came running into the room where my husband and I were sleeping. He was not sleepy and confused in the ordinary little boy way. He was urgent. He came in announcing that Papa had told him there was someone in the house and that he was supposed to come get me or his daddy. My son chose me. That alone was enough to make me get up immediately. There was no hesitation. No lying there deciding if it could wait. If my father-in-law had sent my son to get me, then I was up and moving. I got out of bed and searched the house from top to bottom. I checked every room. I looked through the whole place carefully. I found nothing. No intruder. No movement. No sign that anyone had entered. Everything was still. Since I was already up and knew I was not going back to sleep easily after that, I started unpacking boxes while still keeping an eye on Dad. That was when he told us more. He said the someone was about 6 feet tall. He said the person had walked through the house with confidence and had said nothing while passing him. He also said something that has stayed with me ever since. He had felt comfort, not fear. That detail matters to me more than anything else. If he had said he was afraid, I think the whole moment would have settled differently in me. But he was not frightened. He felt comforted. We always left a light on wherever he was sleeping because he had developed a fear of the dark, And I also wanted there to be no obstacles if I needed to get to him quickly during the night. So if someone had truly walked through, this was not a case of dim shadows or poor visibility. He would have seen clearly enough to know whether it was someone familiar. That night passed, and the next morning we brought over the last load from the old place. We said goodbye to that old homestead and stepped fully into the new house on the 4th. I remember that day sharply because everything felt fragile. We were moving physically, but emotionally it felt like we were carrying a whole ending with us. Dad asked me if I liked the new house, and then he asked if I felt safe there. I told him yes. I told him I did, and I told him I thought he would too. By 4 in the afternoon, he got much worse. His decline that day felt sudden, even though he had been declining for months already. There are moments near the end when something changes quickly, and this was one of them. By 4 o'clock, he was speaking in a language I did not know. He looked intently into my eyes while he spoke, as if he was trying very hard to communicate something important. I could hear the words, but I did not understand any of them. They were not English. They were not anything I recognized. It was not random noise either. It sounded structured, purposeful, like speech. Then he pointed to my son. So I stepped out of the room and sent him in. What happened next is something I still do not know how to explain. My 4-year-old son and his papa began conversing. That is the only word for it. They were communicating. My father-in-law would speak, my son would answer, then Dad would respond again. I stood there listening and understood nothing. I did not know what language they were speaking. I did not know whether my son truly understood it in the way adults understand language, or whether something else was happening between them. All I knew was that this was not play, and it was not ordinary childish babble. There was an exchange happening, and I was shut out of it completely. We called the hospice nurse around 7 in the evening. By 7:30, Dad was gone. Even now that is hard to write. It is still too fresh. There are some losses you can speak about from a distance, and some that still live too close to the skin. This one still lives too close. I can write the facts, but the emotions still rise up inside me even as I do. He was here, then he was gone. After all those months of carrying him, feeding him, cleaning him, reassuring him, holding the house together around him, suddenly the work was over and the emptiness began. The hospice nurse could not explain what had happened between my son and my father-in-law. She said she had never seen or heard anything like it before. The medicine man believed my child had been preparing another child for entry into a new family. That was his understanding of it. The pastor, on the other hand, believed Dad had been speaking in tongues. Those were the explanations offered by the two spiritual authorities around us, and they could not have been more different. One saw it as a sacred transition tied to rebirth and family beyond this life. The other saw it as a spiritual language given by God. And there I was, standing between all of it, holding my own questions. Because my questions did not end with what Dad and my son were saying to each other. I kept coming back to the being Dad had seen in our house in the middle of the night. Who was that? What did he see? Had he somehow seen my husband moving around earlier and misplaced the time in his mind? That would be the easiest answer, but it never really felt right. Surely he would have recognized his own son. And he had described the figure as 6 feet tall, moving with confidence, bringing comfort rather than fear. That did not feel like confused memory to me. And more than that, in all the time I had known him, my father-in-law had been firm in his beliefs. He believed the spirit went directly to heaven or purgatory after death. He did not believe in souls wandering around the earth. He was not the kind of man who sat around talking about ghosts or signs or spirits visiting the living. So for him to speak about seeing someone in the house carried weight. Then there was the language. What were my son and his papa discussing? What language were they speaking? My son has not forgotten it. That is perhaps the strangest part of all. When I have asked him, gently, what they were talking about, he gives me the same answer. He says he will tell me when I am ready. That answer stops me every time. When I first heard him say it, part of me wanted to press him harder. I wanted to know right then. I wanted to understand what had happened in my own home while I stood only a few feet away. But another part of me knew not to force it. Children sometimes know things they do not yet know how to explain. And sometimes they seem to understand timing better than adults do. Maybe he truly believes I am not ready. Maybe he does not have the words yet. Maybe whatever passed between them belongs partly to him and partly to that space between life and death that the rest of us cannot enter so easily. I have gone over all of it again and again in my mind. The trip to the emergency room. The diagnosis. The way the doctors dismissed him so quickly in terms of time. The way he outlived all of their estimates. The months of care. The moving. The 4-year-old coming to wake me at 2:30 in the morning because Papa had seen someone. Dad saying he felt comfort and not fear. His question the next day, asking if I felt safe in the new house. His sudden turn by 4 in the afternoon. The strange language. The conversation with my son. And then his death, only half an hour after the nurse arrived. Sometimes I wonder whether the being he saw was someone who had come for him. Not in a frightening way, but in a guiding way. He did not feel fear. He felt comfort. That matters so much. If he was nearing death, perhaps he saw something or someone that the rest of us could not. Maybe someone from the other side came to let him know he would not be alone when the moment came. Maybe it was an ancestor. Maybe it was a spiritual guide. Maybe it was exactly the kind of presence he had always believed in, even if he did not use the same words others might use. And perhaps my son, in his innocence, was able to understand what was happening in a way none of us adults could. Children often stand strangely close to mystery. They do not guard themselves against it the way grown people do. They have not yet built all the walls of doubt and logic and embarrassment that adults carry. A 4-year-old may accept what an older person would fight against. A child may hear something, understand something, or participate in something that becomes impossible to explain later in normal language. That thought has stayed with me too. Maybe my son was not afraid because he recognized what Dad was saying. Maybe Dad, as he crossed closer to death, was already speaking from somewhere between this life and the next. Maybe my son met him there for a moment. I do not know. And that uncertainty is one of the hardest parts. Not because I need everything explained neatly, but because when something this sacred and strange happens inside your own family, you want to understand it as fully as you can. You want to honor it rightly. You do not want to reduce it, but you also do not want to misunderstand it. There is another part of this that lingers with me too. My father-in-law had become like my child in many ways during that last year. I changed him, carried him, fed him, soothed him, sat with him, and loved him the way you love someone completely dependent on you. There is something deeply intimate about caring for a person at the end of life. You see them stripped down to weakness, memory, pain, and spirit. You become part of their most vulnerable hours. And then, when the end comes, it does not feel like losing only an elder. It feels, in some ways, like losing a child too, because so much of your energy had shifted into caring, protecting, and tending. So when he saw someone in the house and sent my son to get me, I responded as a caregiver. I searched the house. I unpacked boxes. I watched him. I did what had become my habit all year long, which was to act, help, and protect. Only later did I realize that perhaps there had been nothing for me to protect him from at all. Perhaps whatever came was not a threat. Perhaps it was mercy. That possibility gives me peace sometimes. The same way the medicine man's words give me peace in one direction and the pastor's words in another. I do not know if my son was preparing another child for entry into a new family. And I do not know if my father-in-law was speaking in tongues. I do not know if both explanations miss part of the truth, or each contain a piece of it. But I do know something holy happened in that room. Something beyond ordinary speech. Something beyond hospice care and medicine and practical life. It happened in a house we had just moved into, while one life was ending and another little life sat close enough to understand it. There is something else I keep coming back to. Before he died, Dad asked if I liked the new home and if I felt safe there. Why did he ask that? Was it just an old man's concern, wanting to know whether I was all right in the new place. Maybe. That is possible. But after what happened in the night, the question feels deeper than that. It feels almost as if he knew he was leaving soon and wanted reassurance that we would be all right after he was gone. That the house was safe. That the family was settled. That he could let go. That may be reading too much into it, but grief makes you return to words and weigh them carefully. You hold on to the last things people said. You search them for meaning because they become all you have. I also think about the move itself. We left the old house, the place where I had cared for him all that time, and brought him into a new home only for him to die there the very next day. On one level that feels unfair. He did not get to live long in the new place. He did not get to settle into it. But on another level, maybe it mattered that he came with us. Maybe he needed to know he was still home with us, wherever we were. Maybe the building never mattered as much as being where he belonged. And he did belong with us. That is something I know with certainty. Hospitals had their opinions. Doctors had their timelines. Other children of his stayed away. But he belonged here, with us. And whatever came for him, or whatever comforted him that night, found him here in the middle of the family that had held him all that time. I still hear my son's words in my mind too. Papa told me there was someone in the house. A 4-year-old saying that at 2:30 in the morning sounds simple on paper, but in the moment it carried something strange and heavy. It was not a child waking from a nightmare. It was not random fear. It was a message passed from an old man near death to a small child, who then brought it to me exactly as he had been told. That chain of trust matters. Dad trusted the child to bring us. The child obeyed. And I got up and came. There is something deeply moving in that, even beyond the mystery. I do not know if I will ever understand fully what my son and his papa said to each other. Maybe one day he really will tell me. Maybe one day I will be ready, whatever that means in his mind. Or maybe the answer will always remain partly hidden because it belongs to a sacred boundary I was allowed to witness but not enter. That may be enough. Not satisfying, perhaps, but enough. Because not every holy thing comes with interpretation. Some things are simply lived, carried, and remembered. This is one of those things. I remember my father-in-law's anger at going to the doctor. I remember the diagnosis and the months after. I remember how he became part father, part child, part patient, part elder all at once. I remember his fear of the dark. I remember the light we left on for him. I remember his question about whether I liked the new house. I remember his eyes when he spoke that unknown language. I remember him pointing to my son. I remember standing outside the room listening to them talk in words I could not understand. I remember the nurse arriving. I remember him being gone by 7:30. And I remember how everything felt at once broken and full of meaning. Maybe that is what death near family often is. Not clean. Not easy. Not fully explainable. But full of moments that seem to come from somewhere beyond what our daily language can hold. I miss him. I miss the weight of caring for him, even though it exhausted me. I miss the purpose of those days, even though they cost me so much. And I carry the mystery of that final day with me too. I do not think of it only as something frightening or confusing anymore. More and more, I think of it as a threshold I was privileged to stand near. Not cross. Not understand fully. But stand near. And maybe that is why my son says he will tell me when I am ready. Because perhaps to hear what passed between them, I would need to be ready to receive not just information, but meaning. Until then, I hold what I do know. Someone came into our house that night. Dad felt comfort, not fear. My son and his papa spoke a language I did not know. And before the next night came, Dad was gone. My late grandmother on my mother's side was named Margaret, and to this day, when I think about her, I do not first think of her age, or even of the fact that she is gone. I think of her energy. She was the kind of woman who filled a room without trying to. She loved art, beauty, conversation, and life itself. She was warm, loving, open-minded, and deeply expressive. She had a way of speaking that made people listen, not because she was loud or forceful, but because she was alive in everything she said. She was gregarious in the best sense of the word. She loved people, and people loved her back. She was also someone who believed the world was not always limited to what could be easily seen or explained. She never rejected reason, but she also never closed herself off to mystery. I have always been someone who values science and logic, and I still do, but my grandmother taught me not to use logic as an excuse to make the world smaller than it really might be. She believed that life was wider, stranger, and more layered than most people admitted, and because of her, I learned to leave some room in my mind for that possibility too. This story happened in the early 1960s in Central Ohio, where my family had already lived for more than 150 years. That region held our history in a way that is hard to describe to people who have never had roots in one place for that long. Family names, farms, roads, churches, little towns, old habits, old cemeteries, old houses, all of it was tied together through blood, memory, and time. My grandparents lived in Columbus, but like many people did back then, they also kept a little summer cottage farther south. It was in a vacation community called Hideaway Hills near Chillicothe. That place was more remote and more relaxed than the city. It offered quiet, open land, water, and the kind of stillness people from town often long for when they need to breathe differently for a while. The cottage there was simple in some ways, but comfortable enough for them to enjoy their summers and small escapes. It had electricity, which mattered of course, but it did not have a telephone. That was not at all unusual for a rural place at that time. In the early 1960s, especially outside city areas, not every little cottage or country house was equipped with a phone line. If you were staying somewhere like that, you simply accepted that you would be harder to reach. It was part of the nature of being away. One night, my grandparents were down there alone. It had not been an unusual day. Nothing dramatic had happened. Nothing had suggested that the night would become one that lived on in family memory for years afterward. They had gone to bed at an ordinary time, just as they normally would. My grandfather, Richard, was a practical man, steady and often a little stoic. He was not the kind of person who got carried away easily by emotion or by strange stories. He believed in what was in front of him, in what could be done, fixed, handled, or reasoned through. At the same time, he loved my grandmother deeply. That love was one of those quiet, strong loves that does not always show itself in flowery ways, but reveals itself in the long endurance of two people who belong to one another. They were very different in temperament in some respects, but deeply connected. That night, though, my grandmother could not settle. She tossed and turned in bed for what seemed like most of the night. Sleep would not rest easily on her, and even when she slipped into it, it was not calm. My grandfather kept waking up to her moving, speaking, and sounding distressed. In her sleep, she kept saying the same thing again and again. She would implore him, "Richard, answer the phone! We have to get the phone! It's ringing, answer the phone!" Again and again she said it. My grandfather, half asleep and confused, kept trying to answer her the only way that made sense to him. There was no phone in the cottage. He knew that perfectly well. They both knew it. There was nothing to answer. So he kept trying to calm her and get her back to sleep, telling her there was no phone there. According to the way she later told the story, he finally snapped at her in that tired and frustrated way long married couples sometimes do in the middle of the night, saying, "Go to sleep, you old bat, there's no phone here." That line always stayed in the retelling of the story, not because it was cruel, but because it sounded exactly like the kind of blunt, weary thing a loving husband might say at 3 in the morning when his wife was thrashing around and talking about a phone that did not exist. Anyone who knew my grandfather understood that even in a gruff moment like that, there was love underneath it. He was a practical man in a practical situation, trying to quiet what he assumed was only a nightmare. But my grandmother did not settle. She kept sleeping fitfully. She kept murmuring throughout the night. And always it came back to the same thing, the telephone. The ringing. The need to answer it. The urgency that would not leave her alone. What makes the story so powerful is that this was not one quick dream she later shaped into something larger. This lasted through the night. It interrupted sleep. It drew repeated attention. It was intense enough that my grandfather remembered it clearly the next morning. When daylight came, the night's strange unrest did not simply disappear with the dark. My grandmother told him about the dream. She explained that during the night she had dreamt of a dark room. In that room stood a pink coffin upright, not lying flat in the ordinary way one expects, but standing. Inside that coffin was her mother. Around the coffin stood her 4 siblings. They were chanting over and over, "We tried to call you, we tried to call you, we tried to call you." That was the dream. Not vague fear. Not shapeless symbols. A dark room. A pink coffin standing upright. Her dead mother inside it. Her brothers and sisters surrounding it, chanting that they had tried to call her. My grandfather listened, no doubt unsettled by how specific it sounded, but still trying to make it fit inside ordinary understanding. He confirmed that yes, she had indeed spent much of the night wailing about answering a phone. He had heard that himself. But because there was no phone at Hideaway, and because dreams can be strange and dramatic for no reason at all, he assumed she had simply had a terrible nightmare. What else was he supposed to think? He was a man grounded in the immediate facts of a place. There was no phone. She had a dream about one. End of story, as far as logic was concerned. Still, the mood of that morning was different. Even if my grandfather tried to stay practical, my grandmother herself did not feel as though the dream was merely random. She had experienced too many strange things across her life to shrug it off easily. That is something our family understood about her. She was not someone who treated every odd feeling as supernatural, but when something came with a certain weight, a certain sharpness, she paid attention. She had lived long enough with unusual moments to recognize that some experiences arrive with more than the texture of an ordinary dream. So they packed up and drove back to Columbus. It was only about an hour north, not a terribly long trip, but I have often imagined what that drive must have felt like for her. My grandfather may have tried to talk normally. He may have kept his eyes on the road and his thoughts on practical things. But inside my grandmother, I imagine the dream still lived very close. The image of the coffin. The dark room. Her siblings chanting. The insistence of the phone that did not exist where she was. I do not think she was relaxed on that drive. In fact, by all accounts, she was tense. Something in her believed the dream meant something, and she was waiting, perhaps half dreading, to find out what. When they got home to Columbus, they opened the front door. And the phone in the kitchen was ringing. That detail still sends a chill through me every time I think about it. After a whole night spent hearing a phone ring in her sleep, after being told over and over by reality that no such phone existed where she was, she stepped into her own house and the first thing waiting for her was the ringing phone. She went to answer it. On the other end was her sister. And her sister said, "Margie, Mother died last night. We tried to call you all night, but nobody would pick up. I'm so sorry, we tried to call you." Those words matched the dream too closely to ignore. Not just the fact that their mother had died. Not just the fact that they had called. But the exact repeated message, "We tried to call you." That was what her siblings had been chanting around the coffin in the dream. That was what she had cried out about all night in the cottage. That was what her sister now said on the real telephone standing in her kitchen. When I first heard this story as a child, I think I reacted the way many children react to uncanny family stories, with fascination first. It sounded almost like something from a book, something too perfect and eerie to belong to ordinary life. But the older I got, the more I understood the emotional weight underneath it. This was not just a strange coincidence in a ghost story. This was a daughter somehow receiving, in the night and over distance, the news that her mother had died. And she received it in a way shaped by the exact obstacle that prevented the real news from reaching her, the missing phone. At Hideaway, there was no telephone. In the dream, there was an unbearable need to answer one. In waking life, her siblings truly were trying to call. The physical line could not reach her, so something else did. What has always struck me too is that my grandmother's blood, according to the family retelling, did not exactly run cold when the call came. That may sound strange, but it makes sense when you understand who she was. Because of the many strange occurrences she had experienced over the years, she was almost prepared in some deep way for something like this. Not prepared in the sense that she expected her mother to die that exact night, but prepared in the sense that she already believed the world could communicate in ways beyond normal mechanisms. So while the confirmation of the dream's meaning was painful and heavy, it did not feel impossible to her. It fit into a larger life she had already lived, a life in which dreams, presences, and inexplicable knowing were not unknown. That does not mean it was easy. Her mother had died. No matter how strangely or prophetically the news came, grief was still grief. The family was still entering that painful period after the passing of its matriarch, when everyone must begin making calls, gathering, crying, remembering, and stepping into the practical and emotional labor that death always demands. But as those family conversations began, it also became clear that what the sister said on the phone was literally true. As word had spread the night before, many of the siblings had indeed tried to reach my grandmother to tell her what had happened. The calls had gone unanswered, not because she did not care, but because she was in a cottage an hour away with no phone. And yet somehow she had still received the message. That is what gives this story its lasting power in our family. It is not only that my grandmother had a dream on the same night her mother died. People have dreams all the time, and every family has stories of one relative dreaming something around the time another passes. What makes this different is the precision of it. The repeated plea to answer the phone. The siblings chanting that they had tried to call. The kitchen phone ringing the instant they arrived home. The sister repeating almost the exact words of the dream. There is a strange symmetry to it that feels too sharp to be random. At least, that is how it has always felt to me. Of course, there are people who would want to explain it another way. They might say my grandmother sensed on some unconscious level that her mother was near death. They might say that if you already have a worried or emotionally attuned mind, dreams can turn that worry into symbols, and later events simply make the symbols look prophetic. Others might say that after hearing the real phone call, memory itself reshaped the dream into something more exact than it originally was. Human memory is imperfect, after all. It changes. It fills in. It organizes itself after the fact. I understand those arguments. I really do. As I said before, I value science and I respect reason. I think those things protect us from gullibility, and from making certainty out of every eerie feeling that crosses our lives. But even with that, I also know there are stories that refuse to shrink neatly under explanation. This is one of them. Not because it proves some doctrine or supernatural law beyond all doubt, but because it carries a truth that logic alone does not fully soften. My grandmother dreamt of a phone that did not exist where she was. She spent the whole night begging her husband to answer it. She dreamt her siblings chanting that they had tried to call. In the morning, they returned home to a ringing phone. And her sister told her their mother had died the night before, and they had indeed tried to call her all night. That is the story. What can a person say to that, except that sometimes human beings seem to know things across distance, and sleep in ways we do not yet know how to measure? My grandmother would not have been surprised by that question. She had lived with too many other unexplained experiences to be shocked that her mother's death reached her in a dream before it reached her by telephone. She had seen things in Ohio. She had seen things abroad while on vacation. She had felt things in places others dismissed as ordinary. She did not spend her life trying to turn every mystery into proof of something grand. But she remained open, and that openness allowed her to receive events like this with a seriousness that many people would not. In some ways, I think openness is the key theme that runs through this story for me. My grandfather was practical, and in the moment, practicality gave him only one answer: there is no phone here. Go back to sleep. That was the truth according to the physical facts of the room. But my grandmother was open enough to understand later that another truth had been moving through the same night at the same time. The absence of a real phone in the cottage did not mean there was no call coming. It only meant the usual instrument for receiving it was unavailable. I have thought many times about the image of the pink coffin. Why pink? Why upright? Why that image and not another? Dreams speak in strange pictures, and I do not know if anyone can fully explain them. Perhaps pink, a color associated with softness, femininity, and tenderness, carried some personal meaning to her. Perhaps standing upright gave the image the weight of confrontation, of a dead mother not hidden away horizontally as in ordinary burial scenes, but presented directly before her daughter in a way that demanded recognition. Or perhaps dreams choose images not because they are logical, but because they contain emotional truth in a concentrated form. Whatever the reason, the image remained vivid enough that it survived the years in retelling. Then there are the siblings around the coffin. That too matters. They were not just present. They were chanting together. "We tried to call you." It was almost as though the family, in the dream, had become a chorus carrying the message that the waking world could not physically deliver. They were gathered around their mother in death just as they would soon gather in real life after the phone calls, the grief, and the arrangements began. The dream compressed all of that into one dark room and one repeated sentence. Sometimes I wonder if such dreams are a kind of mercy. That may sound strange, because hearing a parent has died is never merciful in the usual sense. But what I mean is this: perhaps the dream softened the shock. Perhaps by giving her the message in the night, before the call in the kitchen, the world was making room for her grief to begin gradually rather than all at once. She was already tense on the drive home. She already suspected something was wrong. So when the phone rang and her sister spoke, the news hurt, but it did not fall on a completely unsuspecting heart. Or maybe the dream was not mercy at all. Maybe it was simply connection. Maybe mothers and daughters remained connected in ways the rest of us still do not understand, even across miles, sleep, and death. That possibility feels true to me too. There is often something especially powerful in stories about mothers and daughters. The bond is not always easy, not always simple, but it often runs deeply and strangely beneath the surface of daily life. If my grandmother's mother died that night, perhaps some part of her daughter knew immediately, just as surely as her siblings knew when they picked up a telephone to call. The telephone itself becomes almost symbolic in the story. A phone is designed to carry a voice across distance. It bridges absence. It lets one person say, "Something has happened," and lets the other receive it. That night, the physical phone failed because of geography. But the message still crossed the distance. It crossed through dream, image, and restless sleep instead of wire. In that sense, the story is not only about death. It is about communication. About how the need to tell someone something important may find a path even when the obvious one is blocked. That is perhaps why the story has stayed so alive in family memory. It sits at the meeting place of the practical and the mysterious. There was no phone in the cottage. That is practical fact. The siblings did try to call all night. That is practical fact. My grandmother did spend the whole night dreaming of a ringing phone and siblings chanting that they tried to call. That too, within the family, is treated as fact. And so the story asks quietly, what do we do with facts that do not easily fit together? Some people choose coincidence. Some choose intuition. Some choose prophecy. Some choose to leave the question open. My grandmother herself, I think, would have been content with that last option. She never needed every mystery solved into a system. She only needed to respect it, to receive it, to let it enlarge rather than shrink her understanding of life. That may be what I inherited most from her, not a specific belief in every supernatural explanation, but the willingness to admit that reason and mystery are not always enemies. Sometimes they simply stand beside one another, looking at the same event from different sides. As the family dealt with the death of their mother, I imagine there must have been a strange undercurrent beneath all the ordinary grief because of how the news had reached Margaret. Funerals already gather people into a mood where the veil between everyday life and questions of eternity feels thinner. Add a prophetic dream to that, and the whole loss must have carried a different texture. There would still have been tears, arrangements, family tension, old stories, and the hard work of mourning. But there would also have been this one strange shining thread running through it all: she knew before she knew. And not in some vague way. in a specific, persistent, all-night, unsettling way. Whenever this story was retold in the family, that was always the part that stayed with me most strongly. Not the dramatic line from the sister, though that is unforgettable. Not even the dream imagery, though it is eerie and vivid. It was the restlessness of the entire night. The fact that the message would not let her sleep. The fact that even my practical grandfather was dragged into its urgency by having to listen to her repeat the same plea over and over. Answer the phone. We have to get the phone. It was as if reality itself was knocking, but on the wrong door. I have often imagined their return to Columbus in a more detailed way than the story itself gives. The car pulling up. The feel of the key in the door. The ordinary expectation of returning home after a short time away. And then immediately, the ringing from the kitchen. That sound must have cut through the house like a blade. A ringing phone is usually such a normal thing, but in that moment it became the completion of a message already half delivered. It must have felt almost unbearable before she even lifted the receiver. Then came her sister's voice. Then the words. Then the confirmation. Then grief, surely, in its first full wave. No matter how prepared she was by instinct, nothing changes the pain of hearing your mother has died. That is another reason I love this story as much as I do. It does not turn my grandmother into some cool, detached psychic figure who glides above ordinary sorrow. She was still a daughter losing her mother. The dream did not remove the pain. It only changed the way it arrived. That feels human and true to me. The more I have thought about this story as an adult, the more I see how deeply it shaped my own view of the world. I still put great value on science. I still think rationality matters enormously. But I have also learned that there are certain experiences which, even if science one day explains them more fully, still deserve to be told with wonder. A prophetic dream does not become less moving just because one day someone invents a neurological model for how emotionally connected minds anticipate death. Explanation and awe do not cancel each other out. And until such explanations are complete, stories like this remain bridges between what we know and what we sense may be true. My grandmother lived comfortably on that bridge. She did not fear it. She did not make a religion of it either. She simply accepted that life contained more than surfaces. That is why this story belongs to her so perfectly. It is not only a story about a death foretold in a dream. It is a story about the kind of woman she was, the kind of openness she lived with, and the kind of world she believed we inhabit, one where love, grief, intuition, and mystery may sometimes reach farther than wires. I sometimes think too about my grandfather's role in the story, because his presence grounds it so beautifully. Without him, it could become a story too floating and dreamlike. But there he is in the middle of the night, tired, practical, irritated, telling his wife there is no phone there and to go back to sleep. His voice is the voice of ordinary reality. His frustration makes the story believable in a way. Because when the supernatural or the uncanny enters real life, it does not usually enter a room full of solemn music and candles. It enters while one spouse is trying to sleep and the other is disturbing the bed with talk of telephones. It enters ordinary domestic life. That contrast is part of what makes it powerful. And then, in the morning, even he must have had to admit something unusual had happened. He had heard her all night. He had heard the urgency. He knew there was no phone. Then there was. Then the news. Even a practical man must pause at that. I do not know if my grandfather ever fully changed his worldview because of the event. Perhaps he kept it filed away under strange things my wife sometimes knew. Perhaps he loved her enough not to question it beyond that. But I do know he never forgot it, because the story survived through him too. He was part of its witness. That matters in family stories. They endure not only because the event itself is striking, but because more than one person carries it forward. And so I carry it too. I carry the image of my grandmother in a summer cottage with no phone, dreaming of one all night. I carry the image of a daughter's mother in a pink coffin. I carry the chant of siblings in a dark room saying, "We tried to call you." I carry the practical husband muttering there is no phone. I carry the ringing in the kitchen the next morning. And I carry the sister's voice on the line confirming what the dream already knew. All of it together has become one of those family stories that feels larger than itself. Not larger because it proves some final answer about life after death or second sight, but larger because it captures so much of what it means to be human, to love across distance, to fear losing the ones who made us, to receive news before language catches up, and to stand in that uneasy place where the world becomes stranger than we had expected. If someone asked me today what I think happened that night, I would answer simply, I think my grandmother knew. I do not know how. I do not know through what mechanism or law or spiritual opening. But I think she knew. And I think that knowing came to her clothed in the most immediate form her sleeping mind could understand. A ringing phone no one could answer, siblings trying to reach her, and a mother already gone. That is what this story has always meant to me. Not proof. Not superstition. But a reminder that we may be connected more deeply than we understand, especially in moments of death, love, and family grief. And because it was Margaret's story, it also reminds me of her bright spirit, her open mind, her artistic soul, and the way she moved through life with enough curiosity and courage to accept mystery when it arrived. She believed the world was bigger than most people think. This story is one of the reasons I believe that too. This happened in the autumn of 1995 in Columbus, Ohio, and even after all these years, it is still one of the strangest and most personal experiences of my life. It is not the kind of story I can easily explain away, even though for a long time I tried very hard to do exactly that. At first, I told myself it was only a coincidence. Then I told myself it was probably stress, grief, or my own subconscious mind trying to sort through something I already knew was coming. But the more time passed, the more the details stayed exactly where they were, sharp and impossible to forget. Even now, when I think of it, I can still feel the same uneasy chill that ran through me at the time. The story centers around my grandmother's sister-in-law, who we all called Aunt Margie. Her real name was also Margie, which happened to be the same as my grandmother's name, so there was always that little shared family coincidence there too. Aunt Margie had been very sick for quite a while. She was suffering from a brain tumor, and by the time this story took place, it was very clear that the illness was taking her from us bit by bit. Her decline did not happen all at once. It happened in stages, and because of that, all of us had to watch her slip away slowly. I had known for months that she was sick. My mother often asked me to go with her to visit Aunt Margie at the nursing home where she had been placed the year before. Those visits were hard, not only because it is painful to see someone you care about in that kind of condition, but because the change in her was so obvious over time. At first, it was mostly her memory. She would forget things or lose track of what she had been trying to say. Then her speech began to change. She would use the wrong words for ordinary things in ways that were both sad and startling. I remember driving with her once and passing the Lazarus department store. She pointed at it and said something like, "That's Lazarus. They have, hamburgers there, very good." I knew that was wrong, of course. Lazarus did not sell hamburgers, and she had once been perfectly capable of knowing that. Moments like that were little signs that her mind was slipping away from her. As the months passed, things got worse. Eventually, she became completely bedridden. By then, talking with her was often impossible. There were moments when she would try to speak and the words came out jumbled and broken. Sometimes she would babble in ways no one could understand. Other times, she would just stare, her eyes wandering strangely around the room, never quite settling. It was clear to everyone who saw her that she was near the end. There was no real pretending otherwise by then. We all knew her time was limited, even if no one liked to say it too bluntly. At that time in my life, my parents were divorced. They lived fairly close to each other in the city, and my sister and I rotated between their houses because they had joint custody. We would live with one parent for 2 weeks, then switch to the other for 2 weeks. That had become a normal pattern in our lives, even though it never truly felt simple. It was just the way things were. On the Friday night when this story really begins, I was staying at my father's house on the north side of Columbus. The next morning, as usual, my sister and I were set to transfer back to my mother's house. That Friday night, I had a dream. I have always been an active dreamer. Dreams come easily to me, and I often remember them more clearly than most people seem to remember theirs. But this one was different from the usual strange and shifting dreams that fade soon after waking. This one was short, simple, and incredibly vivid. It did not feel crowded with symbols or nonsense. It felt direct, stark, real in a way that dreams rarely do. In the dream, I was sitting in the driver's seat of an old orange Buick. It had one of those older-style bench seats, so the front felt wide and open instead of divided the way newer cars are. Aunt Margie was sitting next to me on the passenger side. There was no other movement around us. No road noise. No destination. We were simply there in the car together. My right hand was resting on the middle part of the seat between us, and her hand was clasped in mine. Her hand is what I remember most. It was wet, cold, clammy, unpleasant in a way that felt almost painfully physical. I turned my head to look at her, and she turned to look at me too. She gave me a faint smile. Not a big smile. Not a cheerful one. Just a small, gentle smile. And then the dream ended. That was it. No words. No message. No dramatic ending. Just me in the driver's seat of an old orange Buick, and Margie beside me, her cold wet hand in mine, and that faint smile before I woke up. When I woke, I was rattled. More than rattled, really. I lay there for a while thinking about it because the dream had left such a strong physical impression on me. Even now, all these years later, I can still remember the feeling of that hand. The best way I can describe it is that it felt like touching cold jelly. That sounds strange, but it is the truth. It was that kind of slick, damp, uncomfortable coldness that stays in your memory because it is so specific. Most dreams do not leave you with a tactile memory strong enough to last years. This one did. The next morning, when I arrived at my mother's house, I told her about the dream almost right away. I do not know exactly why I told her so quickly except that it had unsettled me enough that I wanted to say it out loud. I described it simply. I told her about the car, about Aunt Margie sitting next to me, about holding her hand, and about the way it felt. As soon as I finished, my mother looked at me and said, "Oh, David, that is too weird because Aunt Margie died last night." That was the first shock. It was not entirely surprising in the practical sense. As I have said, she had been very sick for a long time, and we all knew the end was near. So hearing that she had died was not like hearing sudden news about someone healthy and young. We knew it was coming. In that way, it was not shocking. What was shocking was the timing of the dream. The dream had come on the exact night of her death. Even then, though, I did not immediately jump to anything supernatural. I tried to explain it in the most ordinary way I could. I told myself that of course I had dreamt of her. I had known consciously for months that she was dying. I had watched her worsen. I had visited her. My mind had to be carrying all of that somewhere, and maybe the dream was just how my subconscious was processing the fact that her death was close. That was the explanation I chose at first. It seemed reasonable. It allowed me to acknowledge the dream without letting it become something larger and stranger than I wanted it to be. So I left it there. At least I tried to. Then Sunday came. On Sunday, the elders in the family gathered to read Aunt Margie's last will and testament. This was the normal practical work that follows death. Things had to be divided, belongings assigned, decisions made. In the will, she left different items to various members of the family. I was not present for the reading myself, but later my mother came home and told me what had happened. Aunt Margie had left me her car. That alone was odd enough to catch my attention, especially because almost nobody had seen her drive in years. She did own a car, but because she had become heavier and had increasing difficulty moving around, she had not driven herself for a very long time. If I had ever seen that car before, I must have been very, very young, because I had no real memory of it. Usually, if she needed to go somewhere for family events, I would be the one driving up to get her and bring her where she needed to go. For Thanksgiving dinners and similar occasions, I was often the one who drove her because she could no longer manage it herself. So when my mother told me that the car had been left to me, it already felt slightly uncanny because of the dream. Even then, though, I did not want to make too much of it. Yes, I had dreamt of her in a car. Yes, she had died that night. Yes, she left me her car. But still, I thought perhaps this was just one of those strange ways events happened to line up. Perhaps it felt more meaningful than it really was because grief makes everything seem charged. Then we went to her garage. That is where everything shifted for me. My mother and I both understood there was something strange about the dream and the car, but I do not think either of us fully believed how exact it might turn out to be until that garage door began to lift. The second it rose high enough for me to see inside, I froze. There, covered in dust and sitting almost like it had been preserved in another decade, was an old orange Buick. The exact car from my dream. Not just a vague old car. Not just a similar model. The same color. The same kind of shape. The same feeling of the interior I had seen in the dream. It was an old orange Buick from the late 1970s or early 1980s, and I knew it instantly. I remember turning to my mother and saying, "That's the exact car from my dream Friday night." My mother looked at me and said, "I was afraid you'd say that." That moment is one of the reasons I have never been able to dismiss the whole thing. If I had only dreamed of Aunt Margie the night she died, maybe that could be explained. If I had only later been left a car in her will, perhaps that too could be coincidence. But to dream of her sitting beside me specifically in that old orange Buick, then to find out days later that she had left me that exact car, and then to walk into the garage and see it standing there exactly as I had seen it in the dream, those details together were harder to push away. My mother asked if I wanted to drive it home or if I wanted her to do it. I hesitated. By then, I was honestly shaken. Nothing like that had ever happened to me before, and some part of me did not want to get in that car at all. It felt too strange. It felt as if I had already been in it in some other way before I ever touched it in waking life. But after a minute, I told myself there was no harm in driving it. It was just a car. Whatever had happened in the dream had happened. The only thing left now was reality. So I got in. I put the key into the ignition and turned it. Somehow, after sitting so long, the engine still started. There was a little gas in it, enough for me to drive it home. So I pulled the car out and started the drive, all the while thinking about the dream, and Margie, the timing, and what any of it could possibly mean. I was not panicked exactly, but I was deeply unsettled. The ordinary world felt slightly out of joint. When I got home and parked in front of our house, I sat there in the car for a moment thinking about her. That pause became important because something led me to do one more strange thing. Before getting out, I reached my left hand down under the driver's seat. I do not know why I did that. There was no reason, no visible object that had made me curious, nothing obvious calling my attention there. I simply reached under the seat. When I pulled my hand back out, I was holding a handful of Aunt Margie's hair. It had fallen out because of the chemotherapy she had been going through. That sight chilled me instantly. It made the whole experience feel even more physical, more immediate, more connected to her final illness and the reality of her body. The dream had already given me the clammy hand, the car, the smile. Now here I was in the real car, holding what remained of her in the most personal and unsettling way. I got out of the vehicle quickly after that, almost with haste, because I suddenly did not want to be inside it anymore. After that, the car became harder to start, and eventually we sold it. But the story did not leave me there. I later told it to my grandmother, who in our family was known to possess what people often call a sixth sense. She had always been the kind of person who seemed to know things before others did, or to sense things no one else noticed. She listened to my story seriously. She did not laugh. She did not tell me I was only being emotional because Aunt Margie had just died. She believed that I, too, had some form of the same gift. That thought stayed with me. Not because I immediately embraced it or turned it into part of my identity, but because it gave the experience a larger place in family history. It was no longer just a strange dream and a strange coincidence. It became part of a pattern, part of the kind of thing my grandmother understood from her own life. After that, my grandmother and I made a kind of agreement. We were very close. We were both artists, and we always shared a bond that felt different from what I had with many other people. There was an ease between us, a kind of understanding, and because of that closeness, we talked sometimes about death and dreams and the strange ways the world reveals itself. We agreed that when she passed, she would have to stop by and let me know in my dreams. At the time, that agreement felt almost comforting. Maybe a little playful too, in that serious family way where love and the supernatural can sit beside each other without feeling ridiculous. We both understood what we meant. If there really were such things as messages across dreams, then surely she would find a way. About 9 years later, my grandmother died unexpectedly. That loss hit me deeply. I had been very close to her, closer than I can probably explain fully in words. She was one of those people whose presence feels rooted in your life, so much so that imagining the world without them feels impossible right up until it is suddenly real. When she died, I waited in a quiet, hopeful way for the dream we had talked about. I thought if anyone could reach me that way, it would be her. But she did not come to me in my sleep when she passed. At least not in the clear and unmistakable way Aunt Margie had. That disappointed me more than I expected. Not because I doubted her love or because I wanted some dramatic supernatural proof, but because I had hoped for that one last connection in the way we had promised each other. Still, even though she did not come at the moment of death, I dream about her often to this day. Those dreams are usually emotional. Sometimes I wake up crying. But I always cherish them. I always hope for them. I miss her terribly, and in those dreams, even when they make me cry, I feel close to her again. This whole story, though, really begins and ends with Aunt Margie. When I think back on it now, what strikes me most is how simple the dream was. It was not full of symbols I had to decode. It was not long or complicated. There was no great speech. No warning. No dramatic scene of death. It was just a quiet moment in a car. I was sitting there with her. She held my hand. Her hand was cold, and wet and clammy. She smiled faintly. And that was enough. It was enough to wake me with a feeling I could not shake. It was enough to line up later with the exact color and shape of the car she left me. It was enough to make the sight of that orange Buick in the garage feel like something far beyond coincidence. And it was enough to make me wonder if, in some strange way, Aunt Margie had come to say goodbye. That is the interpretation I return to most often. I think she came to me because she knew I would understand enough to remember it, even if I did not fully understand it at the time. I think she sat beside me in the car that she knew would soon become mine. I think she held my hand so I would feel her presence, and I think that faint smile was her way of leaving peacefully. Maybe some people would say the hand felt clammy because that is how my mind imagined death. Maybe. That is possible. But to me, it has always felt more personal than symbolic. It felt like her. Sick, weak, near the end, and yet still there. Still able somehow to touch across whatever line separates life from whatever follows. There are also details I still cannot shake, no matter how much time passes. The fact that the dream happened the exact night she died. The fact that I did not know about the car before the will. The fact that the car was not just any old vehicle but an orange Buick exactly like the one in the dream. The fact that I reached under the seat for no clear reason and found her hair. Those details remain stubborn. They do not soften with rational explanation. They do not disappear into time. They stay where they are and keep the story alive. For a while, I did try to tell myself it was all coincidence. I think that was my first defense because coincidence is easier to live with than the idea that the dead might actually come into dreams and leave messages. Coincidence is manageable. Coincidence lets you keep the world neat. But the world does not always stay neat when lived experience presses against it. Sometimes a thing happens and no neat explanation fully settles it. This was one of those things for me. The dream also changed how I thought about grief. Until then, Death was mostly something I thought of in practical and emotional terms. Someone becomes sick, then worse, then dies, and the living go on carrying memory and sadness. But after Aunt Margie, I became more open to the idea that the dying may sometimes reach back toward the living in ways we do not expect. Not through seances or dramatic hauntings or anything sensational, but through something as intimate and ordinary as a dream. Dreams are such a private space. That is another reason this story affects me so deeply. A dream is not public. It is not performative. It comes in the private world between waking and sleep, in the place where logic loosens a little and the soul perhaps becomes easier to reach. If someone wanted to say goodbye in a gentle way, a dream seems like one of the kindest places to do it. And if that is what Aunt Margie did, then I am grateful for it, even if it frightened me at the time. I still wonder sometimes why she left me the car. Maybe it was simply practical. Maybe I was one of the younger people in the family, and she thought I could use it. Maybe she knew I had driven her so many times over the years that giving it to me felt right. Maybe there was nothing mystical in that part at all. But because of the dream, I cannot think of the car as only practical. It became a kind of bridge between us. Not just a vehicle, but a final object through which her presence reached me once more. I also think about the handful of hair often. That is probably the detail most people find hardest or most unsettling when I tell the story. For me, it carries the reality of her illness more than anything else. The dream could still almost be poetic without that detail. But the hair made everything painfully real. It was a reminder that she had suffered. That her body had been changed by the disease and by the treatment meant to fight it. That even as something mysterious seemed to happen through the dream, death itself was still physical, harsh, and undeniable. That mixture of the mystical and the physical is perhaps what makes the story feel so true to life. Death is not clean. It is not only spiritual. It is not only medical. It is both intimate and strange. A person can be reduced by illness and still somehow reach across a dream with one final smile. That feels true to me. What also stayed with me was my grandmother's reaction when I told her. Because she was not surprised in the dismissive or mocking way some people are when they hear something uncanny. She was serious, thoughtful, almost affirming. She placed my experience in a larger family pattern of sensitivity, dreams, and knowing. That gave me a framework for carrying it. Without that, maybe I would have spent years simply brushing it aside as something too odd to touch. But because of her, I was allowed to consider that perhaps it meant something more. Then, of course, there is the bittersweet ending of my agreement with my grandmother. For years after Aunt Margie, I held on to that quiet promise between us. When her time came, she would let me know. In some ways, I think I needed that promise more than I admitted. It made death feel less final. It made the future absence of someone I loved feel less like a wall, and more like a doorway with at least one possible knock on the other side. When she died unexpectedly, I waited for that knock in my sleep. It never came in the clear way I had imagined. And yet I still dream of her often. So perhaps promises like that are fulfilled in ways we do not fully control. Perhaps she did not come the night she died because grief itself was too heavy, too immediate, too raw. Or perhaps she comes now because memory and love remain active enough to keep making room for her. I do not know. All I know is that when I dream of her, I still wake emotional, sometimes with tears already there, and even then I am grateful for the dream. I hope one day I dream of her in a way as clear as I dreamt of Aunt Margie. I hope one day I can truly embrace her again in sleep. That hope has never left me. When I tell this story now, as an adult looking back, I do not tell it to prove anything to anyone. I know there are people who will hear it and decide immediately that it was grief, coincidence, subconscious knowledge, and nothing more. They are entitled to think that. I understand why they would. But for me, the experience remains more than that. It was not vague. It was not loose. It had shape, color, texture, timing, and evidence that arrived after the fact in ways I could never have invented. So I carry it as it came to me. A Friday night dream. A cold wet hand. An old orange Buick. A faint smile. News of death the next morning. A will read on Sunday. A garage door lifting. The same orange Buick waiting there. A handful of fallen hair beneath the seat. And a young man sitting behind the wheel trying to understand whether the dead sometimes visit us in dreams. I still believe Aunt Margie did. And I still believe she was saying goodbye. My story began about 30 years ago in Cleveland, when I was still very young. In the late 1970s, I did not know much about ghosts, spirits, or the kinds of stories people tell in whispers after dark. At that age, I did not yet understand that some places can stay inside your mind long after you leave them. I did not know that a building could follow you for decades in dreams. I did not know that certain sounds, shadows, and memories could remain alive in your body long after childhood was gone. I was just a kid, living life the only way children do, taking things as they came and trying to make sense of a world that often did not explain itself. My older sisters probably understood fear much earlier than I did. They had already begun to sense that our building was not like other places, and they were quicker to notice when something felt wrong. I would learn soon enough. In fact, I would become very familiar with fear, strange sights, and things that still trouble me in sleep even now. But that is another story in itself. This one is about the building, the things that happened there, and the way it still lives inside me all these years later. My family and I lived in an old apartment building during the 1970s. Years later it was labeled a historical landmark, which did not surprise me because even back then it felt old enough to belong to another world. If I remember correctly, it was built in 1897. At the time we lived there, it was somewhat run down. It was not the kind of place people would have described as charming or elegant, at least not then. It had an old beauty in its bones, but the life had worn through many parts of it. The brick was dark in places from age and weather. The halls carried sounds in strange ways. Doors looked heavy. Windows seemed older than ordinary windows, with that kind of tired look glass gets when it has watched too many years pass. The building had 3 stories, and one of the strangest parts of it was the atrium in the enclosed center. Because of that design, if you stood in the middle and looked up or around, you could see into the walkways or toward the apartments on other levels. It gave the whole place a feeling of being watched even when no one was visible. You could imagine eyes at any window or doorway without seeing them. Even in daylight, it felt like a place that held too much sound and too much silence at the same time. There was also a basement, and even that basement had its own strange feeling. It was split into 2 parts. One side was for laundry, the ordinary side, the place people went to wash clothes and do the kind of daily work families have to do no matter where they live. The other side, though, was more mysterious. I do not think I ever really knew what was behind that other door. As a child, I remember that it existed, but I never seemed to see what was over there. Maybe it was storage. Maybe it was empty. Maybe it was just another space in an old building that no child had any reason to enter. But in memory it remains dark and unknown, and because of that it became part of the building's strange character in my mind. Old places often have areas you never really understand as a child. They stay shadowy and half-imagined, and that makes them even more unsettling when you look back. The building had 2 main entrances. One was in the front facing the street, and the other was on the side of the building and also led toward the basement. The front entrance was the one that left the strongest impression on me. It had this huge, wide staircase, and the railing along it was made of spindles spaced just the right distance apart for a hand to slip through and grab someone's leg. That may sound dramatic, but that is exactly how it felt to us as children. We could picture it too clearly. The stairs themselves were intimidating, not because they were broken or unsafe in any obvious way, but because they were so open and so shadowed in certain light. Alongside this staircase there was also a short, dark hallway. It was not especially long, but it always felt too dark, too tight, too separate from the rest of the building. My sisters and I hated going in either entrance after a certain time of day. Once daylight started fading, the whole place changed. What had seemed merely old in the afternoon became foreboding in the evening. Even as children, we felt it. We may not have had the language for it then, but we knew when a place felt wrong. So far, that may not sound all that frightening. A lot of people grew up in old buildings. A lot of old buildings have dark hallways, weird staircases, and spaces children do not trust. But what stays with me after all these years is not just the layout. It is what happened there. It is the way certain moments burn themselves into my memory. It is the fact that I still dream about that place now, 30 years later. I still have dreams where I am back in those hallways. I still feel the same heavy sense that something is watching me as I move through the building, though in the dreams I never quite see what it is. That feeling began there, and it never fully left. One of the first terrible things I remember happened outside, on the side of the building near the basement entrance. My sisters and some other neighborhood kids were playing ball there one day. It was just an ordinary kind of childhood afternoon. Children were outside, moving around, yelling, chasing a ball, doing the things kids do without thinking much about danger. At some point the ball got kicked toward the front of the building and out into the street, and I happened to be the one who went after it. I do not remember exactly what the weather was like, only the feeling of going after the ball and the way the moment changed so suddenly that everything before it seems to belong to another life. As I walked toward the street, I noticed something out of the corner of my eye coming down from the top of the building. At the same time, I heard a strange sound. The closest way I can describe it is that it sounded like someone had poured a pitcher of water onto cement from the third floor. It was not a sound I understood in that moment. It was odd, sharp, and wrong. I do not know whether I looked up first or went for the ball first. I only know that I grabbed the ball from the street, turned back, and then noticed something lying on the sidewalk in front of the building. At first, I did not understand what I was seeing. Then I walked closer. It was a baby. Not only a baby, but the baby who lived upstairs above us. That memory still sits in me in a way I do not think will ever soften. I was young, but not so young that I could not recognize tragedy when it was right in front of me. Somehow that child had fallen out of the window and landed on the sidewalk below. Even now, part of me cannot make sense of how it happened. The child was so small. In my opinion, the baby was not tall enough or strong enough to work its way up and over the windowsill. Yet there it was, lying there, dying in front of my eyes. That moment changed something in me. There are things children are not supposed to see. A baby dying on the sidewalk below an apartment window is one of those things. It leaves a mark. Even if you do not understand all the details, your body remembers. Your dreams remember. Your sense of safety changes, even if you cannot explain how. That was not the only death tied to that same part of the building. Another thing happened upstairs, right in front of the same apartment where the baby had fallen from the window. A woman had a heart attack in the hallway and died there on the spot. I was still very young, and I do not remember everything clearly, but I do remember seeing the ambulance workers wheeling a gurney out through the front entrance of the building. There was a body on it, wrapped in a white sheet. That image has stayed with me too. The front entrance was already frightening enough with its wide stairs and dark hallway. Seeing a body carried out that way fixed another layer of dread onto that place. It was no longer only the building's strange design or the uneasy feeling of its halls. Death had moved through it openly. A baby had fallen. A woman had died in the corridor. And I had seen enough to know that our building was becoming tied in my mind to more than just fear of shadows. After those two incidents, things seemed to heat up in my life. I do not know how else to say it. It was as if the building had always been strange, but after those deaths, the strangeness stopped being background atmosphere and began stepping closer. One day, I was looking out of the front window of our apartment at a car parked below. There was nothing unusual in that by itself. Kids stare out windows all the time. But while I was looking down, I saw something underneath the car. At first, it looked like a face looking up at me from under it. Even now, when I replay the image in my mind, I cannot fully explain what I saw. It seemed human in the face. But the rest of it was wrong. Its body appeared crouched low, like an animal. It was just barely dusk, that time of evening when there is still enough light to see shapes clearly but enough shadow to make everything slightly uncertain. Yet even with that uncertainty, I know I saw something. I remember trying to scream or make some kind of noise at it, but nothing came from me. I just stared. It stared back, or at least the face seemed turned toward me. I still do not know whether it moved at all or whether the stillness of it was part of what made it so terrible. To this day I still replay that sight in my mind, trying to understand what exactly I was looking at. Was it some trick of light and shadow? Was it an animal whose face I misunderstood? Was it something else entirely? I still do not know. All I know is that even now I can see it in memory, half human and crouched like something not meant to be there. There was another night that stands out just as clearly. My family was in the apartment, all of us sitting around watching television. My parents did not like wasting money, and back then electricity was not cheap for us, so they often kept the apartment fairly dark. We used only the light we really needed. That meant the rooms often sat in shadow around the edges, especially in the evenings. On that particular night, we were all in the room together focused on the television when suddenly we noticed there was a black cat in the room with us. We did not own any pets. That cat did not belong to us. And none of us had seen it come in. One moment it was not there. The next moment it was simply in the room, a black cat standing among us in the dim light, while the television played. It scared all of us badly. I do not think it was only because it was a cat. It was because of the way it appeared. There was no clear sound of the door opening, no sign of where it had entered from, no ordinary explanation that arrived quickly enough to calm anyone. It was just there, and its sudden presence in that already uneasy apartment made the room feel invaded by something we did not understand. There were many other things too, smaller things perhaps, but not small when you are a child living among them. There were noises at night throughout the apartment. Strange sounds that did not belong to people settling in bed or pipes making ordinary building noises. Things would be misplaced. You would put something somewhere and later it would not be there. Maybe an adult could say that happens in every house, and maybe that is true sometimes. But in that building, all those little events seemed to gather together into something larger. The place did not feel still even when it was quiet. It felt inhabited in a way that had nothing to do only with the living tenants. The worst part, though, was not any one sight or event. The worst part has been what stayed with me. Even now, decades later, I still have recurring dreams about that building. In the dreams I am usually walking through the hallways, especially those dark parts near the staircase or the entrances, and I can feel something watching me. That feeling is as strong in the dream as it ever was in waking life. I know something is there. I know I am being observed. I know it is close enough that it matters. But I never quite see what it is. That may be the most disturbing part of all. If I saw it clearly, maybe my mind could settle around a shape. Instead, it remains a presence without a face, a watcher without a body I can fully name. That is how fear often stays with you. Not as a finished picture, but as a tension that never resolves. Looking back, I understand that what haunted me most was not one ghost story. It was the atmosphere of a place where tragedy and strangeness kept crossing paths. A baby fell from an upstairs window. A woman died in the hallway outside that same apartment. I saw some kind of crouched face or creature beneath a car at dusk. A black cat appeared in our room for no reason we could understand. The entrances themselves felt wrong after dark. The hallways felt watched. The building felt old in a way that was not only historical but alive. And perhaps that is why my sisters and I hated going through those entrances once evening came. Children know things with their bodies before they know them with words. We knew that the huge wide staircase with the spindle railings was not just a staircase. We knew the dark little hallway beside it held something in feeling that other hallways did not. We knew the basement side entrance was not just another door. Even if we could not explain it to adults, we knew. The fact that the building was later made a historical landmark does not surprise me. In some ways, it makes sense. Places like that collect time differently. They stand long enough that generations come and go inside them. The walls witness everything. Birth, death, poverty, arguments, children's laughter, illness, fear, loneliness, ordinary evenings, terrible accidents. The building remains while the people pass through. Maybe that is what gives some old places their strange pressure, their thick atmosphere. It is not only age. It is accumulation. When I think about that baby now, I still feel a deep sadness. I was too young then to fully understand how something like that could happen, and maybe that incompleteness is part of why the memory remains so raw. Children need adults and homes and buildings to feel like stable things, things that hold life together. But seeing a baby fall from an upstairs apartment shattered some of that feeling for me. It showed me that terrible things could happen in an ordinary afternoon outside your own building, with children still playing ball nearby. It made the world less safe in a way I never fully recovered from. The woman dying in the hallway added another layer. It was not only children or accidents. It was also adults collapsing where they stood. It was ambulances. It was white sheets. It was bodies carried down those same stairs we already feared. It made the building feel less like a home and more like a stage where something darker moved through people's lives. And then there were the unexplained things, the things that had no neat ending. The face under the car. The cat in the room. The sounds at night. The misplaced objects. Those things gave the tragedies a haunted frame. They made it feel as if the building was not only a place where bad things happened, but a place that held onto them in some way. Some people would probably say the dreams I still have are just trauma working itself through my mind. Maybe there is truth in that. I do not reject that possibility. Dreams have their own logic, and childhood fear can stay in a person for life. But even if that is true, it does not fully explain the feeling that the building itself had. Nor does it explain why all of us children sensed it before we had the words to describe it. Or why certain spaces within it felt more threatening than others. Or why so many moments from there remain sharp when so many ordinary childhood memories have faded. The building was in Cleveland, but in memory it almost feels like its own separate world. I can still picture the brick, the atrium, the view across to other apartments, the dark basement door to the unknown half, the wide front stairs, the narrow hall beside them, the cold feeling of the place after sunset. I can still feel the dread of coming home late and having to choose which entrance to use. I can still sense the way the hallways seemed to stretch longer in my mind than they really were. Fear does that. It changes space. I also think about how little I knew then about ghosts or ghost stories. Later in life, I would hear more, learn more, and become much more familiar with that whole world of belief and experience. But at the time, I was just a child reacting to what I saw and felt. That matters to me because it means I was not primed by stories or expectations. I was not trying to turn ordinary things into paranormal ones. I was simply living in that building, experiencing it directly. Maybe that is why the memories feel so stubbornly real. They were formed before I had the language to dramatize them. If I had to explain what frightened me most about that place, I think I would say this. It always felt like there was more there than what we could see. The atrium made every apartment feel half open to the eyes of the others. The entrances made us feel vulnerable. The tragedies showed us death up close. The strange incidents made us doubt what was ordinary. And through it all there was that sensation of being observed by something never fully visible. That sensation has never completely left me. Even now, in dreams, I walk through those halls and feel it again. I never see the watcher clearly. It is always just beyond the point where memory becomes shape. But it is there. It was there then, and in some strange way it is still there inside me now. I have wondered many times whether the building was haunted in the way people usually mean when they say that. Maybe it was. Maybe those old walls held onto the dead. Maybe the woman in the hallway, the baby, and others who had lived and died there left something behind. Or maybe the building simply held enough pain and fear that children like us absorbed it and turned it into lifelong dread. I cannot say for certain. I only know that the feeling was real, the events were real, and the dreams are still real to me. If I were standing in front of that building today, I think I would still hesitate before going in. I think I would still look at the front staircase and remember how the railing seemed perfect for a hand to reach through and grab you. I think I would still glance toward the dark hallway beside it, and expect something to be waiting just out of sight. I think I would still look toward the sidewalk out front and remember the baby. I think I would still picture the gurney coming down the stairs. I think I would still see, in my mind, the strange face under the car at dusk and feel that sudden helpless silence in my throat. 30 years is a long time to carry a building in your dreams. But some places do not leave you when you leave them. Some places follow you. That old apartment building in Cleveland did. It was built in the 19th century, but in memory it remains alive, not as a museum piece or a landmark, but as a place of dread, tragedy, and unanswered questions. A place where childhood fears settled into something deeper. A place where I first learned that buildings can hold more than families and furniture. They can hold accidents, grief, shadows, and the feeling that something is always just out of sight. That is why I still dream of it. That is why I still remember it so clearly. And that is why, even now, I cannot fully decide whether I was haunted by ghosts there or by the building itself.